Chapter 29:35. The void trembled. Two extremely frightening devouring powers emerged from the frightening ghost town. The two mysterious creatures were desperately fighting each other. None of them wanted to be devoured by the other. Unexpectedly, the two mysterious creatures were entangled with each other in the end. They were devouring the heaven and the earth. Outside the ghost town, countless undead creatures' death essence was crazily devoured. A large number of undead creatures turned into dust. The ground was covered with a thick layer of bone dust. Even those ancient corpses that had existed for God knows how many years had fallen to the ground at this time. When the death essence within the ancient corpses was completely devoured, the undying ancient corpses also turned into black dust. Outside the ghost town, among the white bone dust, countless black, human-shaped dust appeared. Those were the remains of those ancient corpses after they disappeared. In the sky above the ghost town, the huge whirlpool began to dissipate. The endless death essence converged towards the two figures entangled with each other above the ghost town. The two mysterious creatures had already reached the juncture of life and death. They were crazily plundering the death essence within the entire ancient heavenly court's ruins. At this time, even Gu Fei and the others felt an enormous suction force surging out from the ghost town. The life essence within their bodies actually showed signs of leaking out. This Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. One must know that he was a martial physique, and he had already taken that step. The life essence of his entire body and the martial physique had perfectly fused together. It was basically impossible for it to leak out. One could well imagine how terrifying the devouring power that was surging out from the ghost town was. The experts who were watching from afar all retreated further away in fear. Even an extremely powerful existence like the Fire Emperor had no choice but to retreat. Only old man Qin Huang was still standing high in the sky, coldly looking at the scene in the ghost town. Gu Fei didn't retreat, but he had no choice but to circulate his mystic technique to restrain his life essence. He didn't want it to leak out. Rumble, an incomparably shocking sound transmitted from the depths of the ghost town. An extremely powerful death energy erupted from the ghost town. The entire ghost town was enveloped by a layer of black light, as if it was burning. By this time, the two mysterious creatures had already devoured most of the abnormally powerful undead creatures that had invaded the ghost town. Some of the undead wanted to escape from the ghost town, but it was difficult for them to get rid of the powerful devouring power. In the end, they helped the two mysterious experts. "You want to devour me?" A spiritual fluctuation came from the depths of Ghost Town. "You and I are enemies. Why should I be polite to you?" Another wave of divine rippled out. "You're just a drop of blood. You won't be able to cause any trouble. Just obediently be devoured by me." Waves of divine will spread out. Everyone was incomparably shocked. A drop of blood evolved. Could it be that one of the two great mysterious experts was actually a drop of blood? Such a powerful and mysterious creature, perhaps only a supreme being's blood could produce such an evil thing. "You're the one who obediently let me devour you," another divine sense said. Two silhouettes intertwined in the void. The void they were in was constantly collapsing, but it was constantly reforming and restoring itself, forming a continuous cycle. The void where the ancient heavenly court was located was incomparably stable. Even a heavenly venerable would find it hard to shake it. However, at this time, the terrifying death energy emitted by the two mysterious creatures directly shattered the void. At this time, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He would never have thought that these two mysterious creatures were already enemies since countless years ago. One of the mysterious creatures was actually a drop of blood of a supreme existence. It underwent some kind of transformation and evolved into a terrifying evil body. However, the origin of the mysterious creature in the ghost town was also very great. During the primordial era, this creature might have been a supreme existence. At this moment, Gu Fei had already executed the heavenly eyes of the martial path, and the scene at the center of the city caused him to be shocked to the extreme. Because at the center of the city, on an ancient sacrificial altar, there was actually a living being that was struggling out of the sacrificial altar. This Gu Fei's mind was shaken. He truly couldn't believe it. On the sacrificial altar in the middle of the ghost town, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature tied up. It was absolutely not a human. Half of the creature's body had already struggled out of the sacrificial altar. This creature's entire body was covered in scarlet scales, and there was a pair of curved horns on its forehead. Its two fangs were long and sharp, and its pupils were emitting a blood-red light. An extremely powerful aura of death spread out from the creature's body. It was terrifying to the extreme. 4 stone pillars were erected around the altar, and 4 iron chains were wrapped around the creature's body, firmly restraining this abnormally powerful and mysterious creature. That creature seemed to have sensed that someone was spying on it. It suddenly turned around and looked in Gu Fei's direction. In the next instant, the mysterious creature's figure became blurry and disappeared without a trace. The place where the mysterious creature was became extremely chaotic, causing chaos in the surrounding space. Even with Gu Fei's abilities, it was difficult for him to see the creature. Good fella! Gu Fei's heart trembled. This creature was extremely powerful. Just a glance from it made him feel as if his soul was about to fly out of his body. One must know that he had already taken that step. Although he hadn't passed his tribulation, yet he was still not someone that ordinary Saint Venerables could compare to. One could only imagine how powerful that mysterious creature was. Just as Gu Fei was feeling apprehensive, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras. There were acquaintances appearing in the distant sky. Ming Qiong, come see me quickly. Gu Fei sent out his divine will. Mas, master. A divine will immediately came from the distant sky. A voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Very quickly, 2 figures rushed over from the distant sky and landed on the stone mountain where Gu Fei was. These 2 were Ming Qiong and the black Qilin Tiger Emperor that Gu Fei had subdued in the prison domain. Ming Qiong's identity wasn't ordinary. He wasn't a being from the human world or the heavenly realm. Instead, he was from the outside world. He was once a mighty lord of the outside world. This once mighty lord of the outside world was extremely depressed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would bump into Gu Fei the moment he arrived. He couldn't wait to never see Gu Fei ever again. He was a mighty lord of the outside world. To think that he would have to acknowledge a human as his master. This was simply too embarrassing. Although Ming Qiong was unwilling, he had no choice but to serve Gu Fei as his master. He didn't want to die just yet. As Ming Qiong's pet beast, the black Qilin Tiger Emperor was well aware of Ming Qiong's situation. He knew that his master must be extremely sullen right now. However, when Ming Qiong sensed Gu Fei's aura, he was completely dumbfounded. Ming Qiong stared at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. His face was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How did he manage to take that step in such a short amount of time? However, Ming Qiong immediately became crestfallen. It seemed like he would never be able to regain his freedom. This guy was just too abnormal. To think that he would actually take that step. No one knew better than Ming Qiong how difficult it was to take that step. It was precisely because he couldn't take that step that he entered the heavenly realm. He wanted to come here in search of an opportunity to take that step. However, it was a pity that not only did he not find the opportunity he needed, but he was also captured and imprisoned in the prison region. What was even more unfortunate was that after being imprisoned for so many years, he met Gu Fei just as he was about to break free. He was subdued by Gu Fei and had no choice but to acknowledge Gu Fei as his master. Having gained a new master out of nowhere, Ming Qiong was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. While he was away from Gu Fei, he brought the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor into the heavenly realm and searched for the passageway that led to the outside world. However, after making one round around the heavenly realm, Ming Qiong tragically discovered that all the passageways leading to the outside world had been destroyed. This meant that he couldn't go back. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't go back, but he would have to pay a hefty price and prepare many things. However, when the ruins of the ancient heavenly court appeared, Ming Qiong knew that his chance had come. The ancient heavenly court was a legend even in the outside world. In the ancient legends of the outside world, there was once a force called the Heavenly Court that had once ruled over the outside world. Perhaps the ancient Heavenly Court would have something that Ming Qiong needed. However, Ming Qiong never imagined that he would meet his master here. If he had known that Gu Fei was here, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. What's wrong with you? Why did you leave Wanxiang City? Are you trying to betray me? Gu Fei asked calmly, without looking at Ming Qiong. How could your subordinate betray you, master? Cold sweat broke out on Ming Qiong's forehead when he heard Gu Fei's words. One had to know that his life or death depended on a single thought from the other party. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Your subordinate was trying to find a passageway to the outside world. Ming Qiong didn't dare to hide anything. Have you found it yet? Gu Fei asked. No. Ming Qiong replied. Then what are you doing here? Gu Fei asked. He was actually very interested in the outside world. The human world, the heavenly realm, and the outside world. Could this be the legendary three realms? One had to know that throughout the ages, whether it was the human world or the heavenly realm, there were 3 realms and 6 Daos. However, the 3 realms were the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos were the 6 Daos. No one could explain it clearly. The ancient heavenly court might have what I'm looking for. Ming Qiong said. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. What did that mean? Could there be a passageway to the outside world in the ancient heavenly court? I can sense the aura of that world. Just then, Ming Qiong suddenly said, Chapter 2936. Inside the ghost town, the battle between the 2 mysterious creatures was about to come to an end. However, at this time, Ming Qiong suddenly said that he sensed the aura of that world. This shocked Gu Fei to the core. Could it be that the ghost town really had a passage to another world? Rumble. At this time, the void trembled, and a clanging sound came from inside the ghost town. The creature that was trapped inside the ancient sacrificial altar broke free from the altar. The mysterious creature opened its mouth and inhaled. The deathly aura that shrouded the entire ghost town was instantly swallowed into its stomach. Even the 2 mysterious figures that were entangled in the sky above the ghost town were swallowed by the creature. The mysterious creature sucked in all the heavenly Tao laws into its body. Swoosh! On the stone mountain outside the ghost town, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. This creature was too powerful and terrifying. It actually swallowed the 2 mysterious figures into its body. However, very quickly he understood. It turned out that this mysterious creature was the original body of the figure that was fighting against the evil thought. Both of their powers came from the same source. That evil thought was merely a drop of blood, while the original body of this creature was still there. Comparing the 2, the original body of this creature was definitely stronger. The evil will formed from the Supreme Being's blood was devoured, and then refined by the creature. An extremely powerful ripple of energy erupted from its body. Roar. The strange beast with scarlet scales all over its body roared at the sky. A terrifying sound wave immediately spread out from the ghost town, creating ripples visible to the naked eye in the void. In the next moment, the creature inhaled again, and the countless undead outside the ghost town immediately turned into ashes and dissipated on the ground. The undead spiritual essence was completely devoured by the mysterious creature in one gulp. An even more terrifying aura spread out from the creature's body. Clang! The crimson exotic beast struggled fiercely. The 4 chains around its body were pulled taut. The exotic beast wanted to break the chains around its body and break free. However, no one knew what kind of divine metal the 4 black chains were made of. Although they seemed ordinary, just like normal black metal, the extremely ferocious and powerful crimson beast was actually unable to break free from the 4 black chains. Seeing this scene, all the experts were incomparably shocked. No one had thought that such a strange beast would actually be imprisoned in this incomparably huge ghost city. Even the Old Man Qin Emperor had a strange expression on his face. Old Man Qin Emperor was definitely a super antique. He had started his cultivation even earlier than the Fire Emperor. When the old man achieved Tao and became famous throughout the world, the Fire Emperor was still a snot-nosed child. Ming Qiong was shocked when he saw the scarlet exotic beast. This is the Scarlet Blood Imperial family. Gu Fei was stunned hearing this. The Scarlet Blood Imperial family. That's right, it's one of the great imperial clans in the outer realms that the living beings of the human realm and heaven realm spoke of. Ming Qiong explained. As it turned out, the Scarlet Blood Imperial family was one of the strongest clans in the outer realms. The ancestors of this clan were born from the legendary nether ocean of Hell. Wherever the experts of this clan appeared, there would always be bloody conflicts. This was because this clan was the most warlike, and they fed on fresh blood. The more powerful the living being, the more delicious their blood was. There were actually experts from the outer realms imprisoned in a ghost city within the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. This was something that Gu Fei found hard to believe. However, the ancient heavenly court had once ruled over the 3 realms and 6 paths. This didn't seem impossible. During the era of the ancient heavenly court, the heaven realm and human realm should have had a passageway to the outer realms. Roar. Meanwhile, the crimson-colored beast roared as numerous crimson-red talismans surged and interweaved on its body, and then they transformed into rays of crimson-red saber light that slashed towards the 4 black iron chains that coiled around its body. The 4 black chains shook continuously. When the scarlet saber light slashed at the chains, sparks flew. However, the 4 chains remained motionless. These 4 chains were definitely extraordinary to be able to lock up such a terrifying creature. I'm afraid that only an extreme divine weapon can break these 4 black chains. Someone said something like that. Come here. The crimson exotic beast in the ghost city suddenly stopped. Then a wave of divine sense spread out from its body. A figure in the distant sky immediately flew towards the ghost city and was forcefully pulled into the ghost city by an extremely powerful devouring power. The crimson exotic beast stretched out its hand and grabbed the expert's head. In the next moment, the expert didn't even have the chance to scream before he turned into a dried corpse. In the end, his body collapsed and turned into dust that drifted down from the sky. This unlucky expert was killed just because of a single sentence. This shocked all the living beings who witnessed this scene. The extreme divine weapon is with you. The crimson exotic beast suddenly raised its head and looked in Gu Fei's direction. Gu Fei was shocked. He immediately felt a cold aura envelop him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Humph, how do you know the extreme divine weapon is with me? Gu Fei sneered. Back then, he didn't understand the language of the outer realm. However, with his cultivation level, he could completely ignore the communication between different living beings. Experts could use divine sense to communicate with each other. Come here. The crimson exotic beast sneered. Then, its right hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Although it was very far away, Gu Fei suddenly felt an incomparably powerful suction force pulling him towards the ghost city. Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, who were standing behind Gu Fei, immediately rushed into the sky and retreated far away. In a battle of this level, they couldn't help at all. Do you think I'm that trash from before? Gu Fei's face darkened as his eyes shone brightly. The power of the Wu's secret word burst forth from his body, cleansing the suction force that was enveloping him cleanly. The crimson exotic beast within the ghost city was stunned. It hadn't expected that this human would be able to cleanse its suction force so easily. Lend me your extreme divine weapon, the crimson exotic beast said. Its scarlet eyes shone with an ominous glint. As it struggled, the black chains on its body clanged loudly. Why should I lend it to you? What's in it for me? Gu Fei stood in the void and looked coldly at the crimson exotic beast that was chained to the 4 stone pillars within the ghost city. How about I gift you with a great encounter? The crimson exotic beast said. Is that so? What encounter? Tell me about it. Gu Fei said with some interest. This fella had been imprisoned for countless of years. How could it possibly have anything good on it? Even if it did, it would have been snatched away by someone else. I know where the source of the Heavenly Emperor's Tao is. The crimson exotic beast pondered for a moment before replying. What? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be moved. After all, the Heavenly Emperor mentioned by the crimson exotic beast was not the so-called Heavenly Emperor of the Heaven Realm. The Heavenly Emperor mentioned by the crimson exotic beast was the Lord of the ancient Heavenly Court, the truly invincible Heavenly Emperor of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. In the era of the ancient Heavenly Court, there was only one person who could be called the Heavenly Emperor, and that was the Lord of the ancient Heavenly Court. The Lord of the ancient Heavenly Court was definitely a supreme being. Otherwise, there was no way he could command the generals of the ancient Heavenly Court, let alone control the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The source of the ancient Heavenly Court's Emperor's Tao. Wasn't that the source of a supreme being? No one had ever heard of a supreme being leaving behind the source of a supreme being after his death. If this was true, it would surely shake the human world and the heaven realm. No one else knew about the conversation between Gu Fei and the crimson exotic beast. It was definitely a great secret of the heavens and earth. Thus, there was no way they would make it public. Once the secret was made known, every cultivator would go crazy. Countless people would be envious of it, and the heavens and earth would be shaken. You know where the source of the Heavenly Emperor is. Gu Fei was in disbelief. Humph! I witnessed his death back then. How could I not know where his source is? The crimson exotic beast said, while clenching its teeth. It was enraged as it recalled the events of the past. Its crimson eyes emitted a hint of madness. Did the Lord of the ancient Heavenly Court trap you here? Gu Fei said, So what if I did? The crimson exotic beast snapped. So what? Tell me, where's the source of the Lord of the ancient Heavenly Court? Gu Fei stared at the crimson exotic beast with a gaze as bright as the stars. Help me break these 4 chains, and I'll tell you where the source of the Heavenly Emperor's great Tao is. The crimson exotic beast was no fool. There was no way it would tell Gu Fei anything. It had been sealed for countless years, and its vitality had been greatly damaged. Even if it were to devour the essence of death, it would not be able to recover to its peak state. The source of the great Tao of the ancient Heavenly Court's master was extremely important to the crimson exotic beast. I've already obtained enough good fortune. One more source won't make much of a difference. You want me to help you break free? Dream on. Gufei said. He knew how severe the consequences would be if this living being were to break free. Even he might not be a match for this living being. You damn it, go to hell. The crimson exotic beast was enraged. A crimson light shone from the beast's forehead, as if a vertical eye had opened. A blurry figure stepped out from the beast's forehead and charged at Gufei. Although the beast was unable to leave the range of the ancient sacrificial altar and was bound to the 4 stone pillars by the black chains, it had cultivated a skill that allowed it to kill its opponent in place of its real body. Chapter 2937. In the depths of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, inside the huge ghost city, the crimson blood mutated beast unleashed a secret technique. Although its true body was still trapped, a blurry body rushed out from between its eyebrows and fiercely pounced towards Gufei, who was outside the ghost city. At the same time, a blurry silhouette also rushed out from Gufei's forehead and charged forward. Swoosh! The 2 silhouettes collided and separated. The next moment, the void trembled and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Some people recognized Gufei, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. This Gufei was actually powerful to the extent that he could contend against the crimson blood exotic beasts in the ghost town. I've underestimated you. Again. In the city, the crimson beast stared at Gufei and grinned hideously. The blurry silhouette immediately pounced at Gufei's silhouette. An extremely terrifying aura of death spread out from the beast's silhouette. The silhouette of the beast was like a bottomless black hole, frantically devouring the essence of the world around it. However, the illusory figure could not devour any of Gufei's essence at all. Gufei used a secret technique to conjure a Yuan spirit shadow and fought with the illusory figure that had rushed out of the strange beast's body. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Swoosh! Gufei's soul silhouette pointed out with a finger. A beam of divine light immediately shot out and pierced through the beast's blurry silhouette. However, the silhouette of the beast was indestructible. As long as the beast's main body existed, the clone would always exist. Bang! The silhouette of the beast's silhouette slapped out and forced Gufei's soul silhouette back. The 2 silhouettes moved quickly in the void. They were so fast that even the saint couldn't catch them. Such speed was truly shocking. However, the battle did not last for long. Gufei's soul silhouette directly used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao and instantly refined the silhouette of the beast silhouette. The crimson-blooded exotic beast was shocked. What kind of divine ability is this? The crimson-blooded, mutated beast roared in rage. Its entire body was filled with baleful aura, and the crimson-blooded scales on its body shone with rays of blood-red light. Mysterious runes could be faintly seen. You think I'll tell you? Gufei smiled. At this moment, his primordial spirit had already rushed back and entered his body. None of the experts had expected the first clash between Gufei and the Crimson Beast to end like this. They had to admit that Gufei was truly powerful. "Come in and fight, if you have the guts," said the Crimson Beast, glaring at Gufei. "Goading me won't work. You'd better stay inside." Gufei ignored the crimson blood exotic beast in the ghost city. Instead, he left the ghost city with Ming Qiong and the black Qilin Tiger Emperor. This Gufei's departure surprised many people. Even old man Qin Huang had a strange expression on his face. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ghost town. The crimson exotic beast struggled, and the clanking sounds of metal chains clashing against each other could be heard. Soon, The ghost town was once again enveloped in a thick aura of death. The black aura of death enveloped the entire ghost town, and blood-red lightning flashed within it. An eerie wind blew through the sky, and soon a rain of blood fell from the sky. That crimson bloodline imperial expert has already become an undying life form. Ming Qiong said in a ruined valley far away from the dead city, "The crimson bloodline imperial expert is not an undying life form." Gu Fei was somewhat surprised by Ming Qiong's words. The crimson bloodline imperial expert is naturally not an undying life form, said Ming Qiong. Even though the crimson bloodline imperial expert was bloodthirsty, they were not an undying life form. However, the crimson exotic beast in the ghost town had already turned itself into an undying life form. The ancient heavenly court lacked vitality, or rather, there was no vitality. Especially in the ghost town, there was no vitality at all. In order to survive, the crimson exotic beast sealed on the altar had naturally thought of all sorts of methods. In the end, it had actually turned itself into an undying life form. This was because only an undying life form could survive in such an extreme environment. One had to know that the crimson exotic beast had been sealed by the master of the ancient heavenly court. The black chains that wrapped around its body were constantly devouring its energy. Even though the crimson exotic beast had the cultivation of a sovereign, it could not withstand this. In the end, it would definitely be exhausted to death. However, when the crimson exotic beast had turned itself into an undying life form, the 4 black chains that wrapped around its body had stopped devouring its energy. This allowed the crimson exotic beast to gather a powerful death energy and become an extremely powerful, undying life form of the ancient heavenly court. The crimson exotic beast was definitely an undying monarch of the ancient heavenly court. Even a quasi-sovereign wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to kill such an existence. Even old man Qin Huang was watching, let alone the others. The great Tao origin left behind by the master of the ancient heavenly court. That's a good thing. Gu Fei thought that the master of the ancient heavenly court was a sovereign. The great Tao origin left behind by a sovereign was the extreme Tao origin. He had never even heard of such a thing. If he could obtain the extreme Tao origin of a sovereign, wouldn't he be able to directly become the second master of the ancient heavenly court? However, the crimson exotic beast in the ghost town would definitely not tell him about it. Even if he helped the crimson exotic beast escape, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the extreme Tao origin. He had to think of a way. Gu Fei asked Ming Qiong about the matters of the Scarlet Blood imperial family in detail. However, Ming Qiong had been imprisoned in the prison domain for a long time. The things he knew were things from an ancient era. No one knew the current situation of the Scarlet Blood imperial family. It was hard to say whether or not this family could continue to exist. It must be known that an ancestor of the Scarlet Blood imperial family had gone missing. Without an ancestor of the imperial family, the Scarlet Blood imperial family had indeed encountered a crisis. Could it be that the crimson exotic beast in the ghost town is the missing ancestor of the Scarlet Blood imperial family? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In fact, Ming Qiong had already thought of this. When he first appeared, the ancestor of the Scarlet Blood imperial family had already gone missing for countless years. No one knew where the Scarlet Blood imperial family's ancestor, who was so powerful that the entire outer domain trembled, had gone. It was impossible for Gu Fei to not be tempted by the extreme Tao origin. However, he was not a fool. He naturally knew who wouldn't want such a precious thing. The crimson exotic beast would definitely not obediently tell him where it was. Let's wait and see first. Gu Fei could not think of a solution at the moment. He could only wait and see. Thus, they temporarily settled down in this valley. Although this was just a valley filled with ruins, Gu Fei took out an immortal palace from his inner world and entered it. Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor left the valley to investigate the situation outside. After Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor left, Gu Fei left a clone in the immortal palace and entered his inner world. However, when he entered his inner world, he discovered that his inner world was in a mess. There were dozens of fairy-like women rampaging in his inner world. More accurately, there were dozens of dead female immortals. For some unknown reason, the dozens of female immortals' corpses at the bottom of the immortal lake had undergone an unknown change and walked out of the immortal lake. These female immortals' corpses did not have any signs of life, nor did they have any aura of death. Instead, they were surrounded by immortal energy as if they had lost their souls. To put it more accurately, they were walking corpses. Both the Meng family and the Undying clan could not handle these soulless immortals. Moreover, the Meng family and the Undying clan did not dare to act rashly. The immortal lake was moved here by Gu Fei. No one dared to touch the things in the immortal lake. As a result, the scene that Gu Fei saw when he entered his inner world appeared. This made Gu Fei speechless. Some of the immortals had even barged into the depths of his inner world. Gu Fei had no choice but to act personally and capture all the immortals back into the immortal lake. Looks like I have to seal this immortal abode for now. Gu Fei immediately set up a sealing formation around the immortal abode. This way, the immortals in the immortal lake would find it difficult to leave the immortal lake. He had originally entered his inner world to check on the immortal lake. There were no problems with the immortal lake, and the 9 peach trees were growing well. The extreme yin and extreme yang immortal sources in the immortal lake had already fused well with Gu Fei's inner world. This made Gu Fei very satisfied. This was the immortal transformation lake of the ancient heavenly court. It contained the extreme yin and extreme yang source of the immortal Tao. Even if a pig was thrown into the immortal transformation lake, it would become an immortal. With this immortal transformation lake, Gu Fei would be able to mass-produce immortals. The legendary ancient heavenly court had so many immortal soldiers and generals guarding the 3 realms and 6 Daos because of the immortal transformation lake. As for the 9 immortality peach trees at the side of the immortal transformation lake, they were quasi-undying divine medicines. These kinds of quasi-undying divine medicines were rarely seen in the world. Eating the immortality peaches could change a cultivator's constitution, and quite a few experts had long since appeared. Although Gu Fei didn't have much ambition, he knew what the immortal transformation lake and the peach of immortality meant. To a certain extent, he could use the immortal transformation lake and the peach of immortality to create many experts. These 2 items would definitely make any expert's eyes go red with envy. After sealing the immortal lake, Gu Fei went to the ancestral grounds of the Meng family. He summoned the patriarch of the Meng family and put him in charge of the immortal lake. Then he went to the Undying clan and summoned the 3 Undying emperors. After giving them some instructions, he left the inner world. Chapter 29:38. Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor had returned with good news. An imperial clan was preparing to attack the ghost city and slay the crimson beast inside. An imperial clan is going to attack the ghost city. Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed when he heard the news. To him, the more chaotic it was, the better, because the more chaotic it was, the more he could fish in troubled waters. Which imperial clan is it? Gu Fei sat on his throne in the great hall of the valley. He supported his chin with one hand and looked down at Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. I heard that it's from the Buzhou ancestral star. Ming Qiong said. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. There were only 2 monarch clans on the Buzhou ancestral star, the Golden Emperor clan and the Purple Cloud Emperor clan. The Golden Imperial clan once produced a golden sovereign, and the Violet Cloud Imperial clan also produced a sovereign. The two imperial clans possessed supreme inheritances. No matter which imperial clan attacked, it would be a fierce battle. However, it was not hard to imagine that one of the imperial clans might have discovered something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked the creature in the ghost city despite knowing how powerful it was. "Master, what should we do?" Ming Qiong asked. "What else can we do? We'll just watch from the sidelines," Gu Fei said lazily. Watch from the sidelines." Ming Qiong was very surprised. This didn't seem to be his master's personality. His master was not someone who would quietly watch from the sidelines. At this moment, a powerful existence entered the ancient heavenly court's ruins. It was a tall figure shrouded in dazzling golden light. Within the dazzling golden light, golden runes interweaved. Those were golden Tao patterns. Each of the golden Tao patterns emitted a powerful aura of the great Tao. This expert's body emitted a nearly perfect great Tao aura. All the experts who saw this figure were incomparably shocked. This was because this was a quasi-sovereign. The appearance of a quasi-sovereign shook the world. The quasi-sovereign's great Tao law was already close to perfection. Even saints had to retreat when the aura of a sovereign spread out. There were still quasi-supremes in this world. However, this kind of expert would not easily appear. Even in the mortal realm and the heavenly realm, there were definitely not many of such experts. The sudden appearance of this golden grade quasi-sovereign caused everyone to feel a great pressure, because in the current world, extreme grade sovereigns were basically impossible to see, and quasi-sovereigns were the strongest existences in the human world and the heavenly realm. After entering the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, the gold-class quasi-sovereign took a step forward, and a golden path appeared beneath his feet, extending into the distance. This quasi-supreme being stepped on the golden path and directly disappeared into the void. He instantly went far away and disappeared under the dark, starry sky. In the next moment, the golden figure appeared outside the ghost town. So it's the Golden Imperial clan. They're really fast. On top of a stone mountain outside the ghost town, a black-robed youth muttered to himself as he stared at the golden silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of the ghost town. Behind the black-robed youth stood two powerful figures. The aura of the quasi-supreme being spread out from the body that emitted dazzling golden radiance. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles became a forbidden zone for saints. Saints below the great saint realm could not withstand the supreme aura that spread out from the quasi-supreme being. Even Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, who were standing behind Gu Fei, felt a great pressure. However, the aura that spread out from Gu Fei's body enveloped them and counteracted most of the pressure from the quasi-supreme being. It turned out that the Golden Imperial clan was going to attack the living being in the ghost town, and they came so quickly. Roar. At this time, a furious roar resounded from within the ghost town. An extremely terrifying death aura surged out from the ghost town. A huge figure appeared in the sky above the ghost town, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws at the golden figure outside the ghost town, as if it was going to pounce on the golden grade quasi-sovereign at any time. Another one who's coming to die? A wave of divine sense spread out from the ghost town, and after that, the clanking sound of iron chains colliding could be heard from the ghost town. The living being in the ghost town was incomparably insolent. Even though the other party was a quasi-supreme, it didn't seem to put the other party in its eyes. This made Gu Fei a little surprised. Could it be that the fellow in the ghost town was so powerful that he could ignore a quasi-supreme being? "I'll kill you," the golden grade quasi-sovereign said. After that, he took a step forward and instantly entered the ghost town and directly attacked the undying living being. a great battle broke out, and a terrifying wave spread out from the ghost town, causing the entire ghost town to shake. The powerful energy of a quasi-supreme had shaken the entire ancient city. This was the terrifying battle strength of a quasi-supreme. It could even shake the void where the ancient heavenly court was located. The quasi-supreme had made his move, and this wasn't a small matter. One should know that many people were staring at the ghost town, and the appearance of a quasi-supreme had caused a commotion. After so many years, a living being of this level had finally jumped out and appeared in the eyes of the people. Golden Imperial Clan. How many years has it been? To think that this fellow is still alive. Outside the ghost town, in the air, a figure muttered to himself. This person was none other than Old Man Qin Huang of the Qin clan. This old man had an extremely great origin. He was an old ancestor of the Qin clan. The Qin clan was a power that had existed for countless years. There was naturally a reason for their existence. A clan with a quasi-supreme martial artist overseeing it would not decline, and no one would be able to shake such a clan unless it was a supreme martial artist or a human emperor who made a move. Other than Old Man Qin Huang, Gu Fei also discovered the Fire Emperor in the air. The Fire Emperor had already taken that step. He naturally had the qualifications to spectate the battle. Other than the Fire Emperor, Gu Fei also sensed two extremely concealed auras. Clearly, there were quasi-supreme beings hiding at the side and didn't reveal their true bodies. Rumble, it was as if the ghost town was in an uproar. Streaks of pitch-black spatial cracks extended out from within, and sonorous noises rang out incessantly. That undying creature was roaring, displaying power that was enough to contend against a quasi-supreme being, a life form from the outer realm. Such a voice rang out from within the ghost town. The golden quasi-supreme being made his move. The laws of 10,000 Daos rumbled and transformed into extremely terrifying golden Dao swords that pierced through the crimson-blooded mutated beast that was trapped between the four stone pillars. That crimson-blooded beast didn't dare to be slow. One must know that this was a quasi-supreme, a powerful existence only inferior to extreme Dao sovereigns. If a supreme being didn't appear, a quasi-supreme would be invincible. You want to kill me? You aren't strong enough. The crimson-blooded beast roared in rage. It was both shocked and infuriated. One must know that if it was at its peak, it would be able to kill this fellow with a single slap. Old Man Heaven Emperor. When the crimson-blooded beast thought of how it would end up in such a state, it almost went crazy. It wanted nothing more than to tear that Heaven Emperor into pieces. This beast was extremely ferocious. It waved the chains around its body, shattering the countless golden Dao swords that shot towards it. Roar! The crimson-blooded beast opened its mouth and spat out a crimson-colored flame that burned towards the golden quasi-supreme. The moment this crimson-blooded flame appeared, it actually burned the void. One must know that the void of the ancient heavenly court was exceptionally stable. It was a void that had been specially reinforced and refined by a supreme being. Even a saint sovereign would find it hard to shake it, let alone shatter the void here. The demonic energy contained within the crimson-blooded flame was too powerful. However, it couldn't even withstand a single blow from a golden quasi-supreme. The golden figure extended his hand. A powerful suction force immediately gushed out from his palm, directly grabbing the crimson-blooded flame that was burning towards him and completely refining it. Swish! The golden figure directly pointed out with a finger. A golden light shot out, piercing through the crimson-blooded beast's forehead. Within the golden light, there were golden Dao patterns. This was the embodiment of a nearly perfect great Dao. However, when this golden light pierced through the crimson-blooded beast's forehead, it actually couldn't penetrate its skull. The physique of a supreme being. The golden quasi-supreme was shocked. The opponent's physique was too powerful. Even he couldn't penetrate it. How could he fight against it? Ha! Only now do you know that this daddy was once a supreme being. What can you do to me? The crimson-blooded beast laughed maniacally. What? Outside the ghost city, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This crimson-blooded beast was actually once an invincible, supreme being. This was truly unbelievable. The physique of a supreme being was definitely the strongest physique in the world. Only an extreme, divine weapon could injure this physique. However, Gu Fei didn't want to make a move, at least not for the time being. However, the Golden Imperial clan was a cultivation clan that once had an extreme supreme being. There was definitely something left behind by a supreme being in the Golden Imperial clan. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from the ghost city. An immortal golden light suddenly appeared in the ghost city. Following that, a miserable scream rang out from the ghost city. The crimson-blooded beast, was incomparably shocked. Another resplendent golden light appeared. With a clanging sound, a metal chain was severed by the golden light. That metal chain immediately turned into a black dragon and fiercely pounced towards the golden figure. The crimson-blooded beast was extremely powerful. Even though the Golden Quasi-Supreme used an extreme divine weapon, he still dared to fight against the Golden Quasi-Supreme. The Golden Quasi-Supreme, who used an extreme divine weapon, had the absolute upper hand. He was practically suppressing the crimson-blooded beast. The immortal golden light constantly appeared, and the scarlet blood supreme being's arms were chopped off one after another. Roar! The crimson-blooded beast roared crazily. The blood on its body was burning, turning into streaks of crimson runes that imprinted themselves on the Golden Quasi-Supreme. Every single crimson rune emitted a torrential blood-red light that dyed the entire heaven and earth the color of blood. It was as if a terrifying sea of blood had appeared in the ghost city. This, Chapter 2939, the crimson-blooded beast that was imprisoned in the ghost town was extremely ferocious. It didn't hesitate to ignite its own blood essence to fight against the Golden Quasi-Supreme. Dark black blood flowers blossomed on his body, then flew up and emitted endless blood light as they flew towards the Golden Quasi-Supreme being's imprint. That was the blood of a supreme being. Although there wasn't much of the supreme being's power left in the blood essence, it still emitted a terrifying aura. Every single blood flower seemed as if it wanted to shatter the heavens and earth, annihilate the universe. Rumble, the void trembled. At this point in the battle, the crimson-blooded beast was fighting with its life on the line. It didn't hesitate to use up the last bit of the supreme being's blood in its body. This supreme being's blood essence was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. If it was an ordinary supreme being, he or she might encounter great trouble, as their body would be instantly penetrated by this supreme being's blood essence. However, the Golden Quasi-Supreme Being came prepared. With the extreme divine weapon in his hand, he was impervious to all evils. With a shake of the extreme divine weapon in his hand, the blossoms of blood that were flying towards him exploded one after another, turning into a blood mist that dissipated in the air. The Supreme Being's blood was being destroyed one after another. Buzz! An immortal golden light blossomed from the Golden Quasi-Supreme's hand. Every single golden light pierced through the void. Clang! Two sounds of metal clashing resounded. Then, the last two black chains that were entangling the crimson-blooded beast were severed by the immortal golden light. The extreme divine weapon in the Golden Quasi-Supreme's hand was actually a golden lotus. The immortal golden light emitted from the golden lotus. Ha! The crimson-blooded beast laughed. Although its body was penetrated by the golden lotus light emitted from the Golden Quasi-Supreme's hand, it was still laughing. It was finally free. After being imprisoned for so many years, it didn't hesitate to sever its supreme being cultivation to become an undying life form. It only had one goal, and that was to survive. Now, not only did it survive, it was also free. Roar! The crimson-blooded beast roared in rage. It immediately turned into a blood light and soared into the sky, wanting to escape from the ghost town. However, the golden quasi-supreme would not let it escape so easily. The golden lotus in his hand flew up and instantly enveloped the entire sky. Boom! The crimson light that the exotic beast had turned into collided with the layer of golden light spreading from the golden god lotus, and was repelled. You don't push me too far. The crimson-blooded beast was both shocked and furious. The other party had an extreme divine weapon, so it was at a disadvantage. The last bit of supreme being blood in its body was also about to be used up. At this moment, the crimson beast's body had already recovered. Even the places that were pierced by the immortal golden light were the same. There was still the remaining sovereign blood in its body. Even if it was injured by a sovereign divine weapon, it could still recover. So what if I force you? The golden quasi-supreme being said. With the extreme Tao divine weapon in his hands, he wasn't afraid that this undying creature would overturn the heavens. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? The crimson beast said through gritted teeth. It's a pity that the fish will die this time, but the net won't break. His tone was still as calm as before. No one could see his appearance clearly. He was like a golden phantom, but he gave off a feeling of being extremely powerful and invincible. That might not be the case. Maybe the net will break, but the fish won't die. The crimson beast sneered. It stared at the golden quasi-supreme being with an ominous glint flickering in its blood-red eyes. Let's give it a try then. The golden quasi-supreme being was incomparably domineering. At this moment, the energy emitted from the golden divine lotus had already enveloped the entire ghost city. Even a quasi-supreme being wouldn't be able to rush out from the ghost city. At this moment, a divine lotus floated above the ghost city, actually dispersing all the death aura. A divine and powerful aura filled the space between heaven and earth. At this moment, outside the ghost city, Gu Fei sensed that the extreme Tao divine weapon in his body was actually reacting to the golden divine lotus. The mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, and that peerlessly ominous saber were all humming. The extreme Tao divine weapon seemed to be awakening. This caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. He was incomparably shocked. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the gaze of the golden figure in the ghost city was directed at him. At this moment, the crimson beast that was trapped in the ghost city suddenly let out a sinister laugh. After that, an extremely resplendent blood-red light rushed out from the top of its head. It was like a blood-red divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth, emitting endless blood-red light, illuminating the entire world in the color of blood. This is on the stone mountain outside the ghost city. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked as he looked at the scene in the ghost city. Within that blood-red light, there was actually a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Sovereign's blood, that was actually a ball of sovereign's blood. The aura of a sovereign erupted from that ball of blood-red light. Gu Fei immediately activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping himself, Ming Qiong, and the black Qilin Tiger Emperor, isolating them from the sovereign's aura. Sovereign's blood. Within the ghost city, the near-immortal figure exclaimed. The aura emitted by this blood was too powerful. He had no choice but to recall the golden divine lotus to protect himself. Swoosh! That ball of blood-red light instantly turned into a blood saber and slashed upwards. The power of a sovereign erupted, and the scarlet blood saber light instantly broke through the layer of golden light that enveloped the sky. This was the collision of the sovereign's power. The blood saber formed from the sovereign's blood seemed to be able to slice through the entire world with a single slash, slashing through the sky. The stars in the sky were all trembling, as though they could fall from the sky at any time. The Crimson Beast took advantage of this opportunity and directly soared into the sky, charging out of the ghost city. Ha ha! The net is broken, but the fish isn't dead. How about it? The Crimson Beast laughed maniacally as it directly charged into the sky. Roar! The immortal golden figure let out a furious roar, causing the entire ancient city to shake violently. Sinister cracks appeared on the surface of the city, as though it could collapse at any time. The golden quasi-sovereign was infuriated. He directly rode his golden divine lotus and soared into the sky, chasing after the Crimson Beast. However, the blood saber formed from the sovereign's blood slashed towards the golden quasi-sovereign at this moment, stopping him. Preposterous! The golden quasi-sovereign attacked furiously. The golden divine lotus in his hand emitted rays of immortal golden light, blocking the incoming blood saber. Then, a ball of golden flames surged out from the golden divine lotus and burned the blood saber. It was a supreme Tao flame formed from interweaving golden runes. The supreme Tao flame that erupted from the extreme Tao divine weapon caused the blood saber's radiance to dim. However, this blood saber was formed from the sovereign's blood, so it wasn't an easy task to refine it. Rumble. High up in the sky, the void trembled. The golden supreme flame of the way wrapped around the blood knife formed by the blood of supremacy. The two kinds of supremacy's power intertwined, and the essence of the blood of supremacy was constantly being destroyed by the golden supreme flame of the way. At this time, the golden quasi-sovereign couldn't split himself to chase after the Crimson Beast. However, even though the golden quasi-sovereign couldn't split himself, Gu Fei still chased after it. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to escape into the void, leaving no traces behind. Aside from Gu Fei, there were other powerful existences that chased after the golden quasi-sovereign. By the time the golden quasi-sovereign finished refining the sovereign's blood, more than half a day had passed. The Crimson Beast was long gone. At this time, Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor didn't follow Gu Fei. Instead, they lingered around the ghost town. They waited for the golden quasi-sovereign to refine the sovereign's blood and leave the ghost town before entering the ghost town. The Crimson Beast wasn't bad. Even though it had turned into an undying life form, it still had a ball of sovereign's blood sealed in its body. In fact, the Crimson Beast had a far-sighted vision. It had left behind a ball of sovereign's blood in consideration of its future. With that ball of sovereign's blood, it would be able to turn its undead life-form body back into a sovereign's body after breaking free. That way, it could become an invincible sovereign once again. However, the Crimson Beast didn't expect the golden quasi-sovereign to rush over with an extreme divine weapon. It had messed up its plans, so it could only use the ball of sovereign's blood sealed in its body to stop the golden quasi-sovereign. However, the Crimson Beast had lost the opportunity to turn its undead life-form body into a sovereign's body. The Crimson Beast hated the golden quasi-sovereign to the core. However, the golden quasi-sovereign was holding an extreme divine weapon. It wasn't a match for him, so it could only choose to run. Gu Fei tailed the Crimson Beast. The Crimson Beast charged into the depths of the ancient heavenly court. Soon, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. It was a completely pitch-black mountain. However, there was primal chaos chi swirling around that enormous mountain. When it got closer, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that it was only half a mountain. The upper half of the mountain had fallen to the ground and turned into a huge mountain range. There was chaotic aura lingering at the place where the mountain was broken. What's going on? Could it be that in the great battle back, then, even this chaotic divine mountain was broken in half? Gu Fei's heart shuddered. One should know that this mountain was a chaotic divine mountain. It wasn't something that could be destroyed by ordinary sacred level beings. A great battle between supremes had taken place in the ancient heavenly court back then. Only a great battle between supremes could destroy this chaotic divine mountain and the ancient heavenly court. The crimson beast soared into the sky and arrived at the place where the chaotic divine mountain was broken. Then it charged into the chaotic aura. What's going on? Gu Fei was surprised to see this. What was the crimson beast trying to do by escaping here? At that moment, Gu Fei sensed other auras appearing in the distance. Some experts had chased after them. They hid themselves in the distance and didn't reveal themselves. These guys. Chapter 2940. Today's weather was pretty good. The wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. The southern mountain range and the Luoxia mountain range were as tranquil as ever. The people of the Luoxia city worked from sunrise to sunset, living a peaceful life. Although the Luoxia city was located in the middle of the mountain, it wasn't a big city and it wasn't completely isolated from the rest of the world. However, the people of the Luoxia city had very little contact with the outside world. For the people of the Luoxia city, it was a paradise. They were used to living a peaceful life, and they enjoyed it very much. If the Luoxia city was a paradise in the Luoxia mountain range, then the Luoxia courtyard outside the Luoxia city was a paradise within a paradise. At this time, the sun was already high up in the sky. On the jade steps outside the Luoxia courtyard, a fire qilin was lying down and yawning lazily. It seemed as if it was still asleep. The courtyard was filled with pavilions, terraces, small bridges, and flowing water. In addition, there was a faintly discernible immortal light lingering in the air. This place was absolutely worthy of being called an immortal land. In fact, the Luoxia courtyard was built by the Luoxia city lord for his granddaughter Yen to live in. There was only a low-quality spiritual vein under the courtyard. However, ever since Yen moved in, everything changed. Under Yen remodeling, an ordinary spiritual land had turned into a celestial land. At this time, in the backyard of the courtyard, a beautiful silhouette was sitting on a stone bench beside a small lake. She was propping up her cheeks and teasing a fist-sized fluffy chick in front of her. Why was he gone for so long? The white-clothed woman said. She raised her head and looked towards the sky. The chick in front of her was lying on the table. It was tidying up the hair on its body that was messed up by the white-clothed woman. At this time, high up in the sky, in the depths of the starry sky, a black mass was gradually approaching the heavenly continent. This mass was incomparably huge, just like a continent. Some of the super experts of the heavenly realm were already aware of the seriousness of the problem. If the ancient heavenly court ruins collided with the heavenly realm, it would be a disaster. No one was willing to see this scene. However, at this time, a chase was taking place inside the ancient heavenly court ruins. The crimson blood beast was finally free after it escaped from the ghost town. It charged into the depths of the ancient heavenly court ruins and arrived in front of a chaos divine mountain. The chaotic divine mountain was a divine mountain that had been nurtured in the primal chaos before the world was created. This was the center of the ancient heavenly court. The entire ancient heavenly court was built with this chaos divine mountain as the center. However, this immortal mountain had actually been broken by someone. This caused Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. One must know that the entire mountain had been nurtured in the primal chaos for countless years. Apart from extreme supremes, no one could destroy this mountain. The Great War of Extreme Tao destroyed this divine mountain. Chaotic energy was spewing out from where the chaos divine mountain was broken. It was as if a chaotic world was evolving there, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. By the time Gu Fei caught up, the Crimson Beast had already charged into the mass of chaotic aura above the chaotic divine mountain. However, Gu Fei didn't dare to rashly charge in. He didn't know what was inside the chaotic aura. He wasn't an impulsive person. Planning before acting was his style. Only then could he reach this point and become an existence that could take that step forward. Not long after Gu Fei arrived, he sensed an obscure aura nearby. It was a powerful existence whose cultivation was definitely not below his own. Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. When he used the anti-void secret art, no one could sense his presence. The mysterious expert was also observing and didn't make a move. However, the void near the chaotic divine mountain quickly collapsed. Then, a door of light appeared in the void. A dozen powerful figures rushed out of the door of light and appeared between heaven and earth. After the dozen figures rushed out of the light gate immediately disappeared into the void. Gu Fei didn't expect the mysterious expert to make a move so quickly. This expert was still hiding in the void, but he released a dozen subordinates to spearhead the attack. The cultivation of these experts wasn't weak. The leader was even a great sage. Of course, the existence of the great sage realm wasn't enough in the ancient heavenly court ruins. Only existences, at least at the holy venerate level, were qualified to compete for the various divine treasures in the ancient ruins. The great sage directly led his group of subordinates into the chaos and disappeared. Chaotic divine light flashed in the chaos from time to time. After half an hour, someone rushed out of the chaos above the chaotic divine mountain in fear. This person wasn't the great sage leading the team, but a sage. This sage was covered in blood. There was a big hole in his chest, and crystal clear sage blood was seeping out of the wound. Sage blood was different from other blood. Sage blood contained the divine path law. For ordinary cultivators, sage blood was definitely more precious than divine medicine. A drop of sage blood could refine a furnace of great medicine. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but be taken aback. At this moment, the sage who rushed out of the chaos seemed to be scared out of his wits. He frantically rushed into the distant sky. A cold snort sounded in the distant sky. Then a big hand directly grabbed out of the void and grabbed the sage who had fallen into madness. Swoosh! At that moment, a beam of golden light peeked out from the distance. Before that gigantic hand could grab that saint, that beam of golden light had already wrapped around that saint and pulled him away. Then a figure stepped out of the void. The figure seemed to be surrounded by stars. With just one step, he instantly caught up to the saint who had been swept away by the golden light. He then slammed his palm towards the void in front of him. Rumble, the void trembled, and a river of stars rushed out of the expert's hand, colliding with the other side. The extremely powerful power of the stars erupted. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but be surprised. So this guy actually cultivated the star power. It seemed like this guy was a star quasi-sovereign. There were cultivators who could condense the star power and cultivate to become an extremely powerful existence. Humph! A cold laugh was heard from the opposite side of the star quasi-sovereign. Then an unbelievably powerful figure walked out of the void. Swoosh! With a swipe of his finger, the starry sky that was charging towards him was sliced into two. The dazzling starlight instantly dimmed. At this moment, the power of a quasi-sovereign spread out. How could the sage, who was swept away by the golden light, withstand such power? Puffed! a ball of bloody light appeared, and the physical body of the sage, who was swept away by the golden light, was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Only a ball of divine light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, a huge golden hand reached out from afar and grabbed the primordial spirit of the sage. What? The quasi-sovereign Xingchen and the other quasi-sovereign were both taken aback. At this moment, the huge golden hand retracted, and a golden figure stepped on a golden path from afar and walked over. The powerful aura of a quasi-sovereign emanated from his body, a quasi-sovereign of the monarch clan. The star quasi-sovereign and the figure that seemed to have completely fused with the void were shocked when they saw the golden quasi-sovereign. This madman has finally come. Previously, this madman had killed his way into the city of death and caused the Crimson Beast to flee desperately, not daring to fight against him. Many people knew about the origin of this quasi-sovereign. The reputation of the golden imperial clan of the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star was like thunder to the ears of the cultivators of the soaring dragon ancestral star. There was also the Ziyun clan of the Buzhou ancestral star that had arrived at the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. There was naturally a mysterious passage connecting the 5 ancestral stars of the human realm. It was not necessary to use the ancient road of the human race to travel to and from the various galaxies with life. The ancient road of the human race was just a path of training. It was a harsh test for the human race that had set foot on the ancient road. Countless cultivators who had set foot on the path of cultivation wanted to become an expert. However, it was definitely not an easy task to become an expert. Chaotic life form. At this moment, the golden quasi-sovereign spoke. He had directly read the primordial spirit of the sage that had rushed out from the chaos, and he knew what had happened in the chaos. Since none of you dare to enter, I'll be the vanguard. The golden quasi-supreme martial artist looked around before taking a step forward. Stepping on the golden path, he charged into the primordial chaos of the Chaos Divine Mountain. The primordial spirit of the sage that he had grabbed in his hand dissipated with the wind. A powerful sage had actually fallen just like that. His body and soul were completely destroyed. In other words, he could not even be a ghost anymore. Since the golden quasi-sovereign wanted to be the vanguard, the other quasi-sovereigns who were hiding at the side were naturally happy to see it happen. However, after the golden quasi-sovereign charged into the chaos, he seemed to have disappeared. Even the aura of an expert like the golden quasi-sovereign had completely disappeared. What was there in the chaos that could actually isolate the powerful aura of a quasi-sovereign? An hour passed, but the golden quasi-sovereign did not come out. 2 hours passed, and it was still the same. No one knew what had happened in the chaos. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. The golden quasi-sovereign would not be in trouble, and he would not be trapped in the chaos because he had the golden lotus of extreme Tao. Chapter 2941. Near the broken, chaotic divine mountain, some experts could no longer sit still. That was because the golden quasi-sovereign had already entered the chaotic void above the sacred mountain for a long time, but there was still no sign of him coming out. One must know that the golden quasi-sovereign had the extreme golden lotus. Other than the extreme supremes or quasi-sovereigns with extreme divine weapons, no one could do anything to him. If there was really any creation in the chaotic void above the sacred mountain, it would probably have been taken by the golden quasi-sovereign. Swoosh! A black shadow silently rushed towards the chaotic void above the sacred mountain. With just one step, it disappeared into the chaotic void. Another quasi-supreme being charged into the chaotic void. At this moment, some of the quasi-sovereigns who were hiding near the chaotic divine mountain appeared. Among them, A lady in white was the most eye-catching because she was the only female quasi-sovereign. What shocked Gu Fei was that the aura of the lady in white seemed familiar, as if he had known her before. He was curious as to why he would have such a feeling. Although the female quasi-sovereign had appeared, no one could see her face. She was enveloped by the power of the great Tao. Even Gu Fei, who was also a quasi-sovereign, could only see a blurry silhouette. How is this possible? Gu Fei was puzzled. Among the people he knew, there was no female quasi-sovereign. But why did he feel a sense of familiarity towards this female quasi-sovereign? The other quasi-supremes were all watching from afar, but very soon another quasi-supremes walked over from the distance and then entered the primal chaos void. Moreover, after these quasi-sovereigns entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain, they seemed to have disappeared. None of them came out. Could it be a trap? Someone said something like that. A trap that can kill a quasi-sovereign. That doesn't seem impossible. Someone muttered, if that was really the case, and 3 quasi-sovereigns were trapped inside, it would be a huge event that would shake the entire human world and heavenly realm. It would cause unimaginable waves. Gu Fei was in no hurry. He continued to observe. During this period, he sensed the auras of the Fire Emperor and Old Man Qin Huang. The 2 quasi-supremes had already arrived near the Chaos Divine Mountain. Old Man Qin Huang was a super antique, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He stared at the place where the chaotic divine mountain was broken, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was extremely grave. Just as the group of quasi-supremes gathered near the chaotic divine mountain, there were quite a few silhouettes appearing in the ghost city that was nearly destroyed by the battle between the golden grade quasi-supremes and the scarlet blood exotic beasts. Some people thought that there should be a lot of good things inside the ghost city. However, after those people entered the ghost city, they discovered that the dangers inside the ghost city were truly unimaginable. Someone accidentally stepped on a drop of blood on the ground, and he immediately turned into a pool of blood. Not only was his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones destroyed, but even his soul was melted away by a strange power. There were also people who were enveloped by an inconspicuous cloud of dust, and then their entire bodies turned into a cloud of dust, completely disappearing. The things in the ghost city were simply too strange. They looked ordinary, but once someone touched them, they would immediately die in the ghost city. Perhaps only the golden grade quasi-supremes, the strongest existences in the mortal world and heavenly realm, could walk around the ghost city without any worries. What's going on? I clearly sensed the aura of that world, but why can't I sense it anymore? Ming Qiong muttered to himself on the roof of a house in the ghost city. He carefully sensed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything. Master, are you sure that you can really sense the aura of your hometown? The black Qilin tiger emperor standing behind Ming Qiong said. You're doubting me? Ming Qiong said angrily. I don't dare. The black Qilin tiger emperor hurriedly said. Ming Qiong didn't say anything else and directly walked towards the next location. In the ghost city, he had to be very careful and cautious, or even he would be in danger. During the time when the ancient heavenly court's ruins appeared, Gu Ling and her disciples who had set foot on the primordial ancestral star were chased by people, and they almost died. They hid in a dangerous place and were blocked inside. They were in a very bad situation. Those who dared to chase after them were naturally not good people. Among these people, the Dongfang family made up the majority. Only the people of the Dongfang family dared to hunt down Gu Ling and the others in the open. The others were all secretive and only dared to act in the dark. One must know that Gu Ling was Gu Fei's beloved daughter. Not everyone dared to openly oppose Gu Fei. This was a mountain range filled with murderous aura. The entire mountain range had a strange blood-red color, as if it had just been dyed red by immortal blood. Many cultivators had gathered at the entrance of this mountain range. The person in the lead was the Dongfang family's elder, who had been taught a terrible lesson by Gu Ling and the others. "Elder, why don't we just kill our way in?" A young cultivator behind the elder asked. The Dongfang family's elder was looking at the blood-red mountain range in front of them. "Idiot, do you know what this place is? This is the Blood Demon Ridge, a dangerous place of great danger. It's a famous danger zone on the ancient path of the human race." The Dongfang family's elder was furious. "But we can't just stand here like this." The Dongfang family's elite said, "How dare you speak out when I say you're stupid? Scram!" The Dongfang family's elder was furious. This guy was too useless. What kind of place was the Blood Demon Ridge? How could he just barge into it? The Dongfang family's elite was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He obediently shut up. "Humph, let's see how long you can hide in there." The Dongfang family's elder looked at the mountain range and sneered. "Master, what do we do now? They're guarding outside. We can't go out." Yen spoke to Gu Ling in a cave in a call in the Blood Demon Ridge. Meng Long and Zhao Hao were both looking at Gu Ling. "Hee, let those guys wait outside. Let's see how long they can hold out." Gu Ling smiled slyly. This, Yen, and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Ling and the others were in danger, but they could still hold on. But this danger zone was truly frightening. There were unknown life forms roaming about, while Gu Ling and the others were stuck in the Blood Demon Ridge, in the heavenly world, in the depths of the endless starry sky, in the chaotic sacred mountain of the ancient heavenly court. The white-robed female quasi-supremacy finally moved. She took a step forward and instantly entered the chaotic void, disappearing inside. Chapter 2942. There were already a few quasi-supremes who entered the chaos above the chaotic divine mountain, but none of them returned. None of them came out. No one knew what was in the chaos. Some guessed that it was a trap, while others guessed that there might be great opportunities inside. Otherwise, those quasi-supremes would have come out. At this moment, even the white-robed female quasi-supremes could not sit still. She charged into the chaotic void and disappeared into the chaotic aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. With a thought, a figure immediately walked out of his body and turned into another him. Then he walked out of the void. Fire Emperor, who was hidden in the sky, could not help but be stunned when he saw Gu Fei walk out. This guy had always been cautious. Why couldn't he sit still this time? Even old man Qin Huang was surprised. Gu Fei's incarnation was so fake that no one could see through it. Even old man Qin Huang could not tell that it was just an incarnation. While his real body was hidden in the void, Gu Fei's incarnation took a step forward and instantly entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain. Gu Fei's incarnation had the power of the secret technique of the immortal path, successfully deceiving everyone. This was the safest method. Gu Fei's real body was still hidden in the void. He did not take action personally, but he released an incarnation into the chaotic void to take the lead. Gu Fei used the indestructible battle body. This is the moment Gu Fei's indestructible battle body clone entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain. A bolt of chaotic lightning struck towards him. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body clone quickly raised his hand and blocked the bolt of chaotic lightning. It turned out that the chaotic light that flashed continuously in the chaotic void was this kind of chaotic lightning. This kind of chaotic lightning carried a terrifying aura of destruction. If an ordinary sage was struck by the primal chaos lightning, he would be half dead, if not dead. Gu Fei's indestructible clone kept moving forward. A ball of golden light spread out from his body, blocking out the chaotic aura and chaotic lightning that flashed from time to time. Rumble, this part of the primal chaos void, was extremely chaotic. From time to time, thunderclaps could be heard, and the primal chaos essence violently collided and rubbed against each other, producing streaks of primal chaos lightning. After traveling for an unknown period of time, Gu Fei's indestructible avatar suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation coming from the front. Then he saw an incomparably shocking scene. In the chaos void in front of him, there were actually many things floating in the air. The smell of blood wafted into Gu Fei's nose. Then he saw a broken magic tool and a bloody corpse. It's the sages who entered this place before. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown. The subordinate of the Quasi-Supreme had died here. He counted carefully, and there were actually 9 corpses floating in the air. These were all the corpses of the sages. In addition to the sage who had rushed out crazily, the dozen or so subordinates of the Quasi-Supreme had almost been annihilated. The remaining few sages were nowhere to be found, and they were more likely to have perished than survived. Under careful observation, Gu Fei's clone found that these sages' deaths were a little unusual. Their bodies were too badly damaged, as if they had been bitten by some terrifying beast. The sage weapons that these people used were also in a state of being shattered. It was obvious that this was a sign that the sage weapons had been hit by a huge force and had been shattered. To be able to shatter a sacred artifact, Gu Fei's clone could not help but be shocked. Who killed these people? Gu Fei's clone was very curious. At this moment, a sound that sounded like a beast's roar suddenly came from the chaotic aura nearby. At the same time, Gu Fei's clone felt that he had been targeted by some living being in the dark. Could it be that the unknown living being that had killed these people was still lingering nearby? This seemed a little unbelievable. One must know that there were several Quasi-Supremes who had entered the primal chaos void before him. Even if there was an unknown living being occupying this chaotic void, it was impossible for the few Quasi-Supreme to not notice it. Once discovered by a Quasi-Supreme, there was no reason for them not to be killed. However, in the chaotic aura ahead, an unknown, powerful living being had truly appeared. Streaks of chaotic lightning shot out from the chaotic aura ahead, wreaking havoc in the chaotic aura. Just as Gu Fei's clone was still in shock, a roar suddenly sounded from the chaotic aura in front of him, and the entire chaotic aura immediately shook violently. Gu Fei's clone was shocked to discover that the mass of primal chaos chi in front of him had erupted with a ball of dazzling primal chaos lightning. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the ball of primal chaos lightning. The chaotic aura dissipated, and a beast appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei's clone was shocked when he saw the ferocious beast. It was a ferocious beast that had been extinct for countless years. The ferocious beast was covered in black scales and had the head of a qilin. However, its body was similar to a dragon's, but it was very different from a dragon's body. Gu Fei's clone noticed that the beast's tail was short and small. Chaotic lightning beast. Gu Fei's clone stared at the beast in front of him and muttered to himself. It was no wonder that these sages had to die here. It turned out that these people were too unlucky to have encountered such an extinct primordial beast. The primal chaos lightning beast was a powerful beast that was born from the primal chaos. This lightning beast was incomparably ferocious. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the corpses floating in the primal chaos, swallowing them into its stomach. Humph! Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but snort coldly. This chaotic lightning beast was showing off to him. He could clearly see a trace of disdain in the eyes of the chaotic lightning beast. It's just a beast. Do you think you can eat me for sure? Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled as a wave of spiritual will spread out from his body. Human, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you up? Immediately, a voice rang out in the heart of Gu Fei's clone. This was a communication through spiritual will. There was no need for words to communicate. One could understand what the other party wanted to say. Hee, I'm used to being arrogant. Can't help it. Gu Fei's clone shrugged. You seem to be a little different. The Chaos Lightning Beast seemed to be able to tell that Gu Fei's clone was a little different from the others, but it wasn't so sure. However, it knew that this clone was much stronger than the humans it had eaten before. Come, let me see what kind of abilities you have, you bastard. Chapter 2943. The arrogance and disdain displayed by Gu Fei's clone infuriated the Chaos Lightning Beast. Roar! The Chaos Lightning Beast let out a loud roar. Countless bolts of lightning shot out from the body of this ancient beast. Every single bolt of lightning tore through the void. The destructive aura it exuded was terrifying. Swoosh! In the next moment, the Chaos Lightning Beast turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Gu Fei's clone. Its speed was as fast as lightning. However, Gu Fei's clone was not slow either. Just as the Chaos Lightning Beast pounced towards him, he turned into a golden ray of sword light and slashed forward. Buzz! The sword will of the heaven-punishing 9 swords appeared in the sky. It was a peerless sword that slashed down on the body of the Chaos Lightning Beast. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The bolt of lightning was sent flying by the golden ray of sword light. Chaos blood dripped down from the sky. Every single drop of blood was emitting blinding bolts of lightning. Roar! A figure appeared in the chaotic void with a loud roar. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted from this figure. The Chaos Lightning Beast represented destruction. The ancestor of this race was a connate life form that was born from the Chaos Lightning Sea. Just then, a sword mark appeared on the body of the Chaos Lightning Beast. This beast had been struck by the sword near its neck. The scales there had fallen off, and the sword mark had penetrated deep into its flesh. Chaos blood seeped out from the sword mark and dripped into the void, turning into balls of blinding bolts of lightning. Human, you can actually hurt me? The Chaos Lightning Beast was extremely shocked and in disbelief. This was because its body was extremely strong. Even a sage weapon would only feel like an itch when it hit its body. Just then, the golden ray of sword light disappeared. Gu Fei's clone had once again appeared in the chaotic void. TSK, is it that hard to hurt you? Gu Fei's clone said in disdain. Kill. The Chaos Lightning Beast did not say anything else. It immediately unleashed its killer move. Balls of chaos lightning rushed out of its body and bombarded Gu Fei's avatar. Every ball of chaotic lightning erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. In just an instant, endless chaotic lightning completely engulfed Gu Fei's clone. A vast sea of chaos lightning appeared in the primal chaos void. The primal chaos lightning sea continued to devour the surrounding primal chaos essence, becoming even more terrifying. Every single bolt of primal chaos lightning was as huge as a mountain. Ha! What a strong power of thunder and lightning. It's a pity that I'm not here. Otherwise, using this kind of thunder and lightning to temper my martial body would be a pretty good choice. Gu Fei's clone said. What? In the chaotic sea of lightning, the ancient ferocious beast was incomparably shocked. This fellow was actually not his original body, but a clone. Even a clone had such powerful battle prowess. Generally speaking, a cultivator's clone would be weaker than their original body. Gu Fei's clone was originally stronger than his original body, but right now, the cultivation and battle prowess of his original body had already surpassed his clone. This clone of Gu Fei's contained an immortal divinity. It could be said to be indestructible. No matter how heavy the damage it received, it could always reform its body. In the middle of the chaos lightning sea, a ball of golden light was faintly discernible. Gu Fei's doppelganger was enveloped by this ball of golden light. No matter how much the chaos divine lightning raged outside, it was unable to break through his protective golden light. The chaos lightning beast, was extremely shocked. The battle prowess of the other party had far exceeded its expectations. Roar! The chaos lightning beast roared and charged towards Gu Fei's clone. Endless lightning bolts appeared on its body, causing the entire chaotic sea of lightning to go berserk. The endless chaotic power of thunder and lightning rushed towards Gu Fei's clone in a frenzy. The chaotic sea of lightning was shrinking rapidly, turning into a gigantic ball of lightning, trapping Gu Fei's clone within it. Die! The chaos lightning beast roared angrily and directly detonated the huge ball of lightning. In the next moment, a blinding light flashed. Then, with a loud boom, the huge ball of lightning exploded. An earth-shattering power erupted, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble. Such a power could destroy everything. Even a Saint Venerable wouldn't be able to withstand such a violent, destructive power. Gu Fei's doppelganger exploded, as if it was obliterated by the destructive force. Ha ha! I'll let you be arrogant in front of me. No matter how arrogant you are, you will still die. The Chaos Lightning Beast laughed. However, just as the Chaos Lightning Beast was laughing, a beam of light suddenly flashed by. Then, the Chaos Lightning Beast's laughter was suddenly cut off. The eyes of the Chaos Lightning Beast popped out of its eye sockets. It was as if someone had suddenly strangled its neck, making it unable to breathe. Then, the ancient beast's head fell off. A stream of chaotic blood gushed out from its neck, causing the sky to rumble with thunder. The chaotic blood that gushed out from the Chaos Lightning Beast's neck turned into lightning. Every drop of chaotic blood was like a chaotic ball of lightning. At this moment, the Thunder Beast's glabella split open, and a bolt of lightning shot out from its head. Within the bolt of lightning was a figure. Then, the figure tore through the sky and instantly fled, leaving behind a headless corpse in the chaotic void. The Chaos Lightning Beast's joy turned to sorrow. Its physical body was destroyed, and only its primordial spirit managed to escape. At the same time, Gu Fei's indestructible clone appeared in the sky. Even though his physical body had been destroyed by the destructive power, it was still indestructible and reformed. This is good stuff. Gu Fei's clone looked at the Chaos Lightning Beast's physical body. The beast was the size of a small mountain, and its entire body was enveloped by a ball of dazzling chaotic lightning. It exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Even though the beast was only left with its physical body, it was still extraordinary. Regular sages would not be able to get close to it. Of course, Gu Fei's clone was no regular sage. He extended his hand and kept the beast's physical body into the internal space that he had opened up. Just now, he had killed the Chaos Lightning Beast with a single slash. The 9 heaven execution swords was the way of the sword. When Gu Fei's clone used this way of the sword with all his might, he managed to kill the Chaos Lightning Beast with a single slash. The Chaos Lightning Beast was so scared that it abandoned its physical body and fled with its primordial spirit. After keeping the Chaos Lightning Beast's physical body, Gu Fei's clone used his extreme speed 8 steps and chased after the primordial spirit of the Chaos Lightning Beast. Very soon, there was a bright light in front of him. When Gu Fei got closer, he realized that there was a huge ball of light floating in the air amidst the chaotic aura. This is Chapter 2944. The heavens and earth were unique. Be it the mortal realm or the heaven realm, they both had their own unique auras. The aura here was actually a cultivator's perception of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth in the mortal realm and the heaven realm were different. They were 2 separate laws. Even a cultivator's inner world would have its own unique laws. Gu Fei's clone immediately sensed an unprecedented aura from the ball of light in the chaotic void. The brilliance of the ball of light was constantly changing, sometimes transforming into a surging ocean. Gu Fei's clone seemed to be able to hear the shocking sound of waves crashing against the shore. From time to time, it would evolve into an endless mountain range. The scenery above the light ball kept changing. Gradually, everything disappeared, as if it had returned to the primal chaos. However, the chaos soon dispersed. Clear air rose, and turbid air sank, transforming into the void of heaven and earth. When Gu Fei's clone saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling shocked. What was the origin of this ball of light? Could it be a realm pearl of a world? But it didn't look like it. It's the reflection of a world. A voice suddenly reached Gu Fei's clone's ears. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. Someone had appeared so close to him, yet he hadn't sensed any aura or ripples at all. It could only be said that the person's cultivation and combat prowess were far above his own. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a tall old man with a head full of white hair and a pair of golden eyebrows. "Senior." When Gu Fei's clone saw this old man, he couldn't help being startled. This old man was none other than Old Man Qin Huang, from the Qin clan. This clan was a mysterious and unfathomable imperial clan. Apart from the old man, there was also an incredibly powerful princess in the clan. "You're quite cautious, aren't you?" Old Man Qin. Huang glanced at Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was not using an immortal secret technique to conceal his aura. With Old Man Qin Huang's cultivation base, he could naturally see through Gu Fei's clone with a single glance. There's no harm in being careful," Gu Fei's clone said. "Looks like they've entered another world. I'll go in and take a look." As Qin Emperor spoke, he paid no further attention to Gu Fei's clone, and then he took a step forward and vanished into the enormous ball of light. When Gu Fei's clone saw this, he was shocked once again. Could this ball of light be the entrance to another world? Gu Fei's clone was no longer calm as he watched Qin Huang's figure disappear into the ball of light. The broken, chaotic divine mountain, the chaotic void where the mountain was broken, the ancient beast, chaotic lightning beast in the depths of the void, and this mysterious ball of light. These things formed a line in the mind of Gu Fei's clone. Everything seemed to point to one fact, and that was the great battle back then seemed to have accidentally opened a passage between the ancient heavenly court and another foreign world. Countless years had passed, but this passage to another world had not disappeared. Thinking of this possibility, Gu Fei's clone was even more shocked. He hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and walked into the ball of light. The moment Gu Fei's clone entered the ball of light, he felt the world spinning around him. It was as if he had passed through an endless void. Then his eyes lit up and his body tightened. He could not help but fall down quickly. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the void pulling him down. While Gu Fei's clone was shocked, he also saw the surrounding scenery clearly. This was a dark world. The sky was very cloudy, as if it was covered in a thick layer of dust. He was shocked to find that the reason he was falling from the sky was the result of the attraction force of the earth. He quickly used his Xian Qi and stopped in the air. What a strong attraction force! Gu Fei's clone was very surprised. The heaven and earth aura of this world surged from all directions. The heaven and earth laws of this new world seemed to be much stronger than those of the human realm and heavenly realm. The stronger the heaven and earth laws of a world, the more stable the void was. It was much more difficult to fly in this world than in the human realm and heavenly realm. The suppression of this world on cultivators was very strong. However, Gu Fei's clone quickly adapted to this sudden change. High in the sky, a ball of light floated there. Gu Fei's clone had just come out of the ball of light and entered this brand new world for him. An outer realm world. Gu Fei's clone looked around and was shocked to find that the place where the ball of light was located was actually a ruin. There was even a huge fragment of the Chaos Divine Mountain that had fallen to the ground and crushed a mountain ridge. The Chaos Divine Mountain emitted chaotic chi that enveloped the entire region. That was why it was so dark here. Even the sunlight in the sky could not penetrate the clouds. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion sounded from afar. Following that, a powerful aura surged over from afar, causing Gu Fei's clone to be taken aback. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow broke through the ground without any warning and rushed towards Gu Fei with lightning speed. It was extremely fast. What? Gu Fei's doppelganger was taken aback. Before he could react, he was tightly entangled by a black vine and pulled towards the ground. Buzz! A sword chime rang out from Gu Fei's clone. Then, countless rays of golden sword light shot out from his body and slashed apart the vine that was wrapped around him. However, just as Gu Fei's clone cut the vine, more black vines rushed out from the ground. Those vines were like black spears, directly piercing towards Gu Fei's clone in the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei's clone directly used the 9 heaven punishing swords. He separated his hands, and 9 golden sword lights immediately appeared around him. As the sword lights danced, the vines that were piercing towards him were immediately cut into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What's going on? Gu Fei's clone's expression became serious. The creature that was hiding in the ground and attacking him was very strong. It had at least the cultivation of the sage realm. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's clone was in shock, the ground below him suddenly exploded. Then, a huge figure broke through the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, he could clearly see the creature's appearance. It was actually a black vine. This black vine was very huge, like a small mountain. It had 9 vines, each of which was hundreds of feet long. Moreover, the vines that were cut by Gu Fei's clone had already grown again. The 9 vines danced, and at the same time, they entangled Gu Fei's clone. Each vine had black thorns on it. There was a black light flowing on the thorns. If one was entangled by them, they would definitely be pierced into a bloody mess by those thorns. You're just a black vine that has turned into a spirit. How dare you be so arrogant? Chapter 2945. The other world was definitely a powerful world, because the laws of the world here were much stronger than the mortal realm and heavenly realm that Gu Fei's clone was familiar with. The creatures born in such a world were also very powerful. Gu Fei's clone had the battle power of a paragon, and he was using the 9 heaven punishing swords. However, the 9 sword lights flashed. Although he severed the 9 vines of the black vine spirit, the 9 vines grew back in the next moment. These 9 vines were like tentacles that could regenerate infinitely. Even if they were severed multiple times, they could still regenerate without a single injury. This made Gu Fei's clone feel incredulous. Right at this moment, the black vine spirit actually emanated a ball of black light, and then a figure appeared from within the black light. It was a pitch-black giant with 9 arms. Roar! The giant roared towards the sky. The void trembled, and the gray clouds in the sky seemed to be dispersed by the roar. Rays of sunlight shone down from the sky. TCH, just be fierce, Gu Fei's clone said in disdain. However, he couldn't help but feel shocked. One should know that this black vine spirit was only a saint-level cultivator, but it could exchange several blows with him without falling into a disadvantageous position. Outsider, the 9-armed giant formed from the black vine spirit emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. A voice resounded in Gu Fei's clone's mind. What, you still want to fight? Gu Fei's clone stood in the sky and looked down at the nine-armed giant with a mocking expression. The nine-armed giant didn't say anything else. Instead, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a black flame towards Gu Fei's clone in the sky. The black flame instantly swept out and enveloped the entire sky. I know how to spit fire too. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden divine fire. The golden divine fire swept out and instantly collided with the black fire. The two divine fires intertwined and then canceled each other out. Black and gold runes were constantly dissipating. Swoosh! At the same time, a golden sword aura directly broke through the layers of black flame and slashed towards the nine-armed giant below. With a flash of the sword aura, one of the nine-armed giant's arms flew up and was directly severed by the golden sword aura. However, the severed arm grew out again in the next moment. Roar! The nine-armed giant roared towards the sky. An extremely powerful energy wave erupted from its body. The nine-armed giant's 9 arms danced in the air and turned into 9 divine weapons that attacked Gu Fei's clone in the sky. When Gu Fei's clone saw the 9 divine weapons, he was taken aback. That was because he was very familiar with each of the 9 divine weapons. The 9 divine weapons were a bell, a cauldron, a sword, a halberd, a saber, a spear, a lance, a staff, and a seal. The 9 divine weapons smashed towards Gu Fei's clone at the same time. Even though Gu Fei's clone was used to grand scenes, he couldn't help but be shocked. It should be known that the 9 divine weapons all displayed great offensive power. One sword to break all things. Gu Fei's clone shouted. The 9 golden sword auras that were dancing around him instantly fused together and turned into a shocking sword aura. An extremely powerful ripple of sword chi erupted from the sword light, causing the otherworldly world to pale in comparison. Kill! Gu Fei's clone roared, and directly slashed at the 9-armed giant on the ground. The shocking sword aura immediately turned into a huge sword rainbow, like a golden river hanging down from the sky. The sword displayed a world-destroying power. It directly shattered the 9 divine weapons and split the 9-armed giant in half. Boom! The earth trembled, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. The sword aura fell, and a huge crack that was thousands of miles long appeared on the ground. It was a sword mark that was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. You're still not dead yet. High up in the sky, Gu Fei's clone revealed a smile when he saw this. He was very satisfied with the power of his sword. However, he still underestimated the vitality of this otherworld's living beings. The black vine spirit didn't die. After being split in half by the invincible sword rainbow, the two have revealed their original form and directly broke through the ground, burrowing into the ground. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. He didn't think that such a powerful sword strike still couldn't kill the black vine spirit. The black vine spirit's vitality was too tenacious. However, Gu Fei's clone knew that even if he couldn't kill the black vine spirit in one strike, he must have heavily injured it. The black vine spirit escaped through the earth. At this moment, a great battle erupted in the distance. Extremely terrifying energy ripples came from afar. It was a battle between quasi-supremes. How is this possible? Gu Fei's clone found it hard to believe that there was such a powerful existence in this other world that could fight against quasi-supremes. He directly rushed over and left the place where the light orb was. This light orb was hard to destroy. It was the work of a supremes. Back then, there might have been a supremes who discovered this passage and used their power to seal it. Of course, this was just a guess of Gu Fei's clone. No one knew what happened back then because it had already been buried in the endless passage of time. It was already difficult to investigate. In an endless mountain range, 2 supreme figures were fighting. One of them was the mysterious Quasi-Supremes. The mysterious Quasi-Supremes seemed to have merged with the Void and could use the power of the Void at will. He turned it into a Void Dao sword and attacked the other figure. As for the other figure, it was a stone golem that radiated with chaotic divine light. Chaos Stone Man. Gu Fei's clone didn't dare to get too close. It must be known that this was a battle between two Quasi-Supremes. When he saw the stone man that emitted boundless chaotic light, he was incomparably shocked. How could there be such an existence in this other world? It must be known that the Chaos Stone Man was a piece of chaos stone that gained sentience. Chaos stones were divine stones that were born from the chaos. In the current mortal realm and heavenly realm, it was impossible to find a piece of chaos divine stone. For such a large piece of chaos divine stone to gain sentience and cultivate into an unparalleled expert, even Gu Fei's clone had never heard of such a thing. It must be known that chaos divine stones were incomparably precious. Once they were discovered, they would naturally be taken away and refined into powerful artifacts. How could such a natural chaos divine stone have the chance to gain sentience? There was no doubt about the toughness of chaos divine stones. The Void Quasi-Supreme's Void Dao sword didn't even leave a mark on the Chaos Stone Man's body. Chapter 2946. The Void Quasi-Sovereign, and a Chaos Stone Golem that had cultivated into a quasi-sovereign from a different world collided in the mountain ridge. The extremely powerful might of the quasi-sovereign spread out in all directions, causing countless creatures from different worlds to flee for their lives in the mountain ridge. Rumble, the void trembled as a Void Dao sword slashed out from the mountain ridges. Wherever the Dao sword passed, a huge mountain range was immediately turned into ashes. A bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. This was the terror of a quasi-supreme void. Even in a stable world like the alternate world, a quasi-supreme void could still display a terrifying might that could destroy the world. Gu Fei's clone realized that the Chaos Stone Golem quasi-supreme void didn't use any weapons. His weapons were his hands. As he slapped out with his palms, pitch-black spatial cracks immediately appeared in the void. They were like streaks of black lightning that spread in all directions. A terrifying destructive force surged out from the Chaos Stone Golem's hands. A huge stone hand pressed towards the quasi-supreme void, the Void Quasi-Supreme being instantly merged with the void. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The huge hand rushed out, and wherever it passed, the mountain ridges were instantly turned into ashes and dissipated into the void. The huge primal chaos hand obliterated everything. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be moved. That Chaos Stone Golem was too powerful. It could destroy a region with just a wave of its hand. What truly shocked Gu Fei's clone was that this Chaos Stone Golem didn't seem to have any weaknesses. However, the quasi-supreme void wasn't someone to be trifled with. He appeared above the Chaos Stone Golem's head and stomped down. The void beneath his feet collapsed. The quasi-supreme void stomp had actually pushed the Chaos Stone Golem into the primal chaos void. He wanted to use the endless primal chaos void to trap the Chaos Stone Golem. However, the Chaos Stone Golem was born from the primal chaos. It naturally had an unimaginable level of understanding towards the primal chaos void. In the next moment, the void shattered. The Chaos Stone Golem directly broke through the void and rushed out. With a single palm, the quasi-supreme void was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Damn it! The figure of the void quasi-sovereign directly melted into the surrounding void, disappearing without a trace. Roar! The Chaos Stone Golem roared into the sky as an extremely violent primal aura erupted from its body, causing the entire void to tremble. The Chaos Stone Golem stretched out its hand and grabbed in the direction where the Void Quasi-Sovereign had disappeared. A large stretch of the void shattered and shattered under its huge hand. This Chaos Stone Golem was simply an invincible chaos war god. Even a peerless figure like the Void Quasi-Supremacy had no choice but to retreat. The Quasi-Supreme Void directly fled, his whereabouts unknown. However, in the next moment, the Chaos Stone Golem suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Gufei's clone. The Chaos Divine Light that shone from its eye sockets was dozens of feet long. What Gufei's clone was truly shocked. One must know that the Chaos Stone Man was a quasi-supreme being, and an incomparably powerful one at that. Being targeted by such an existence, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his avatar. Humph! A small bug dares to spy on this lord. An incomparably cold voice rang out in the heart of Gufei's avatar. Then, the Chaos Stone Golem directly reached out to grab Gufei's avatar. Gufei's avatar wanted to dodge, but before the other party's chaos hand could truly grab him, a powerful force had already bound him tightly. He couldn't even move a finger, let alone escape. He could only watch helplessly as the chaos hand grabbed him and wait for his death. Just as the chaos hand was about to grab Gufei's avatar, a huge hand reached out from the side and grabbed Gufei's avatar. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. The Chaos Stone Golem soared into the sky and pounced towards a mysterious figure that had appeared in the sky. The powerful aura that erupted from the Chaos Stone Golem caused the heavens and earth to tremble. It was truly hard to imagine that there would actually be such a Chaos Stone Golem in this alternate world. One must know that the process of a Chaos Stone Golem going from gaining sentience to becoming a quasi-supreme being was definitely incomparably long. However, even though this Chaos Stone Golem had cultivated for a very long time, once it was successful, it would definitely be much stronger than other powerhouses of the same level. This also proved how powerful and terrifying the Chaos Stone Golem was. One must know that the Void Quasi-Supreme Being was definitely not a weakling, but he still had no choice but to retreat. Kill. The Chaos Stone Golem's aura was frightening as it slammed its palm towards the figure in the sky. Torrential chaos chi gushed out of its palm and instantly enveloped the entire sky. Humph! The figure in the sky snorted coldly and threw a punch. There was no terrifying ripple of energy that erupted from his fist, nor was there any dazzling divine light that surged. However, this seemingly casual punch displayed unimaginable power. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist and the palm instantly collided. The void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The Chaos Stone Golem roared angrily and was actually sent flying. At this moment, Gufei's clone was standing behind the figure. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect this old man to be so powerful that he could send the Chaos Stone Golem flying. That's right, the person who saved Gufei's clone was Old Man Qin Huang. Roar! The Chaos Stone Golem roared and charged over from afar, continuing to attack Old Man Qin Huang. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire heaven and earth trembled violently. Then, the Chaos Stone Golem was sent flying again. With a boom, it smashed into a mountain in the distance. The top half of the mountain immediately exploded. In an instant, rocks flew into the sky and dust filled the air. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire region was in chaos. Amidst the dust, a chaotic figure rushed out. It was the Chaos Stone Golem. It stared at the old man in front of it in disbelief. The chaotic light in its eye sockets flickered. Don't think that you're really invincible. Old Man Qin Huang looked at the Chaos Stone Golem calmly and said. The Chaos Stone Golem roared in a low voice. It was very unconvinced. However, the cultivation and battle prowess of the old man in front of it were incomparably powerful. It was very apprehensive. "Let's go." Old Man Qin, Huang didn't attack again. With a wave of his hand, a ball of divine light immediately enveloped him and Gu Fei's clone. They disappeared into the void in an instant. Roar. The Chaos Stone Golem roared towards the sky. Chaotic energy soared into the sky. An extremely terrifying quasi-supreme aura spread out in all directions. Countless living beings in the vicinity were terrified to the extreme. Old Man Qin, Huang, brought Gu Fei's clone and instantly appeared in a brightly lit region, far away from the dusky region. "This place is..." Gu Fei's clone looked around. He discovered that on the horizon in the distance there was a huge city. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly. The surroundings were lush and green, full of vitality. Moreover, the plants here were flourishing. Every single tree was actually over 1,000 tall. Let's part ways here. Chapter 2947. Don't leave just like that. Gu Fei's clone panicked when he saw Old Man Qin, Huang, leave just like that. He didn't even know where he was right now, so how could he return to the light orb? He wasn't Old Man Qin Huang, who could traverse the endless void with a single thought and arrive at this place. What should I do? Gu Fei's clone was having a headache. Should he go to the distant city or should he wander around the nearby area? This was too irresponsible. He couldn't help but blame Old Man Qin Huang for bringing him to this place and then running away. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that this place was definitely very far from the light orb. Otherwise, he would have been sensed by the Chaos Stone Golem's divine since long ago. The Chaos Stone Golem was a quasi-supreme and extremely powerful. An existence of this level could instantly cover a radius of millions of miles with a single thought. Gu Fei's clone had no choice but to wander around the nearby area. However, he soon discovered that this mountain range wasn't a good place to wander around. Roar! A wolf howled. A silver wolf the size of a small mountain howled at the sun in the sky, its voice spreading far and wide. What kind of world is this? Isn't there a heavenly wolf howling at the moon? How come it's a silver wolf howling at the sun here? Gu Fei's clone murmured when he saw this scene from afar. Although the silver wolf on the cliff was powerful, Gu Fei's clone was even stronger. The silver wolf didn't discover Gu Fei's clone's existence. Gu Fei's clone didn't startle the silver wolf and walked in another direction. However, 1,000 miles away, there was a black flood dragon in a deep pond. It was swallowing clouds and exhaling mist as it refined a flood dragon pearl. The black mist that rushed out from the pond enveloped the entire area, causing the void around the pond to darken. An immortal god realm flood dragon. Gu Fei's clone stood in the distant sky. When he saw the scene in the deep pool, he couldn't help but be moved. The living beings in this world were truly powerful. He had just casually wandered around the mountain for a while, and he had already encountered 2 immortal-level living beings. To Gu Fei's clone, immortal-level living beings were actually as weak as ants. What he was afraid of was that there were probably countless such powerful living beings in this world. If that was really the case, then it would be great. Once the living beings of this world knew that there was a passageway leading to another world, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one knew what would happen when the 2 worlds collided. By now, Gu Fei's clone had already figured out where the Chaos Lightning Beast came from. That Chaos Lightning Beast should be a living being from this world. The ruins of the ancient heavenly court were originally sealed, but now a portion of the seal on the ruins of the ancient heavenly court had loosened. The experts of the heaven realm could enter the ruins of the ancient heavenly court from the southern heavenly gate, which also meant that the creatures of the other world could also leave the ancient heavenly court and enter the heaven realm. It wasn't without reason that the ruins of the ancient heavenly court were sealed. Gu Fei's doppelganger thought of many things. He didn't disturb the black flood dragon in the deep pool and retreated. Seems like I have to go to that huge city to take a look. Gu Fei's clone muttered to himself. He could also sense powerful auras from other directions. There were many powerful living beings in this mountain range. A huge city stood on the horizon. Although it was very far away, Gu Fei's clone could still sense an incomparably ancient and vicissitude aura. Gu Fei's clone walked towards the huge city. Soon, he arrived at the vicinity of the huge city. As he approached, he saw that the walls of the huge city were thousands of meters tall. The huge stones used to build the walls were each at least a few 100,000 kilograms. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. On both sides of the city gate stood two huge stone statues that were tens of meters tall. The stone statues were holding weapons in their hands. This is Gu Fei's doppelganger was watching from afar. He could sense the obscure energy fluctuations coming from the two stone golems standing on both sides of the city gate. Wow, they actually got two stone statues to guard the gate. I wonder what kind of person the city lord of this huge city is. Gu Fei's clone stood on a mountain peak and carefully observed the huge city in front of him. He discovered that there were all kinds of living beings entering and exiting the city. A creature with a bull's head and a human's body walked into the city. Another creature that looked like a human but had a furry tail walked out of the city. In the distance, a dozen tree men with branches and green leaves walked out of the mountain range. This group of tree men headed straight for the city gate. Gu Fei's clone had also discovered the presence of humans. However, what shocked him was that the humans here were all dressed in rags and looked like beggars. Some of them even had chains on their hands and feet, as if they were livestock that were being herded into the city. Gu Fei's clone was infuriated by this scene. Could it be that the human race was a slave in this world? Those monster-like creatures swaggered in and out of the city, but the humans were cowering in fear. They were even more frightened when they walked past those monsters. Whose slaves have escaped? Why aren't they doing anything? A creature with a lion's head and a human's body, with a head of crimson hair, entered the city. He couldn't help but curse at the sight of the humans in the city. He had a look of disgust on his face. "Brother Blood Lion, how have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, a lizard-like creature covered in black scales came out and welcomed the scarlet-haired lion in. The humans in this alternate world are really that weak. The moment Gu Fei's clone caught sight of this, he could not help but get pissed. He walked out and strode towards the city. When Gu Fei's clone arrived near the city gates, all the monsters near the city gates let out a look of shock when they caught sight of Gu Fei's clone. What's wrong with this human? Who's his master? To think that he would allow this human to be dressed so cleanly. A tree being yelled out. Humph! Even if your daddy is wearing a clean set of clothes, there's nothing wrong with that as well. Gu Fei's clone came to a stop and glared at that tree, being coldly. That's right. In the eyes of the gods' race, humans are nothing but slaves. Slaves should behave like slaves. That tree being yelled out. How dare you look down on our gods' race? Human, you're dead meat. A living being with a leopard's head and a human's body glared at Gu Fei's clone. His saliva was almost dripping down to the ground. Look at that tender skin of yours. You must be delicious. You want to eat me? Come on then. Be careful not to break your teeth. Gu Fei's clone chuckled out. He's mine. You can scram. That tree being was displeased right now. You're a tree. Do you know that? Why don't you learn how to eat meat? That living being with a leopard's head and a human's body replied in disdain. Who said that trees can't eat meat? Are you looking down on us? At this moment, yet another tree being walked over. This tree being was actually a man-eater tree that had turned into a demon. This man-eater tree was a fella that would devour humans without spitting out any bones at all. This, take it as though I've never said anything. The moment that spiritual being caught sight of that man-eater tree, he lost all his temper and backed off hurriedly. One had to know that this man-eater tree did not only eat humans. As long as it was a living being with flesh and blood, this fellow would eat it as well. Do you guys really take me as a slave? The lips of Goofei's clone curled up into a cold smirk. TSK, if you're not a slave, who else can you be? Come over here, obediently, and let me eat you up. The man-eating tree that had transformed into a tree man said. In the eyes of this tree man, not only were humans slaves, but they were also delicious food for him. Goofei's clone hooked his finger at the man-eater tree and said, arrogantly, come over here, I promise not to kill you. Humph, the man-eater tree that had turned into a man-eater tree was instantly enraged. Then, more than a dozen tentacles on its body immediately wrapped around Goofei's clone. Ha, slave, you're dead meat. I've never seen a slave that dares to look down on the god race. The spiritual beings near the city gate were all watching the show and pointing at Goofei's clone. These spiritual beings called themselves the god race and thought highly of themselves. In their eyes, humans were nothing more than food and slaves. However, at the next moment, these spiritual beings were all dumbfounded. All of a sudden, a golden light flashed across the human youth's body. Then, the dozen or so tentacles that were wrapping around him were all broken off and fell to the ground. Those tentacles that fell to the ground were writhing like snakes. The man-eater tree was shocked to the extreme. This puny human was actually able to hurt me. How is this possible? I'm a god race. How is this possible? The spiritual beings near the city gate who wanted to watch the show were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what was going on with this human slave. How could he possibly hurt a god race? This is heaven-defying. A human slave actually dares to resist the god race. At the next moment, the entire city gate was in an uproar. What god race? You're just a bunch of spiritual beings. How dare you call yourself a god race? Goofei's clone chuckled and said disdainfully, roar. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. The man-eater tree was enraged and directly pounced on Goofei's clone. The tentacles that were cut off had already grown back. The spiritual beings at the city gate were inexplicably shocked. This human actually said that they were just a bunch of spiritual beings. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Another beam of sword light shot out from Goofei's body. This beam of sword light flashed and directly split the man-eater tree into two. That man-eater immediately revealed his true form. It was actually a strange tree that had been split into two with tentacles growing all over its body. Let me tell you, we humans aren't that easy to bully. Chapter 2948. Outside the gate of the giant city, those demons and monsters who claimed to be from the god race were all dumbfounded as they looked at Goofei's avatar. The surroundings were silent, and only the breathing of those monsters could be heard. He actually killed a god. Someone roared, breaking the silence outside the city gate and awakening the group of monsters from their inexplicable shock. This is against the heavens. The lowly human killed a god. In an instant, the outside of the city gate was in an uproar. The corpse of the man-eating tree spirit fell outside the city gate. This was an ironclad fact, and those monsters had no choice but to believe it. A lowly human actually killed a god race. Of course, there was an essential difference between the god race and the god race. These monsters claimed to be from the god race, but they were not real gods. It was an exaggeration to say that Goofei's avatar had killed a god. What? The lowly human killed a god? How is this possible? Let's go and take a look. The news quickly spread out, and also spread to the giant city. The monsters in the city who received the news all rushed to the city gate, and many monsters gathered outside the city. He really killed a god. When the crowd of monsters saw the man-eating tree that was split in half, they were all shocked to the extreme. Very soon, a large number of creatures gathered outside the city gate, and these creatures were of all kinds. There were human-shaped lizards, elephant men walking on 2 legs, and there were also strange beasts that were as huge as hills walking from afar with heavy footsteps. And what shocked Gufei's avatar was that among these creatures, there was not a single figure of the human race. Could the human race really not stand among the ranks of the strong? Thinking of this, Gufei's avatar could not help but be inexplicably shocked. One must know that the weak races would only be enslaved by the strong races. The weak races would only be enslaved by the strong races. The status of the human race was actually so low that they were reincarnated slaves. This really shocked Gufei's avatar. In this different world, the human race was actually not the ruler. This was beyond the expectation of Gufei's avatar. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar resounded from the mountain ridge in the distance. Then, a figure rushed out from the mountain ridge. It was a tree demon, an old tree demon. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the figure, and a monstrous demonic aura instantly enveloped the entire void. That's an elder of the Treant race. Human, you're dead meat. A black bear spirit opened its mouth wide and said to Gufei's clone, "Is that so? Would you believe me if I said you were dead?" Gufei's doppelganger looked at the black bear spirit and suddenly laughed. When the black bear spirit heard this, a look of disdain appeared on its face. "Human, I'm not someone that Treant you killed can compare to. Come and die." Gufei's doppelganger didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand towards the black bear spirit, and the black bear spirit flew towards him involuntarily. Roar. The color drained from the black bear spirit's face. A powerful force burst forth from his body as he tried to break free. However, with a wave of Gufei's hand, the black bear spirit shot out like a black meteor towards the incoming Treant. What? All the spiritual beasts who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. They couldn't believe how this human could be this strong. This was way beyond the expectations of all the spiritual beasts. The human race had always been synonymous with being weak. They were just a bunch of lowly slaves that were reared, enslaved, and even used as food by the various celestial races. These spiritual beasts had never seen such a strong human who could kill a celestial race being so easily. Shing! That Treant stretched out his hand, and 5 tentacles shot out from his hand, piercing through the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit howled out in fear. However, that thick body of the black bear spirit began to shrivel up very quickly. All of his essence, flesh, and blood were quickly devoured by the Treant's tentacles. Soon, even the essence spirit of the black bear spirit flew out of his body and was devoured by the Treant. In just an instant, this powerful black bear spirit was dead. All of his essence, along with his essence spirit, were devoured cleanly. "Human, how dare you kill my tribesmen? Die obediently." The Treant stood in the air and looked down at Gufei's doppelganger on the ground. At this moment, all the spiritual beasts gathered outside the city gates retreated. One must know that this Treant was an extremely strong existence. In this alternate world, this Treant's cultivation state was already nearing that of a god. In this alternate world, gods were the true powerful beings. TSK, who do you think you are? Come, come, come. Hurry up and let me kill you. Gufei's doppelganger waved at the Treant nonchalantly. This human is Bulsh *T. The moment the spiritual beasts heard the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger, they could not help but be dumbfounded. To think that this human would dare to challenge the Treant. One must know that the Treant was a famous powerful being in the Sky city. He must be scared silly. He must be wondering if this human truly has an extraordinary cultivation state and battle prowess. Some of the spiritual beasts were starting to feel uneasy. There should not be an existence as such in the human race. After all, the human race did not have any powerful beings at all. Die. The moment the Treant heard the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger, he flew into a rage. Stretching out his hands, 5 tentacles shot out from his hands. Like 5 godly spears, they pierced towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. Shing! Just as the 5 tentacles of the Treant were about to pierce into Gu Fei's doppelganger, a buzzing sound rang out from his body. A golden light shone out from his body, turning into a light barrier. The 5 tentacles of the Treant pierced into the light barrier around Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, they were blocked immediately. The Treant was taken aback. This human was extraordinary indeed. No wonder he could kill that tribesman of his. Roar! The Treant roared out as he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of green flames. That ball of green flames descended from the heavens and drowned out Gu Fei's doppelganger in an instant. However, Gu Fei was still standing there unmoving. The layer of golden light around his body blocked out all of the green flames. What? This time around, the Treant could not help but be taken aback. The cultivation state of this human had far surpassed his expectations. He had been cultivating for thousands of years, but he had never come across such a strong human before. As the green flames dissipated, the figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared before the eyes of the spiritual beasts. How could this be? The moment all the spiritual beasts who were watching from afar caught sight of that golden figure, they were dumbfounded. How in the world could this human be this strong? Shing! Just then, that golden figure shot up into the sky. Turning into a streak of golden light, it pierced through the Treant's body instantly. The next moment, the Treant's expression froze up. Following that, a sword mark appeared on the Treant's forehead. Starting from there, the sword mark extended downwards. Under the watchful gazes of the countless spiritual beasts, the Treant's body was split into 2 and fell down from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Thereafter, a black iron ancient tree that was split into 2 appeared before the eyes of all the spiritual beasts. So, it's a black iron ancient tree. And here I was thinking that it was some sort of impressive tree. That golden sword shadow disappeared, and a figure that was radiating with a golden glow appeared high up in the sky. A voice boomed down from the heavens. That human... At this moment, all the spiritual beasts looked at that figure in the sky with a different gaze. How could there be such a strong existence within the human race? Could it be that the human race is going to rise up? Some of the spiritual beasts said with a quivering voice. When the human race in ragged clothes saw this scene from afar, they could not help but feel extremely excited. No one was willing to be a slave. The human race had been enslaved by these so-called celestial races for countless years. They had had enough of it. Countless humans hoped that an invincible existence would emerge from their race and lead them to rise up in this fiend-god world. Is this day finally coming? An old man from the human race muttered to himself excitedly from afar. The human race is not to be bullied. Come, let me see what you so-called celestial races are capable of. If you're not convinced, come at me. I specialize in dealing with those who are not convinced. Gu Fei's clone stood proudly in the sky, sweeping his gaze across the spiritual beasts below. For a moment, not a single spiritual beast dared to step out. What arrogant words! At this moment, a cold laugh rang out from the city. Then, a figure walked out from the city gates. It's actually him, When the spiritual beasts outside the city saw the living being that walked out from the city, they could not help but be surprised and overjoyed. This living being was actually an ape whose arms were almost touching the ground. This ape wore battle armor and held a battle spear in its hand. Its body emitted an incomparably powerful and ferocious aura. Its eyes flickered with golden light. When it opened and closed, it seemed like there was lightning shooting out from its eyes. Tombi Divine Ape. When Gu Fei's clone saw the ape that walked out from the city, he could not help but be moved, because this ape was actually a Tombi Divine Ape that had long been extinct in the human realm and heaven realm. This kind of divine ape was born with great divine abilities. It had the ability to pluck the stars and capture the moon. An adult Tombi Divine Ape was definitely a powerful and terrifying existence. However, this Tombi Divine Ape was not an adult Tombi Divine Ape. It was equivalent to a young Tombi Divine Ape of the human race. Even so, this Tombi Divine Ape was still extremely powerful. A puny human dares to behave atrociously in the Sky City. Hurry up and die. The Tombi Divine Ape carried the battle spear and looked at Gu Fei's clone in the sky arrogantly. Are you talking to me? Gu Fei's clone looked down at the Tombi Divine Ape on the ground and said, "How dare you be so impudent in front of the god's son?" Chapter 2949. Everyone knew that there was a god presiding over Firmament City. However, this god was mysterious and unfathomable. It seemed as though no one had ever seen a god before. However, while God could not be seen, God's sons could. This was because there was a God's son in Firmament City. This God's son was the Tombi Divine Ape. The Tombi Divine Ape was known as the God's son because he had a god for a father. In Firmament City, the God's son's position was second only to the god. He was respected by countless Protoss powerhouses. No living being dared to belittle this God's son. There were even more followers of this God's son. Among the followers of the God's son, there were even some geniuses from powerful races. These existences were proud to be able to follow the God's son. In order to become a follower of the God's son and gain his attention, countless Protoss had fought to the point of breaking their heads. In fact, many living beings did not even find it shameful to be a slave of the God's son. In fact, they saw it as something with a bright future. To Gu Fei's clone, these demons and monsters were all crazy. What God's son? It was just a Tombi Divine Ape. Of course, the Tombi Divine Ape was also an extremely powerful race in this world. In this alternate world, the Tombi Divine Ape race was revered as a god by countless monsters. The fact that Gu Fei's clone did not care about the god's son at all naturally enraged the crowd. Some living beings even pointed at Gu Fei's clone and started scolding him. How dare you be disrespectful to the god's son? You deserve to die. Among the followers of the Tombi Divine Ape, a middle-aged man in black robes with bull horns stood out. This middle-aged man held a trident in his hand. Kill! That middle-aged man with bull horns stomped on the ground with his right foot. Bam! The entire ground shook. Then, this middle-aged man with bull horns charged into the sky with the trident in his hand and attacked Gu Fei's clone in the sky. The Tombi Divine Ape wielded his battle spear and looked at this scene coldly without saying anything. Swoosh! In an instant, the middle-aged man with bull horns charged towards Gu Fei's clone. The trident in his hand pierced towards Gu Fei's clone. Humph! Gu Fei's doppelganger stretched out his right hand and grabbed the incoming trident. What? The middle-aged man with a pair of bull horns on his head was shocked. He tried his best to stab forward, but Gu Fei's hand seemed to have grown roots on the trident. It didn't move at all. Roar! The black-clothed middle-aged man roared. His entire body radiated with dazzling divine light. It was as if his entire body was on fire. An extremely powerful ripple of divine power erupted from his body. However, no matter how ruthless and desperate the middle-aged man was, the trident in his hand that was held by Gufei's clone remained motionless. All the living beings gathered nearby were dumbfounded at the sight of this. It had to be known that the middle-aged man with the bull horns was one of the few powerful beings among the followers of the divine child. He was an existence whose cultivation was extremely close to that of a god. Even with his status, he was willing to become a follower of the divine child. He obviously wanted to become a god. Becoming a god was definitely not an easy task. However, at this moment, this expert whose cultivation was closest to that of a god was actually unable to retrieve his weapon from the human's grasp. This was completely unbelievable. All the living beings struggled to believe what they were seeing, but they had no choice but to believe it. This was reality, a reality that they did not want to believe. Even the divine child, the Tongbi divine ape, was slightly moved when he saw this. Boom! With a soft sound, the trident in the Ox Demon Clan's expert's hand instantly shattered into tiny black fragments. Then, those black fragments shot towards the Ox Demon Clan's expert with a shocked expression on his face. The Ox Demon Clan's expert had no time to react at all. His body was instantly pierced by the countless black fragments, causing a mist of blood to splatter from his body. One of the fragments, the size of a fingernail, pierced through the ox demon's forehead, dispersing his soul. In the blink of an eye, the ox demon powerhouse's eyes lost their luster as he fell from the sky like a broken sack. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape for a very long time. Bang! The Ox Demon Clan's expert's corpse heavily smashed into the ground, causing a layer of dust to rise. Very quickly, the blood that seeped out from the Ox Demon Clan's expert's corpse dyed the ground red. He's dead. He's dead just like that. This time around, all the living beings were dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. This human was way too strong. Not only did he shatter the trident in the hands of the powerful being of the ox demon race, he even killed the powerful being of the ox demon race. On the ground, the Tongbi god ape glared at the figure in the sky. His face turned grim as his eyes shone with a godly gleam that resembled lightning. Even though the other living beings did not witness what had just happened, it did not mean that he did not. He had seen how his follower had died. He had seen it clearly. It was a fragment the size of a fingernail that had pierced through the forehead of his follower, dispersing his soul instantly. How could his follower survive an attack of this degree? Tongbi God Ape, it's rare to see you in this world. It'd be a pity to kill you. Are you willing to become my servant? Gufei's clone looked down at the Tongbi God Ape on the ground and asked calmly, "What?" The moment they heard the words of Gufei's clone, all the living beings nearly fainted over. This human was way too ignorant of his own abilities. To think that he would want a remnant to be his servant. The moment Gufei's clone said something as such, all the living beings were even more shocked than the powerful being of the ox demon race falling right before their very eyes. After all, that was an extremely revered remnant. From the ancient times till now, there had never been any human who would dare to take in a remnant as a servant. How dare you belittle me as such? The Tongbi god Ape was enraged. He was truly enraged right now. To think that a lowly human would dare to take him in as a servant. This was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard in his entire life. I'm not belittling you. I'm just looking up to you. That's why I'm letting you be my servant. Gufei's clone replied calmly. The moment the Tongbi god Ape heard this, he was so angry that he nearly spat out blood. The words of the other party were driving him crazy. All the other living beings were stunned as well. This human was simply way too brazen. To think that he would dare to say something as such. I'm looking up to you as well. For you to die under my battle spear is definitely an honor for you. Go to hell. The Tongbi god ape was truly enraged right now. He bolted up into the sky from the ground and pounced at Gu Fei's clone. The baleful aura on his body was torrential as though he was a demon. The Tongbi god ape used the battle spear in his hands as a rod and smashed it down at the head of Gu Fei's clone. An astral wind swept out instantly. I'll play with you then. As Gu Fei's clone said that, he stretched out his right hand and punched out at the incoming battle spear. Instantly, the fist made contact with the battle spear, causing the entire body of the spear to bend. The battle spear received a tremendous impact as countless runes appeared on its body. There was a tremendous amount of power that surged out from within the battle spear. However, even so, the Tongbi god ape was still affected by the impact and was sent flying. Bam! His back slammed into the stone statue at the side of the city gates. To think that the stone statue would sway from the impact. Every living being that witnessed this scene was simply going crazy. The noble divine son was actually sent flying by that lowly human. Could it be that the human clan was really going to rise? The human clan had been enslaved for countless years and had always wanted to get rid of this fate. However, every time the human clan showed signs of rising, they would be mercilessly suppressed by the various powerful clans. Therefore, it was impossible for the human clan to truly rise and break away from the fate of being enslaved. However, this time, all the living beings felt uneasy. Some of them directly left and reported what happened here back to their clans. This was especially so for the Tree People clan. This clan was a powerful clan near Firmament City, and they had an ancient god overseeing it. Otherwise, the Tree People clan would not be so arrogant and domineering, wanting to eat Gu Fei's clone the moment they arrived. In this alternate world, the Celestial clan with an ancient god overseeing it was the truly powerful clan. Although the Ox Demon clan was powerful, they did not have an ancient god overseeing it. Therefore, the expert from the Ox Demon clan, who was killed by Gu Fei's clone, became the follower of the divine son Tongbi god ape. The ruler of Firmament City was the Tongbi god ape race. Roar. The Tongbi god ape let out a furious roar. Both his legs pushed against the stone man, and he turned into a ray of black light, attacking Gu Fei's clone. To think that he would be forced to retreat by a lowly human, this was definitely a great humiliation. He had to kill this lowly human in order to vent the anger in his chest. Swoosh! Gu Fei's clone dodged the attack in a flash. The murderous Tongbi god ape's spear pierced through thin air. The Tongbi god ape was taken aback. Just at this moment, a gigantic foot came down from the sky and stepped on the face of the Tongbi god ape, causing him to fall from the sky. Arg! The Tongbi god ape cried out tragically as he fell from the sky like a meteor. With a boom, he smashed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. When the spectating demons and monsters in the surroundings saw this, their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. They could clearly see that the incomparably noble divine son in their hearts had his face stepped on by this lowly human. Some of the female demons and monsters who admired the divine son felt their hearts ache even more. I want to kill all of the humans. A powerful being who followed the Tongbi god ape roared out. Is that so? I'll kill you first. A cold voice boomed down from the sky. After that, a golden light flashed by. The person who said kill all of the humans did not even manage to let out a cry before his forehead was pierced by the sword light. His essence soul dispersed, and he died. This, chapter 2950. I'll say it once more. The human race is not to be bullied. Whoever dares to show disrespect to the human race, I'll kill that person. Gu-Fei's doppelganger stood high up in the skies and scanned his surroundings. Wherever his gaze passed by, all the living beings could not help but feel their hearts palpitate, not daring to meet his gaze directly. Every single living being who caught sight of this was shocked to the extreme. This human was extremely strong. Not only was he decisive in killing, he could take someone's life with a single raise of his hand. That living being who had his forehead pierced by that golden beam of light and was killed instantly was a good example of that. You dare? Just at this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out from the ground. From that gigantic pit on the ground, a figure with a torrential aura walked out. The Tongbi god ape was stomped down from the skies by Gu-Fei's doppelganger earlier on. This was something that had him going crazy. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never been humiliated as such. At this moment, there was a clear footprint on his face. His nose was flushed red, and blood was seeping out of it continuously. However, one had to admit that the bones of this Tongbi god ape were pretty tough. To think that his nose bridge would not be broken by that single stomp of Gu-Fei's doppelganger. The Tongbi god ape looked at the corpse of that living being on the ground. He then looked up at Gu-Fei's doppelganger in the skies with a venomous gaze. Why wouldn't I dare? Even if you dare to look down on the human race, I'll kill you as well. Gu-Fei looked at the Tongbi god ape on the ground and chuckled indifferently. You're way too arrogant. The Tongbi god ape could sense the faint killing intent that was being emitted from this human. He knew that this human wasn't joking around. At this moment, none of the living beings dared to make a single sound. Even though those followers of the remnants were gritting their teeth and could not wait to devour this human alive, this human was way too strong. To think that even the remnants wouldn't be a match for him. Even though these followers of the Tongbi god ape were willing to be ordered around by this remnant, this did not mean that they would die for him. These followers had a bottom line as well. Can you kill me? The divine ape suddenly grinned and tightened its grip on the battle spear. An extremely violent aura erupted from the divine ape's body. A shadow of a violent ape emerged from its body and charged at Gu-Fei's clone with bared fangs and brandished claws. Sai, how do I put this? You guys from the god race really don't know what you're talking about. Gu-Fei's avatar shook his head helplessly. What did you say? The Tongbi divine ape was enraged. Was this fellow looking down on all the divine races? The words of Gu-Fei's doppelganger also angered all the monsters who called themselves the god race. All the living creatures were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything because they didn't want to die. All right, I'll take this opportunity to officially announce that whoever still dares to treat humans as slaves will be executed no matter how far away they are. Gu-Fei's clone waved his hand and glanced at the countless living beings in the surroundings with a solemn expression before he spoke. What? Who does he think he is? An ancient god. How dare he do this? Some of the living beings were extremely shocked, especially the leaders of the clans that had been killed by Gu-Fei's clones. They were both shocked and furious. The Ox Demon clan, the Tree Man clan, and the Sky Leopard clan all had experts from their clans killed by Gu-Fei's doppelganger. How arrogant! Do you really think that you alone can change the status of the god race that has been a slave for millions of years? The Tongbi divine ape laughed in anger. How do you know if you don't try? Gu-Fei's doppelganger said, You're going against the entire god race of the desolate world. Even if you're 10 times stronger, or even 100 times stronger, you still can't change everything. The Tongbi divine ape said in disdain, Is that so? You overestimate the so-called god race of this world and underestimate me. Gu-Fei's doppelganger said, nonchalantly, So what if I underestimate you? Let me see what you're capable of. How dare you boast so shamelessly? The Toneby divine ape looked up at the silhouette in the sky and grinned. Then, with the spear in his hand, he soared into the sky and once again attacked Gu Fei's doppelganger. Virum! The Toneby divine ape extended his left hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's doppelganger. This was the Toneby divine ape's inherited killing technique, the star-picking palm. The entire hand covered the entire sky, sealing off all escape routes for Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the Toneby divine ape's killing technique and smiled. Then he also extended his hand and grabbed at the Toneby divine ape. The Toneby divine ape was dumbfounded. The killing technique that the doppelganger used was the same as the star-picking palm. How could he not be dumbfounded? Boom! The two giant hands collided with a loud bang. The two forces exploded, and the two giant hands dissipated in the void at the same time. The chaotic power formed an extremely powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. The void of the deserted world was extremely stable. The power of the two experts could not shake this part of the world. However, the vast energy ripples sent the countless living beings in the surroundings flying. Those fellows were undoubtedly extremely unlucky. Whoosh! The Toneby divine ape held the spear in his hand and charged at Gu Fei's doppelganger. The real Toneby divine ape arrived before Gu Fei's doppelganger in an instant. Only then did the afterimage disappear. The Toneby divine apes inherited Xian method, shrinking mountains. Gu Fei's doppelganger said. At this time, he raised his right hand and used his fingers to clamp the tip of the spear that was about to pierce his forehead. The tip of the spear immediately stopped moving. The change in speed caused the hands of the Toneby divine ape to suffer a great impact. The hands that were holding the battle spear shook violently, and cracks appeared on the palms. The Toneby divine ape was shocked. He almost lost his grip on the spear and was sent flying. He found it hard to believe that the doppelganger was so powerful that he only needed to use two fingers to clamp the tip of the spear, that he thrust with all his strength. Gu Fei's clone was a little surprised. This Toneby divine ape was also very extraordinary. It was actually able to hold onto the battle spear. If it was an ordinary creature, not to mention holding onto the battle spear, even their hands would have been shattered into a bloody mist. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the shocked divine ape Toneby and suddenly grinned. Then he exerted force with his two fingers on the spearhead of the battle spear. Crack! The spearhead of the battle spear was actually broken by his two fingers. How is this possible? The Toneby divine ape's shock was no small matter. One should know that the spear in his hand was no ordinary relic weapon. It was an extremely powerful relic weapon that his father, the Toneby divine ape, refined for him. A relic weapon refined by an ancient god was unimaginably powerful. However, the human before him easily broke the spear in his hand. Could it be the Toneby divine ape thought of an ancient legend? He couldn't help but be shocked. In the distant past, the humans of the deserted world were not weak. In that distant era, the humans were definitely the main characters of the world. All the divine races were enslaved by the humans. Even the strongest of the divine races were the same. However, no one knew what happened, but the powerful human race vanished in a single night. After that, the various celestial races were completely freed. Without the protection of their experts, the human race was reduced to slaves of the various celestial races. Countless years passed, and this situation never changed. Could it be that the humans that disappeared in the distant past have returned? Just as the Toneby divine ape was in a state of shock, a fist had already landed on his eye, sending the noble divine child flying. The so-called divine child is just SOSO. Gu-Fei's doppelganger retracted his fist and said casually, "This guy," hearing the words of Gu-Fei's doppelganger. All the living beings watching from afar were completely speechless. "You." The moment the Tongbi divine ape, who had just stabilized his body, heard the words of Gu-Fei's doppelganger, he was so angry that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Be my servant." Gu-Fei's doppelganger tossed away the spearhead in his hand and clapped his hands. "Do you think that's possible?" The Tongbi divine ape glared at Gu-Fei's doppelganger and laughed coldly. The strength of this human before him had far exceeded his expectations. This human might not be any weaker than his father. The old Tongbi divine ape was an ancient god who had lived for countless years. He was one of the strongest beings in the deserted world. Could the cultivation state of this human be comparable to an ancient god? "If you don't want to be my servant, there's only one outcome for you." Gu-Fei's tone was still extremely calm. "What outcome?" The Tongbi divine ape asked. "Die," Gu-Fei's doppelganger said. The Tongbi divine ape race would rather die in battle than surrender, let alone be the servant of someone else. "Stop dreaming," the Tongbi divine ape said fiercely. "Heis, there's no other way then." The moment Gu-Fei's doppelganger said that, the aura of his body changed. A chilling, killing intent emanated from his body. Under the impact of this killing intent, the temperature of the surrounding void plummeted rapidly. The moment the Tongbi divine ape caught sight of this, he could not help but feel moved once more. It seemed like the other party had been hiding his true strength all this while. However, the Tongbi divine ape race loved to fight. The stronger the opponent they met, the more excited they would be. The Tongbi divine ape gripped onto the spear that had its head broken off and glared at the figure in the skies with a scorching gaze. The Tongbi divine ape race is almost impossible to find in this world. It would be a pity to kill you. I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to be my servant? Gu-Fei's doppelganger looked at the Tongbi divine ape and said calmly, "Bulsh *T. I want you to be my servant. Are you willing or not?" The Tongbi divine ape replied in disdain. He tried his best to resist against that overwhelming pressure that was descending down from the skies. "Since that's the case, let me send you on your way then." Chapter 2951. If he couldn't tame them, he would kill them. This was Gu-Fei's way of doing things. Since the Tongbi divine ape didn't want to be his servant, it was an enemy, and enemies should be eliminated. No one was willing to let their enemy grow into a threat. An adult Tongbi divine ape was definitely one of the strongest creatures in the world. This Tongbi divine ape wasn't an adult yet. Rumble. At this moment, Gu-Fei's doppelganger instantly appeared above the divine ape's head and stomped down on its head. The space was shaking. Even though the space of the deserted world was extremely stable, it was still shaken by Gu-Fei's avatar's step. This was the 8 kill steps, 1 kill per step. Bang! Without any suspense, the Tongbi divine ape was once again stomped down by Gu-Fei's avatar. This time, Gu-Fei's avatar didn't show any mercy. Boom! The Tongbi divine ape fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. The ground shook, and another pit appeared. This time, the Tongbi divine ape's breath was weaker. What? This human really dares to kill the divine child. Seeing this scene, all the creatures watching from afar were shocked. This human was too arrogant. He dared to kill the divine child in front of the Firmament City. One had to know that Sangcheong City was not a small city. There was an ancient god guarding this place. Perhaps the legendary divine ape Tongbi was in the city. The Tongbi divine ape crawled out of the pit. At this time, the broken spear in his hand was nowhere to be seen. He was battered and exhausted, his entire body dripping with blood. His hands that were holding the spear were badly mangled, and who knew how many bones in his body were broken. All the creatures found it hard to imagine that the high and mighty divine child would end up in such a miserable state. The divine child was seriously injured. I was just getting serious, and now you can't take it anymore. Gu Fei's clone looked at the divine ape, who was panting heavily on the ground with a faint smile on his face. This divine ape was far from being a match for him. Its cultivation base and combat strength were similar to the saints of the human realm and heaven realm, but it was not a saint. With this level of cultivation and combat ability, he was still not the god here. The god here. Gu Fei guessed that the god here was the saint. The so-called ancient god might be the saint. Although the Tongbi divine ape's cultivation was infinitely close to the saint level, it was still not a saint level. Gu Fei's doppelganger was just playing with this divine ape. You are a god. The Tongbi divine ape stared fiercely at the figure in the sky and said, the other party's arrogant and disdainful attitude had deeply hurt his arrogant heart. As the son of God, he definitely had the right to be arrogant. After all, his father was an ancient god who had become a god since ancient times. I'm not the god of your world, but I'm definitely stronger than your god, Gu Fei's clone said proudly. Arrogant. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. The two giant stone men standing on both sides of the city gate of Sangqiong City actually spoke. Ha, you're dead. The consequences of looking down on a god are very tragic. The Tongbi divine ape sneered. He was still coughing up blood. The kick from Gu Fei's clone had injured him quite badly. He was already lucky to be able to survive. These pitiful guys. Gu Fei's clone looked at the Tongbi divine ape and shook his head. There was a trace of pity on his face. Was the deserted world still in a barbaric era? An era where only the strong could survive? God. This was the most powerful existence recognized by countless living beings in the deserted world. It was also the ruler of the deserted world. Countless living beings worshipped the god, seeking the god's protection. In the deserted world, the god was not a totem, but a truly powerful being. The deserted world was vast. Even a god as powerful as he was could only rule a small area. It was impossible for him to be the master of the entire deserted world. Gu Fei's clone extended his right hand. The Tongbi divine ape that was lying on the ground like a dead dog immediately flew towards him. He grabbed the Tongbi divine ape's head. In the next moment, the power of the god's snatching secret technique surged from his hand and instantly enveloped the Tongbi divine ape's head. The Tongbi divine ape wanted to struggle, but very quickly his movement stopped and his eyes became blurry. In the next moment, Gu Fei's clone let go of the Tongbi divine ape and let it fall from the sky. I see. Gu Fei's clone immediately read the Tongbi divine ape's memory and learned what kind of world the deserted world was. This world was similar to what he had guessed before. This so-called deserted world was a world that was similar to the primordial era of the human world in the ancient times. This fact shocked Gu Fei's clone. There were unimaginable experts in the deserted world. These experts were the gods that the living beings of the deserted world spoke of. There were strong and weak gods in the deserted world. Ordinary gods had the cultivation of a saint, and the ancient gods were the extremely powerful saints. In this world, there were living beings that were even more powerful than the ancient gods. These living beings were known as rulers. However, such powerful living beings were hard to find even in the entire deserted world. Therefore, in the deserted world, the ancient gods that had lived for countless years ruled over the land. In the firmament city, there was also an ancient god guarding it. How dare you? At this moment, the two stone golems that stood on both sides of the city gate moved. One of the golems reached out to grab Gu Fei's clone. An extremely strong wave of god power rippled out from the body of the stone golem. This stone golem was like a real god as he displayed his powerful fighting strength. The stone hand covered the sky, trying to grab Gufei's clone. Humph! Gufei's clone had no intention of dodging at all. The gigantic stone hand grabbed onto Gufei's clone. This caused all the living beings who witnessed this scene to be extremely shocked. The attack of the stone golem was indeed powerful. The firmament city was guarded by the stone golems. This was something that everyone knew. However, the stone golems had stood there for thousands of years without any strange movements. Therefore, most of the living beings outside the city had never seen the power of the stone golems. The two stone golems guarding the city gate were very strong. At the very least, they were much stronger than the Tombi godly ape. Ha! This arrogant human is finally going to get what he deserves. Seeing this, some living beings were overjoyed and exclaimed, "Serves him right. Who asked him to be so arrogant?" Some living beings said, "Looks like this human won't be able to escape the fate of destruction as well. What a relief." A powerful being of the Treant race said. This powerful being heaved a sigh of relief. This human was way too strong. If he didn't die, he would definitely be a huge threat to them. Now that the stone golems had made their move, this human was naturally dead meat. These two stone golems guarding the city gate of the firmament city were definitely not just for show. Even the gods of this world wouldn't dare to act so brazenly in the firmament city. If those two stone golems could kill a god, could it be that this human is even stronger than a god? Some of the older living beings said, "What? These two stone golems can kill gods?" All the other living beings were extremely shocked. These two stone golems had been standing at the entrance of the city for God knows how many years. Usually, as long as one entered or exited the city, they would see these two stone golems. However, none of them would have expected that these two stone golems would be this strong to be able to kill gods. However, all of the living beings shut their mouths in the next moment. This was because they could see the hand of the stone golem that was grabbing onto the human glowing brightly. A series of golden beams shot out from that hand as a tremendous amount of energy rippled out from it. How could this be? All of the living beings were dumbfounded to think that the human who was grabbed by the stone golem was still alive. Boom! The hand of the stone golem exploded as a figure walked out of it. A stone golem that can kill gods. How could it be? The moment the older living beings saw this, their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. This was simply unbelievable. Even the stone golem that could kill gods couldn't do anything to this human. Just then, Gufei's doppelganger took a step forth and appeared before the stone golem instantly. He then punched out at the body of the stone golem. This stone golem was simply way too huge. In front of the stone golem, Gufei's doppelganger looked like a tiny person the size of a finger. The difference in size between the two of them was simply way too great. However, Gufei's clone, which was the size of a thumb-sized person, had shaken the golem that could kill a god. The area where the punch landed on the stone golem began to crack apart. Then, pieces of rocks began to fall off the body of the stone golem. Before long, the entire stone golem had turned into a pile of rocks. At this sight, all of the living beings were completely dumbfounded. This human was way too heaven-defying. One had to know that these two stone golems that were guarding the city gates had existed since ancient times. No one had ever been able to smash these two stone golems into pieces. However, everything that was happening right now was beyond the knowledge of the living beings of the Sky City. To think that one of the two stone golems would be smashed into pieces by a single punch from a human, all of the living beings found this hard to accept. At this moment, even the heavenly ape was scared out of his wits. To think that this human would be this sick. The moment he thought back to how he had just exchanged blows with this human, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. God. This human was definitely a god. Furthermore, he was a god that was far more powerful than most gods. The heavenly ape crushed a jade talisman in his hand. In the next moment, an aura so strong that it caused all living beings to tremble surged out from within the Sky City. All of the living beings were terrified to the extreme as they sprawled onto the ground, involuntarily kowtowing towards the Sky City. It was as though they were worshipping an unparalleled god. Just then, Gu-Fei's doppelganger struck out, once more, smashing the stone golem into pieces with a single punch. Human. Just then, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the skies above the Sky City. This pair of eyes was glaring at Gu-Fei's doppelganger outside the city. Has the main character finally appeared? Chapter 2952. Gu-Fei's doppelganger struck out and destroyed the two stone men who had been guarding the Sky City for countless years. This shocked countless of the so-called celestial race. Just as all the living beings who claimed to be from the celestial race were dumbfounded, an old voice rang out from within the city. After that, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky above the city. So, the main character has finally appeared. Gu-Fei's doppelganger looked at the pair of blood-red eyes in the sky above the city and revealed a playful expression. Human, how dare you challenge the celestial race? The pair of blood-red eyes in the sky stared at Gu-Fei's clone outside the city. A wave of divine will spread out from the blood-red eyes, and a voice rang out in his mind. Tisk, dogsh, asterisk T, celestial race. They're just a bunch of monsters. Gu-Fei's doppelganger said in disdain. Just at this moment, a strong force rippled out from the pair of blood-red eyes. Outside the city, the Tongbi god ape, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, disappeared. Void shift. Seeing this, Gu-Fei's doppelganger did not stop it. This Tongbi god ape was not an adult yet and posed no threat to him. Of course, even if it was an adult Tongbi god ape, he wouldn't be afraid. The Tongbi god ape was rescued by that strong existence in the city. Very soon, the Tongbi god ape that was rescued appeared on the city walls once again. The injuries on its body seemed to have healed in an instant. Human, Ant, your death date has arrived. The Tongbi god ape pointed at Gu-Fei's doppelganger, who was standing in the void outside the city, and shouted. If looks could kill, Gu-Fei's doppelganger would have died many times over. Humph, if I don't kill you, you should be more obedient. In front of me, you're the ant. You understand? Gu-Fei's doppelganger stared at the Tongbi god ape and narrowed his eyes. An extremely strong aura emanated from his body, as if he was a golden god of war from ancient times. The powerful pressure radiating from his body caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Living beings with weaker cultivations even vomited blood as they retreated and hid far away. God, he's definitely a god. A being of the older generation exclaimed in horror, a god of the human clan. All the beings who called themselves the celestial race were shocked. A god had appeared in the human clan. This was definitely enough to affect the entire wasteland world. One must know that for countless of years, the human race had always been the slaves of the various celestial races. The only outcome for the human race was to be enslaved by the celestial races. But now, there was a god amongst the slaves. This was absolutely unimaginable. The celestial race would not allow a god to appear in the human clan. However, just as Gu-Fei's doppelganger challenged the celestial race in the Firmament City, the gods of the human clan also appeared in other parts of the wasteland world. Moreover, the gods of the human clan seemed to have appeared all of a sudden. They directly fought against the gods of the celestial race. There were even some divine cities of the celestial race that had fallen. The gods of the celestial race were killed by the gods of the human clan. Their blood dyed the earth red. Of course, this news had not yet spread to the firmament city. In the wasteland world, the territories ruled by the celestial race were like independent countries. News spread between each other was not that fast. Of course, the celestial race had their own spies in each other's territories to monitor each other's every move. However, it was not easy to spread news from the territories ruled by each other. This time, the celestial race that entered the wasteland world from the ancient celestial court in the heaven realm were all holy venerables. In other words, they were existences equivalent to the ancient gods in the wasteland world. The sudden appearance of such a powerful group of people in the wasteland world caused an uproar. At this time, outside the firmament city, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly slammed his palm towards the pair of blood-red eyes in the sky above the firmament city. A monstrous golden light rushed out from his palm. Like a stormy sea, it slammed towards the pair of eyes in the void. Rumble! A shocking sound rang out in the void. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The golden light illuminated the entire world in a golden color. Humph! A cold laugh rang out. Then, the pair of blood-red eyes in the sky above the firmament city suddenly burst with a bloody light. Within the bloody light, one could vaguely see blood-red runes faintly appearing and intertwining. The bloody light and the golden light collided in an instant. The void shook, but it did not break. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The pair of blood-red eyes in the sky above the firmament city disappeared. The bloody light and the golden light dissipated in the void at the same time. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked solemnly at the void within the firmament city. At this time, all the living beings in the firmament city were inexplicably shocked. This human could actually fight against a god. How was this possible? The Tongbi divine ape on top of the city wall almost had his eyeballs fall out. He looked at this scene in disbelief. How could this human be so strong? One should know that gods were supreme existences, especially ancient gods. They were invincible in the wasteland world. They ruled over an area and were the rulers of an area. Who dared to challenge a god? This was something that rarely happened since ancient times. Just when all the living beings could not believe what they were seeing, a figure walked out from the firmament city. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. In his hand, he held a long staff that was surrounded by golden light. Father, the Tongbi divine ape on top of the city wall, saw the old man and could not help but be excited. What? He is the Tongbi ancient god. Some living beings who knew the background of the Tongbi divine ape could not help but exclaim after hearing the words of the Tongbi divine ape. Ancient god Tongbi was the ruler of the firmament city. The old man's cultivation had already reached the stage of returning to the original state. There was no strong aura emitting from his body. He was just like any other ordinary old man. However, no one dared to treat this old man as an ordinary old man. One should know that this old man was an invincible existence in the firmament city. When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw this old man, his pupils dilated. This was an old ape, a powerful ape that even made his heart palpitate. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. Trying to escape, the old man stretched out his hand, and a huge hand covered the entire heaven and earth. A figure was pulled out of the void by this huge hand. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger let out a furious roar. Golden light shot out from his body, and the heaven-punishing sword slashed through everything, including the huge hand. He then dashed out. The old man was a little surprised. He had underestimated this human. Swoosh! Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void once again. However, the old man stretched out his right hand and slapped at the void. A figure immediately fell out of the void, and with a bang, the figure exploded in the void. Seeing this scene, all of the living beings were stupefied. The attack of an ancient god was indeed extraordinary, to be able to kill this extremely arrogant human with a single move. Some of the humans saw this scene and could not help but beat their chests and cry. They thought that the human race could make a comeback. Who knew that their god would be killed by the ancient god? Ha ha! Who asked you to be arrogant? No matter how arrogant you are, you still have to die. On top of the city wall, the Tongbi divine ape laughed out loud. This despicable guy finally died in the hands of his father. This allowed him to vent his anger. Ancient god Tongbi is invincible. Someone shouted loudly, "Ancient god Tongbi is invincible." Gradually, someone followed suit. Then, the entire Sky City was filled with thunderous voices. Countless living beings were shouting and worshiping the old man. However, at this moment, ancient god Tongbi's face was solemn. Just then, in the void outside the Sky City, a figure appeared. It was the doppelganger of Gu Fei, who had his body destroyed by the old man. How is this possible? Countless living beings were dumbfounded. This human was truly heaven-defying. His body was destroyed by the ancient god, and he was still alive. Something is strange. The old man stared at the human race cultivator outside the Sky Dome City as he spoke. Humph, Gu Fei's clone didn't say anything. Instead, he disappeared into the void again, trying to escape into the void and leave this place. However, the old man was too strong. His strength was enough to seal the entire space. Gu Fei's doppelganger could not escape at all. Once again, he was forced out of the void by the old man. This is preposterous. Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but panic. This ancient god Tongbi, or whatnot, was just a quasi-supreme. His luck was simply too good to be able to bump into a quasi-supreme in such a situation. The strength of a quasi-supreme was undeniable. Even though Gu Fei's doppelganger was strong, he knew his own limits. He was no match for a quasi-supreme. However, this doppelganger possessed an undying divinity. Even a quasi-supreme would find it difficult to destroy this doppelganger. If you want to fight, let's fight. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Gu Fei's doppelganger used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret skill. His aura was rising rapidly. Rumble, the void trembled as an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from Gu Fei's doppelganger. Golden Tao patterns interweaved on his body. Countless living beings looked at the golden figure in the sky in fear. It was only now that these living beings realized that this human was strong enough to challenge an ancient god. Is this your true strength? Chapter 2953. Ancient god Tongbi's battle prowess had long surpassed the level of a holy master. He was an existence that had already taken that step. In the desolate world, such an existence was known as a ruler. No living creature knew that Tongbi had already taken that step and was known as a ruler. Such an existence in the human realm and the heavenly realm was a quasi-supreme. Rumble, the void trembled. The battle prowess of Gu Fei's avatar sword. The void around him trembled, and an extremely dazzling golden light exploded from his body. The entire world was illuminated by the golden light emitted by Gu Fei's avatar. The supreme divine might spread out, causing all living creatures to feel great pressure. Some of the weaker beings were sent flying while coughing up blood. Some of them even fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Although they didn't die, their bones and tendons were broken. They were in an extremely sorry state. This is your true strength. Ancient god Tongbi stood in the sky above the firmament city. and looked at Gu Fei's avatar outside the city. A strange look flashed across his eyes. This human seemed a bit strange. He didn't seem like an ordinary human at all. Gu Fei's avatar snorted and looked at the ancient god above the firmament city. He never thought that there would be such a powerful existence in this giant city. A quasi-supreme. This guy is actually a quasi-supreme. Gu Fei's avatar groaned. Although he used the secret technique of ascension, he knew very well that such an existence was definitely not something he could deal with. Quasi-supremes were existences second only to supremes. Gu Fei's doppelganger was, after all, just a doppelganger. Even if he used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, it was impossible for him to contend against such an existence. But now, he had to go all out because he couldn't escape. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight. He didn't know if Old Man Qin Huang was still nearby. If Old Man Qin Huang wasn't nearby, he would be in grave danger. This guy is actually this powerful. On top of the city, the Tongbi god ape was incomparably shocked. He realized that he had severely underestimated this human. This human wasn't some god, but an ancient god. The difference between a god and an ancient god was huge. An ancient god could easily destroy a god. The other living beings were dumbfounded as well. Who would have thought that this human would be strong enough to challenge ancient god Tongbai? This was way too unbelievable. Come, let me see how powerful the quasi-supremes of this world are. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the old man holding the golden rod and said, "You are from the outer world." Ancient god Tongbi's snow-white eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. The other living beings didn't understand what Gu Fei's clone meant, but he did. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Gu Fei's avatar chuckled. Outsider human, seems like there's a need for me to capture you. Ancient god Tongbi sternly said, "Come and give it a try then." Gu Fei's avatar said proudly, even though he knew that he wasn't a match for the other party, it wouldn't be an easy task for the other party to capture him. All right. The old man nodded his head. He then extended his arm and grabbed at Gu Fei's avatar. Instantly, his arm shrouded the entire world, trapping Gu Fei's avatar within it. This was the killing skill of the Tongbi god ape race, known as the star-seizing palm. The power of the star-seizing palm used by the old Tongbi god ape was naturally incomparable to the one used by the young Tongbi god ape. This single grab from the old Tongbi god ape sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's avatar as a powerful Dao law sealed the entire world. Roar! Gu Fei's avatar roared out and used the 9 secrets of the immortal's way. An immortal light burst forth from his body, turning into an indestructible sword light that tore through the void that was sealed by the star-seizing palm. Yes, when the old Tongbi god ape saw that Gu Fei's avatar could escape from the void that he had sealed, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He could tell that the other party's cultivation state was much lower than his. The cultivation state of this human was equivalent to an ancient god. However, the old Tongbi god ape had long surpassed an ancient god. If it were any other ordinary ancient god, they definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this grab of his. The old Tongbi god ape was very confident in his own cultivation state and fighting power. Shroud! Just then, the old Tongbi god ape took a step forth and disappeared from where he was instantly. The next moment when he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Gu Fei's avatar. He stomped down on Gu Fei's avatar. Instantly, there was the sound of wind and thunder beneath his feet as a horrifying destructive power descended from his feet. What? Gu Fei's avatar was shocked. The speed that the old ape had displayed shocked him. This speed was way too fast. It wasn't any slower than his desolate steps. Dissipate. Gu Fei's avatar used one of the 9 secrets of the celestial path, the word Wu. The power of the word Wu surged from his hands, turning the horrifying destructive power that was descending from the sky into nothingness. The old Tongbi god ape was shocked. He didn't expect that the ancient god of the human race would be able to dispel his attack. This was unbelievable. The cultivation method of the Outer Realm human clan was indeed unique. The old Tongbi god ape couldn't help but be moved. His opponent's cultivation state wasn't as high as his, but the skill that he used was extremely powerful. Even he was jealous of such a skill. This old ape had lived for countless years and was an ancient relic in the desolate world. Naturally, he knew many secrets of the desolate world. In the distant past, there was once a group of extremely powerful humans that appeared in the desolate world. This group of humans nearly conquered the entire desolate world. However, for some unknown reason, the group of humans left the deserted world and never showed up again. As a result, the powerful humans became a taboo in the desolate world. The only ancient god of the desolate world forbade the living beings in the desolate world from talking about them. As time went by, the living beings in the desolate world forgot about the powerful humans. After countless years, everything related to the humans was buried in the river of time and was no longer mentioned by the living beings in the desolate world. However, the living beings in the desolate world had truly forgotten about the powerful humans. The answer was naturally no. For example, the Tongbi god ape race was one of the few races in the desolate world that knew the truth. All the powerful celestial races were worried that the events of the distant past would happen again. And this day really did come. The humans from the desolate world had appeared again. The old Tongbi god ape naturally wanted to capture this human and learn about the situation of the humans from the desolate world. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious. The old Tongbi god ape was actually very curious about the humans from the desolate world. Kill. Gu Fei's avatar was filled with murderous intent. He used the power of the secret word, Wu, to dispel the old Tongbi god ape's stomp, and then shot into the sky. The power of the secret word, Wu, exploded again, and the old Tongbi god ape was instantly enveloped by the power of the secret word, Wu. In the next moment, the old Tongbi god ape's energy was continuously being eroded by the secret word, Wu. The old ape's energy was rapidly weakening, and his cultivation was continuously being destroyed. What a powerful technique! The old Tongbi divine ape was incomparably shocked. A wave of quasi-supreme energy burst forth from his body, causing the void to tremble. The power of the Wu character that enveloped him was immediately dispersed. The power of a quasi-supreme being spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. Gu Fei's doppelganger only felt an irresistible force slam into him. His entire body was immediately sent flying thousands of feet away, falling into the mountain ridges outside Songqiong City. The outsider race does have some skills indeed, but it's a pity that he's no match for me. The old Tongbi god ape muttered to himself. However, his expression changed immediately. **T. The old Tongbi god ape took a step out and instantly appeared above the mountain where Gu Fei's avatar fell. A wave of consciousness enveloped the entire mountain. However, he realized in shock that the human from the outsider race had disappeared without a trace. Even he couldn't sense the existence of the human. Preposterous. He sure runs fast. The old Tongbi god ape raged. His plan of capturing this outsider alive had failed. This made him extremely unhappy. One should know that he was the ruler of the firmament city. I don't believe that you can escape. The old Tongbi god ape displayed his mystic arts, and his consciousness instantly enveloped the entire void. However, he realized in shock that he still couldn't sense the aura of the human from the outsider race. How is this possible? The old Tombi divine ape was no longer calm. And at this moment, an aura that was strong enough to go against him appeared in his senses. What? The old Tombi god ape was shocked. In his own territory, there was a living being that could fight against him. Could it be that he was here for him? At this moment, the living being also sensed the existence of the old Tombi god ape. Then, the living being appeared before the old Tombi god ape. Human race. When the old Tombi god ape caught sight of the living being that had appeared, he was shocked once more. This living being that could fight against him was actually a human as well. I didn't think that there would be such an ape in this world. When the person saw the old Tombi god ape, he was surprised as well. This person had a head full of white hair, but a pair of golden eyebrows. He was tall and had a majestic appearance. It was Emperor Qin. An outsider. Is the desolate world going to change? Chapter 2954. The old ape performed a great technique. His divine sense covered 100,000 miles in an attempt to find Gu Fei's clone. However, Gu Fei's clone didn't find him. Instead, he attracted the attention of an outsider of the human race. The humans of the desolate world were the slaves of the celestial races. In the desolate world, the human race didn't even have a god. It was impossible for there to be a ruler of the human race. However, the old ape was facing a true ruler of the human race. How was this possible? The old ape was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Such a ruler must have entered the desolate world from the outside world. He was an outsider. In the knowledge of the experts of the desolate world, there were worlds beyond the desolate world. In the distant past, powerful humans from the outside world came to the desolate world. Now, these powerful humans from the outside world came again. The old ape was shocked when he thought of this. The desolate world was about to undergo a great change. It was the biggest turmoil in history because an outsider had arrived. This world shocked me. Long by divine ape, one of the 4 extinct ancient apes. I can't believe there is still its bloodline here. Elder Qin Emperor sized up the old ape in front of him. At this moment, he also noticed the young Tombi divine ape on top of the city wall of Sangqiong City. From this, it could be seen that the long by divine ape race lived here and didn't go extinct. Plus, the old ape before him was a quasi-supreme. This world really shocked old man Qin Emperor. Previously, when he entered this world, he had encountered a primal chaos saint venerable who had cultivated to the level of a primal chaos divine stone. And now he encountered a pseudo-supreme being. There really were so many powerful creatures in this world. Emperor Qin couldn't help but be surprised. The laws of heaven and earth here were very strong. The void of heaven and earth was very stable. Most importantly, the spiritual qi here was much thicker than the spiritual qi in the mortal world and the heavenly realm. Powerful laws of the heavens and earth, coupled with dense spiritual qi of the heavens and earth, would naturally give birth to incomparably powerful living beings. Obviously, the living beings in this world were much more powerful than the living beings in the human realm and heaven realm. It seemed that the expert who sealed the ancient heaven court relic wanted to stop the living beings from entering the heavenly realm through the passage. In the relic, the Qin Emperor thought to himself, "Old ape, are you willing to be my servant?" Old man Qin Emperor said, "What?" When the old celestial ape heard this, he was dumbfounded. This guy was too arrogant. He wanted to take me as his servant the moment he arrived. So what if you are the ruler of the human race? I am still the ruler of Firmament City. With your cultivation, you are qualified to be my servant," the old man Qin Emperor said indifferently. "You're courting death. The old Tongbi divine ape stretched out his hand and used the star-seizing palm to grab at old man Qin Huang. His hand instantly enveloped the entire void. The world suddenly darkened, as if night had suddenly descended. The pitch-black hand seemed to have grasped the entire world in its hand. Above the hand, there were balls of lightning that appeared and revolved around the hand like stars. The power of lightning. Emperor Qin was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This old ape was not simple. He had actually cultivated the great path of lightning. Such an existence was like a living creature born from lightning, and he could attract terrifying heavenly punishment with just a thought. Rumble, a series of extremely deep thunder boomed in the void. Between the balls of lightning, there were streaks of lightning that could be seen by the naked eye connecting together, forming a huge electric net that shrouded towards the old man Qin Emperor. Not bad. This is interesting. The old man Qin Emperor raised his head and looked at the huge hand and the electric net that shrouded him. He still looked calm. Swoosh! Just as the huge hand was about to grab his body along with the endless thunderballs and electric arcs, an extremely powerful figure suddenly dashed out from old man Qin Huang's body, opening up a part of the world. The figure that emerged from the body of the Qin Emperor was too powerful. It was as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. An extremely powerful law of Tao exploded from the figure. The figure used his hands to open up a piece of heaven and earth, and forcefully pushed away the huge hand that was grabbing at him. What the old Tongbi divine ape was extremely shocked. The strength of the ruler of the human race was far beyond his imagination. Even his star-seizing palm couldn't gain the upper hand. After the powerful figure that emerged from the body of the old man Qin Emperor pushed away the huge hand of the old ape, it also reached out to grab at the old Tongbi divine ape. Rumble, the blurry figure displayed an extremely powerful wave of energy. The huge hand that was grabbing at the old ape actually emitted a towering divine flame that lit up the entire heaven and earth. The wave of energy of a quasi-supreme martial artist spread out, and the entire void looked like it was about to collapse from the heat. It was terrifying. This, in the direction of the Tsangqiong city, all the living beings were extremely terrified. One should know that it was a battle between two rulers, and the aura that spread out was extremely terrifying. The powerful living beings in the Tsangqiong city were all alarmed. Even some living beings that had been in seclusion for countless years were awakened from their deep slumber. That old ape, an old voice came from the Tsangqiong city. At this moment, a figure flew over at high speed from the distant sky. Boom! It smashed onto the huge city wall and actually created a huge hole in the extremely hard city wall. What the young Tongbi divine ape on the city wall saw this scene and almost fell to the ground in fear. The living being that flew over from the distant sky and directly smashed through the city wall was his old father. Father, how is this possible? The young Tongbi divine ape was scared silly. In his heart, his old father was an invincible existence, the ruler of the Tsangqiong city. In the desolate world, the ruler was absolutely invincible. No living being could go against the ruler. This was something that was publicly acknowledged in the desolate world. But now, the ruler of the Tsangqiong city was actually beaten back to the Tsangqiong city, and his own city wall was smashed into a huge hole. All the living beings in the Tsangqiong city were extremely shocked. The old man Qin Emperor was extremely powerful. He directly used his great magic to send the old Tongbi divine ape flying, and then took a step forward. His invincible figure directly appeared in the sky above the Tsangqiong city. The so-called divine race experts in the Tsangqiong city were trembling when they saw the figure in the sky. They were even more shocked. Human, it's actually the human race. A god race powerhouse cried out in alarm. How is this possible? The Lord Ruler was defeated by a human. Some divine race experts roared madly in disbelief. How is this possible? None of the divine race experts dared to believe what they saw. The human race was a slave, a lowly race. How could there be such a powerful existence? The human race was extremely weak in the desolate world. This was what the divine race of the desolate world knew. In the desolate world, there were many humans. They were like ants, but they were all enslaved by the major divine races, and even became food for some of them. The humans in the desolate world were not the main characters. They lived at the bottom of the world, and the divine race could decide the life and death of a human at will. Roar! Just as the countless divine race experts in the Tsangcheong city were shocked, an angry roar came from the city. Then a figure rushed out from the city and came before the old man Qin Emperor. It was the old Tongbi divine ape that was sent flying by the old man Qin Emperor and smashed through the city wall. You are no match for me. Be my servant, and I will not kill you. Qin Emperor looked at the old Tongbi divine ape in front of him and said casually, on his body, illusory figures appeared indistinctly. Damn it! The old Tongbi divine ape was furious. He stared at the human ruler fiercely. However, the other party's strength was beyond his expectations. Although he was furious, he did not dare to act recklessly. Just as the old Tongbi divine ape and the old man Qin Emperor were facing off in the sky above the Tsangcheong city, Gu Fei's clone had already left the Tsangcheong city and entered an endless mountain range. This place was too big. In the endless mountain range, there were countless mountain spirits and water monsters. Among these mountain spirits and water monsters, there were also some extremely powerful existences. When Gu Fei's clone passed by a mountain with a black aura, an earth-shattering roar came from the peak of the mountain. The roar echoed in the mountains for a long time. He stopped and focused his gaze. At the peak of the Black Mountain, there was an extremely powerful creature roaring at the sky. A powerful aura spread out from the mountain peak. When he saw that creature, he was slightly surprised. The reason for that was because that creature was shaped like a qilin, but it had a pair of ancestral dragon horns on its head. Dragon Clan. Gu Fei's clone was shocked. This living being with ancestral dragon horns was very powerful. In terms of the desolate world's cultivation realm, this living being was a god. However, in terms of the cultivation realm of the human realm and the heavenly realm, this living being was a sacred beast. With a thought, Gu Fei's clone disappeared in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of the Black Mountain. The living being with ancestral dragon horns was still roaring at the sky. It did not seem to notice that someone had appeared behind it. The powerful aura of a true dragon exploded from the living being. This living being was probably a powerful being of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it might have ancestral dragon blood within it. One should know that not every living being could grow ancestral dragon horns. Very well. Gu Fei's clone stretched out his right hand and pressed down on the living being. In the next moment, the living being was pressed to the ground by a powerful force. Chapter 2955. At the peak of Black Mountain, a mythological beast that looked like a qilin but had the horns of an ancestral dragon was lying on the ground, constantly roaring. A terrifying aura spread out, shaking the entire Black Mountain. However, a large hand pressed down on the mythological beast. No matter how hard the mythological beast struggled, it could not stand up. The mythological beast was shocked and angry. It was the god of this mountain, yet it had been plotted against. Could it be that the guy in Black Wind Valley had plotted against it? Submit to me and become my servant, and you will live. If you don't submit, you will die. A voice sounded in the mythological beast's mind. What? Hearing that, the dragon-horned Chelan could not help but be shocked. This creature was not the guy in Black Wind Valley. Who was this creature, and why did he attack it? Just as the dragon-horned Chelan beast was thinking about this, the irresistible force that came down from the sky increased a bit. Bang! The extremely hard black rock beneath the dragon-horned Chelan cracked, and the mythological beast's body sank into the ground. Damn it, what kind of hero is sneaking an attack from behind? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. The dragon-horned Chelan roared angrily. It was not convinced. The other party had taken advantage of it being unprepared to suddenly attack it. This made it so angry that it kept roaring. TCH, you think you can fight me one-on-one? All right, since you are not convinced, then as you wish, let's fight one-on-one. Gufei's avatar smiled, and then retracted his right hand. The next moment, the dragon-horned Chelan felt its body lighten. The powerful force that was pressing down on it instantly disappeared, which made it overjoyed. Roar! The dragon-horned Chelan roared angrily, and a terrifying force exploded from its body. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire black mountain exploded, and black dust rose high into the sky. Countless black rocks shot in all directions, and on the solid body of the black mountain, hideous cracks appeared. Gufei's clone, who was standing in the air above Black Mountain, did not dodge. The stones seemed to have hit an invisible wall when they were 3 feet away from him. They shattered into black dust and scattered down from the sky. At this moment, a powerful figure burst out of the dust cloud and pounced at Ancient Faye's clone in an incomparably ferocious manner. The dragon-horned Chelan beast was ferocious, and it was itching to tear the creature that dared to sneak up on it into pieces. However, at this moment, a huge foot appeared directly in front of it. In the next moment, with a bang, that huge foot stepped on its face. The dragon-horned Chelan beast let out a blood-curdling screech as it was sent flying by the huge foot. A stream of blood spurted out of its nose, and a few sharp teeth flew out of its mouth. When the dragon-horned Chelan stabilized its body, it was about to go crazy. This guy had actually stepped on its face. This was definitely a great humiliation. There was a footprint in the middle of the dragon-horned Chelan beast's face, and its nose was bleeding. Gufei's clone's foot caused the divine beast's vision to darken and stars to dance in the air. It almost fainted, and a crack even appeared on its forehead. The dragon-horned Chelan beast was inconsolable. Since its debut, it had never had its face stepped on by a creature. This was the first time. The divine beast almost spat out blood at the thought of this. You what? You want me to fight you one-on-one? What's the result? Quickly surrender to me. Let me tell you, my patience is limited. If you keep squeaking, I'll eat you, Gufei's doppelganger said. You are a human. At this time, the dragon-horned Chelan beast finally realized something was wrong. The creature that dared to step on its face was a human. How was this possible? My face was stepped on by a human. The dragon-horned Chelan beast wanted to die. If this were to get out, it would no longer have the face to stay in the cultivation community of the desolate world. Puffed. Is it so embarrassing to have your face stepped on by a human? I did it because I think highly of you, Gufei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. What? The dragon-horned Chelan beast almost fainted from anger. I don't need you to think highly of me. Cut the crap. Submit or die. Choose one. Gufei's doppelganger was getting impatient. One should know that it was still being chased by the old ape. The ape was extremely powerful and could catch up at any time. When the dragon-horned Chelan heard this, its mind trembled. It knew that the human in front of it was extremely powerful and definitely had the ability to kill it. It had cultivated for countless years and finally became a god. It was very unwilling to die like this. I am willing to surrender. The dragon-horned Qilin beast knelt down towards Gufei's doppelganger in the air. As a god of the desolate world, it was naturally extraordinary. He had long since seen how strong this human was. The only thing he could do right now was to stay alive before anything else. If he were to die, everything would be gone as well. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You are very sensible and have a bright future. I think highly of you, Gufei's doppelganger said, with a smile. Then he performed a secret technique and planted a seal on the dragon-horned Qilin beast. If the beast was disloyal to him and wanted to betray him, he could destroy the beast with a single thought. The dragon-horned Qilin beast knew that it had completely lost its freedom and had become the servant of this human. At this thought, it could not help but feel dejected. Following me is definitely not a bad thing. The future will be beyond your imagination. Gufei's doppelganger took a look at the dragon-horned Qilin beast and said such words. The dragon-horned Qilin beast did not speak, but in its mind, it was cursing all the ancestors of Gufei's doppelganger. Naturally, it did not know that Gufei's doppelganger was not a real human. All right, tell me, where is the territory of the ancient god of chaos? Gufei's doppelganger did not have time to pay attention to what the dragon-horned Qilin beast was thinking. He had to leave and then tell the situation here to his original body. Although there was a subtle connection between the doppelganger and the original body, Gufei's doppelganger and the original body were separated by a large world. No matter how powerful the original body was, it was impossible for him to perceive what was happening in the desolate world. Only when Gufei's doppelganger returned to the heaven realm would Gufei's original body know what had happened in the desolate world. Gufei's doppelganger had read the memories of the young celestial ape's soul. Naturally, he knew everything about the desolate world, and even some of its secrets. The most powerful beings in the desolate world were the sovereigns. The sovereigns here were actually quasi-sovereigns. There were not many sovereigns in the entire desolate world, but this was enough to shock Gufei's doppelganger. It should be noted that the number of sovereigns in the desolate world was definitely much more than the number of quasi-sovereigns in the human realm and the heaven realm. This was definitely not a good thing for the human realm and the heaven realm. To the human realm and the heaven realm, the desolate world was a foreign world. Perhaps the desolate world was Ming Qiong's hometown. Otherwise, how could he have sensed the aura of his hometown in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court? What, you want to go to the territory of the ancient god of chaos? Hearing this, the dragon-horned Qilin beast was absolutely shocked. One should know that the territory of the ancient god was not a place that outsiders could easily enter, especially powerful creatures. Barging into the territory of the ancient god would risk being discovered by the ancient god, and then being killed by the ancient god. Once discovered by the ancient god, the consequences would be unpredictable. The dragon-horned Qilin beast did not want to die. Can't I? Gufei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. All right, since you are not afraid, why should I be afraid? I will bring you there. The dragon-horned Qilin beast clenched its teeth and said, since this guy wanted to die, it would be the best. As long as this guy was dead, it would be able to regain its freedom. The divine beast's eyes were constantly flickering with radiance. Very well. Gufei's doppelganger took a step forward and landed on the back of the dragon-horned Qilin beast. Ha! It's not bad to have such a mount. Gufei's doppelganger laughed out loud. The appearance of the dragon-horned Qilin beast was really good. With the body of a Qilin and the horns of an ancestral dragon, It would definitely look cool to ride on such a divine beast. To think that it had become the mount of a human. The dragon-horned Chelan beast did not feel good about being ridden by a human. It was too unlucky to have met such a powerful human. The dragon-horned Chelan beast carried Gu Fei's doppelganger on its back and galloped forward. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. Its speed was not slow at all. Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger subdued the dragon-horned Chelan beast, Elder Qin Emperor and the old ape were engaged in a fierce battle in Firmament City hundreds of thousands of miles away. The two supreme experts soared into the sky and fought their way into the starry sky. Their terrifying aura spread in all directions, alerting many powerful beings in the desolate world. What's going on? There are two sovereigns fighting. Some powerful beings looked up into the sky and exclaimed in shock. Paragons were invincible beings in the desolate world. Usually, paragons were not even seen, let alone when two paragons were fighting. Battles between paragons weren't normally possible because they were frightening and could have serious consequences. Paragons in the desolate world avoided fighting with other paragons. But now, in the starry sky, a battle between paragons had broken out. Soon, the news spread, and everyone was shocked. In fact, there had been sudden god-level battles in various parts of the desolate world, and powerful humans had appeared in this part of the world. Many gods, and even ancient gods, had been killed by human experts who had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 2956. Gu Fei's doppelganger only received limited information about the chaotic ancient god from the memories of the divine ape. He only knew that the chaotic ancient god hadn't appeared for nearly 1,000 years. He had a premonition that the so-called primal chaos ancient god might be the chaos stone golem that had battled with the void quasi-supremacy in the area near the light sphere. If it was really that chaos stone man, then it wouldn't be an ancient god, but a ruler. The place where the chaotic ancient god resided was a desolate domain, a region shrouded in chaotic air. In this region, there was a terrifying divine mountain. Any living creature that approached the divine mountain would be killed by some kind of power on the mountain. Both their bodies and souls would be destroyed. In the deserted world, some people said that this divine mountain had fallen from the deserted world. It was a chaotic divine mountain, or more accurately, half a divine mountain. Several days later, at noon, Gu Fei's doppelganger rode the dragon-horned Chelan beast to the desolate domain where the chaotic ancient god resided. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't look so good because this was the last thing he wanted to see. He sensed a familiar aura, the aura of the chaotic divine mountain. It's really here. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the dusky world in front of him and couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the so-called chaotic ancient god had become a chaotic ruler after the dragon-horned Chelan beast arrived here. It clearly felt uneasy. In the dusky world in front of it, there seemed to be a creature that frightened it. It was noon, and the sun was high up in the sky. However, the area in front of it was still dusky, and even the sunlight couldn't penetrate the chaotic air that shrouded the region. The desolate domain of chaos. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked ahead, feeling a little nervous. It should be known that the Chaos Stone man wasn't a kind person. It was a quasi-supreme being. Even the void quasi-supreme being had suffered under the hands of the Chaos Stone man, let alone himself. If it was his real body, it would be fine, but the problem was that his real body was still in the ancient Heavenly Court relic and hadn't crossed over. With the battle strength of his doppelganger, he couldn't be a match for a quasi-supreme being. He wasn't even a match for the old Tongbi divine ape, much less a chaos dominator. This made him very sullen. Go in and take a look. Gu Fei's clone ordered the dragon-horned Chelan beast. What, aren't you asking me to die? The dragon-horned Chelan was slightly displeased. After all, This was the chaotic absolute domain, the territory of a chaotic ancient god. It was only a little god, so how could it dare to casually trespass into the territory of an ancient god? In the deserted world, there was a strict and even cruel division in terms of ranks. The territorial awareness between the gods was very strong. They would not simply trespass into the territory of another god. As for the gods, they didn't dare to barge into the territory of the ancient gods. After all, the consequences of angering the ancient gods would be tragic, even more terrible than death. Tisk, with me protecting you. It will be hard for you to die even if you want to. Go, Gufei's clone said. As if I believe you, the dragon horn Qilin muttered. What are you talking about? Are you going or not? Gufei's doppelganger was a little unhappy. Can I not go? The dragon horn Qilin said dejectedly. Its life was in the hands of Yi Futian. If it went, it would be giving its life away. If it didn't go, then it would definitely die. It could only sorrowfully summon up its courage and walk into the chaotic world. The chaotic absolute domain was a peculiar place in the entire deserted world because the laws of heaven and earth here were obviously different from those of the deserted world. All the chaotic energy came from the divine mountain at the center of the chaotic absolute domain, and along with the chaotic energy came the laws of heaven and earth of the alien world. Some people said that the chaotic stone golem was a living being that walked out from the divine mountain, and the chaotic divine mountain gave birth to this living being. After countless years of cultivation, perhaps only Emperor Qin knew exactly how powerful this chaotic stone golem was, because Emperor Qin had once repelled this chaotic stone golem. In next to no time, half an hour had passed. Since the dragon horn Qilin entered the chaotic absolute domain ahead, there was no sound, and it seemed as if it had completely vanished. At the border between the chaotic absolute domain and the outside world, the two kinds of laws of heaven and earth were intertwining, isolating all auras. Even Gufei's doppelganger could not perceive the situation inside. This was also the reason why the other sovereigns of the deserted world were not alarmed when the chaotic stone golem and the void quasi-supreme master fought in the chaotic absolute domain. After all, the movement caused by a battle between sovereigns was too great, and it could affect an entire domain. It was impossible for other sovereigns to not perceive it. The two laws of heaven and earth are incompatible. When they meet, it's really terrifying. Gufei's doppelganger exclaimed. Although there seemed to be nothing in the void ahead, if one carefully sensed it, they would find that there were hundreds of millions of laws intertwining in the void. There was no doubt that the laws of heaven and earth of the deserted world had the absolute advantage, but the laws of heaven and earth that enveloped the entire chaotic absolute domain were not weak either. Although they were at a disadvantage, they could not be destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth of the deserted world. Just as Gufei was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in the chaotic absolute domain ahead. It was the dragon horn Qilin that he had sent into the chaotic absolute domain. The dragon horn Qilin was running out of the chaotic absolute domain in fear. Its four hooves were flying, and it was extremely fast. Behind the dragon horn Qilin, there was a creature chasing after it. It was a vine of chaos. Its vines broke through the layers of chaotic chi and pierced towards the dragon horn Qilin. The dragon horn Qilin dodged in panic. There were several bloody holes on its body from which blood was oozing out. The wounds were covered with chaotic chi, and it was obviously injured by the vine of chaos. Master, help! The dragon horn Qilin shouted. Ha! Shout all you want. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. A wave of divine thoughts came from the vine of chaos, which was covered in chaotic chi. It was laughing wantonly. In its opinion, the dragon horn Qilin was definitely a good food. Yes, the vine of chaos was not a herbivore, but a carnivore. Swoosh! At the same time, the 9 vines pierced the dragon horn Cheelin's body and nailed it in the void. Roar! I'm going to die today. The dragon horn Cheelin was scared out of its wits. It only felt that its vitality was rapidly draining away, and it was being devoured by the 9 vines that pierced its body. Humph! Chapter 29:57. The dragon horn Cheelin beast was chased by a vine of chaos. 9 vines pierced through its body and nailed it in the air. Just as the dragon horn Cheelin beast was in despair, a ray of sword light descended from the sky and cut through the 9 vines. A figure appeared in the air. "It's you!" The vine of chaos shrieked and retreated. Black Vine Spirit. Gu-Fei's doppelganger descended from the sky and stood in the void. He looked coldly at the vine of chaos that was flying away and did not continue to attack. The vine of chaos was the same Black Vine Spirit he encountered when he entered the deserted world. The Black Vine Spirit had suffered at his hands before, so when it saw that the person was Gu-Fei's clone, it retreated immediately. "Master, you recognize the vine of chaos?" The dragon horn Cheelin beast asked, in shock. It had just pulled out the 9 vines from its body, but the wound was covered in a layer of chaotic air, making it difficult to heal. With the dragon horn Cheelin beast's cultivation, it was not easy to expel the chaotic air that had invaded its body. "I've fought against this Black Vine Spirit before." Gu-Fei's clone retracted his gaze. Black Vine Spirit. The dragon horn Cheelin beast fainted. That was the vine of chaos. So powerful that even the dragon horn Cheelin was no match for it. The vine of chaos was most likely an ancient god. However, this also made the dragon horn Cheelin beast respect its master even more. One must know that the chaotic vine was an ancient god, and its master had actually scared away this ancient god with a single move. It could only be said that its master was stronger than the vine of chaos. "Master, you are a paragon." The dragon horn Cheelin beast looked at Gu-Fei's clone carefully. "No," Gu-Fei's clone replied, and walked away. He had to return to the heaven realm as soon as possible and tell the real body what had happened here. The dragon horn Cheelin hurriedly chased after him as if following an expert like that was not a bad thing. However, what made the dragon horn Cheelin feel pained was that the chaotic force that had invaded its body was like maggots in its bones. It was actually difficult to purge. It was already severely injured. If not for Gu-Fei's clone, it would have been sucked dry by the chaos vine and died. However, 30% to 40% of the dragon horn Cheelin beast's vital energy was instantly sucked away by the vine of chaos, almost knocking it off its god rank. Just as Gu-Fei's doppelganger walked towards the depths of the absolute chaos domain, 2 quasi-supremes were fighting in the starry sky above the firmament city. The old Tongbi divine ape waved a long rod that shone with golden light and smashed it towards a tall old man with a head full of white hair. Rumble, the starry sky was shaking, and the energy ripples coming from the golden staff shook the starry sky. Countless stars were shaking, as if they could fall from the starry sky at any moment. The stars around the old Tongbi divine ape even exploded, and the light from the explosion illuminated the dark starry sky. In the starry sky, many powerful figures were faintly discernible. Some powerful creatures entered the starry sky and watched the battle from afar. The battle between the 2 rulers had alarmed many living beings. When those powerful creatures found out that the creature fighting the old Tongbi divine ape was actually a human, they were all shocked and in disbelief. After all, the status of humans in the desolate world was extremely low. Although there were many humans, they were all slaves, enslaved by the god clans. However, at this time, there was actually a ruler among the humans who were supposed to be slaves. This was definitely going to turn the world upside down. In the desolate world, The humans were enslaved by the gods. They would forever be slaves, but now there was a ruler among the slaves. What were the consequences? When some experts thought of this, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The slaves would no longer be slaves. The humans were going to turn the world upside down. The entire desolate world would be in chaos because of this. Perhaps it would enter a dark age. Who knew how many god clans would fall because of this? This was a clash between the humans and the god clans, and it was the fiercest clash ever. No one knew what the outcome would be. They could only guess that if the humans fought back against the god clans, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps it would be beyond the god clan's expectations. However, at this moment, a scene that left all the god clans dumbfounded appeared. They saw the ruler of the human clan reach out and grab the golden staff that was smashing down on him. How is this possible? All the god clans who were watching from afar stared at this scene in disbelief. How could this human be so strong? He grabbed the old Tongbi divine ape's staff with one hand. The one who was the most shocked was the old Tongbi divine ape. He thought that he had overestimated this human ruler, but now he realized that this human ruler was much stronger than he had expected. Bzzz, the old Tongbi divine ape exerted all his strength, activating the golden staff in his hand. Golden runes emerged from within the staff and intertwined on the staff. A wave of quasi-supreme being energy that was so powerful that it caused even the heavens and earth to tremble erupted from the golden rod. However, runes also appeared on Emperor Qin's right hand that grabbed the staff. The power from the staff did not shake his hand off. Humph! Old man Qin Emperor snorted coldly. He exerted force in his right hand that was holding the golden rod, and an even more powerful force of a quasi-supremacy burst out from his hand. The old Tongbi divine ape cried out in surprise. He was sent flying by the power from the golden staff. The god clans watching this scene from afar were dumbfounded. Even the old Tongbi divine ape was no match for this human ruler. It seemed that the god clans of the desolate world were in trouble. After all the god clans in the desolate world enslaved the human clan. Furthermore, some of the stronger clans not only enslaved the human clan, but also fed on the human clan. The god clans of the desolate world treated the human clan in such a manner. How could this human ruler let them off? This is bad. Some of the god clans left. The situation was worse than they had imagined. An invincible ruler had appeared among the human clan. The god clans all felt that a great crisis was about to befall them. Humph! It's just a broken staff. After Emperor Qin snatched the golden staff from the old Tongbi divine ape's hand, he used both hands and broke the staff into two. Roar! Chapter 2958. In the starry sky above Tsangqiang City, Old Man Qin Huang and the Old Long by Divine Ape were fighting. Old Man Qin Huang was still very domineering. He actually snatched the golden rod from the Old Long by Divine Ape's hand and broke it into two. Roar! The old Tongbi divine ape roared furiously into the sky. The entire starry sky trembled under his roar. Countless stars swayed, as if they would fall from the starry sky at any moment. However, one had to admit that the desolate world was very stable. If this was the human realm or the heavenly realm, the surrounding stars would probably explode from the old ape's roar. You're not a dragon. What are you roaring for? You know the dragon's roar? Emperor Qin said. Star-picking palm. Old Tongbi god ape extended his right hand, and his giant palm instantly enveloped half of the starry sky. A terrifying aura spread out from the giant palm, and the stars that were enveloped by the giant palm exploded one by one. This giant hand was simply too big. Even the stars were as small as grains of sand in front of this giant hand. However, the old Manchine Emperor's body shook, and his entire person immediately became incredibly huge. All the stars in the sky circled around him, and he directly slapped out with his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge hands collided with each other. Extremely powerful waves of energy spread out, causing stars to explode one after another. The void space was shaking, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like waves of water. The power of the long-armed divine ape's killing technique, the star-plucking hand, was unquestionable. It was said to be able to pluck down the stars in the sky. However, when this killing technique was executed by the old long-armed divine ape, its power was even greater. The old ape unleashed the power of this killing technique to the extreme. However, old Manchine Emperor casually struck out with his palm and blocked the old Tongbi divine ape's star-picking hand. Bang! Qin Emperor exerted force with his right palm, directly sending the old Tongbi divine ape flying away. This, in the sky, the cultivators of the desolate world who saw this were shocked. A ruler of the human race was able to force the old ape back. How was this possible? The old Tongbi divine ape flew out tens of thousands of miles and directly smashed through a star. Only then did he stabilize his body. His right hand was trembling, and there were actually many cracks on it. Fresh blood seeped out. "You're no match for me. If you want to live, crawl through my crotch," the old Manchine Emperor said domineeringly. "What?" Old Tongbi divine ape was instantly enraged. "Human race, don't go overboard." Old Tongbi ape gritted his teeth. This human paragon was really too much. He actually wanted him to be humiliated by his crotch. Old Tongbi ape would rather die in battle. "I've gone too far, but you've gone too far. You've actually dared to enslave us humans for so many years. Don't you think you should pay a price?" The old Manchine Emperor said in a deep voice. "The human race is originally a slave race. It is their honor to serve the god race." The old Tongbi divine ape raged. "Is that so? Then come and serve me," the Qin Emperor said. You, old Tongbi divine ape was exasperated and did not know what to say for a moment. "The strong are respected. You are weaker than me, so it is your honor to be my servants." The old Manchine Emperor crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "There's nothing more to say. Let's fight." Old Tongbi divine ape roared furiously. "Humph, since you're not willing to be my servant, I'll beat you until you're willing." Old Manchine Emperor took a step out and attacked the old long-armed divine ape. As he waved his hand, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Streams of divine chains appeared in the void and coiled around the old long-armed divine ape. "Kill! It's either you die or I die." The old Tongbi divine ape struck out furiously. Rays of golden light shot out from the hands of the old Tongbi divine ape, turning into a peerless sword light that slashed at the entangling god chains of law. The two Paragon realm existences engaged in battle once again. The golden sword light clashed with the god chains of order, giving out clanging sounds. Two extremely powerful quasi-supreme martial artist powers clashed, and the Tao patterns of quasi-supreme martial artist dissipated in the void. The god chains of order and the golden sword light dissipated in the void at the same time. The two figures moved quickly in the void. Wherever they passed, stars exploded, the void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the starry sky. The void of the desolate world was too stable. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist could barely break through the void here. It was impossible for them to shatter the void like in the human realm and the heavenly realm. The old Manchine Emperor was extremely powerful. Soon, the old Tongbi divine ape was sent flying by him, coughing up blood. This was the essence blood of a quasi-supreme martial artist. Every drop contained an unimaginably powerful essence chi. A dozen drops of quasi-supreme martial artist blood appeared in the starry sky, like a dozen blood-colored stars, radiating blood-red light. It was hard to imagine that this was the light emitted by a dozen drops of blood. The blood-red light illuminated the entire starry sky. In the distant starry sky, the Shun clan cultivators who saw this scene were extremely shocked. The battle between Paragon realm existences was indeed terrifying. It could destroy the world. A single drop of essence blood from a paragon was enough to kill an ancient god. Damn it! The old Tongbi divine ape opened his mouth and inhaled. The dozen drops of blood immediately flew back to him, and he swallowed them. The so-called paragon of this world is just SOSO. The old man Qin Emperor walked towards the old Tongbi divine ape step by step. With every step, his aura increased. With just a few steps, the entire starry sky shook. Even in the distant starry sky, the Shun clan cultivators still felt a great pressure. The human paragons, every step was like stepping on their hearts. So scary, some Shun clan cultivators coughed up blood and had to retreat even further away. The old man Qin Emperor's footsteps resonated with the heaven and earth. This made all the Shun clan cultivators who were watching the battle feel a great pressure. Bang! Without any suspense, the old Tongbi divine ape was sent flying again, coughing up blood. The old Tongbi divine ape was no match at all. Even among the quasi-supremes, there was a difference in strength. The old Tongbi divine ape was destined to meet the old man Qin Emperor. One must know that the old man Qin Emperor had lived for countless years and had the chance to become a supreme. Although he didn't take that step in the end, he was still much stronger than the average quasi-supremes. Roar! The old Tongbi divine ape roared in anger. He wanted to fight with his life, but in front of an absolutely powerful existence. Even if he fought with his life, it wouldn't change anything. In the end, the old man Qin Emperor knocked the old Tongbi divine ape out and grabbed him by the back of his collar. He lifted the old Tongbi divine ape up and walked towards the sky city under the starry sky. Seeing this scene, all the Shun clan cultivators' eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They were all in disbelief. The powerful old Tongbi divine ape was actually defeated, and utterly defeated. Very soon, the news of the ruler of the human clan entering the sky city spread. The old man Qin Emperor was very domineering. He entered the sky city directly and took control of the entire city. The human clan was about to rise. In the sky city, only the human clan was the master. All the Shun clan members were the servants of the human clan. If they dared to disobey, they would be killed on the spot by the ruler of the human clan. However, ever since the old Tongbi divine ape was defeated by the old man Qin Emperor, he never appeared again. Someone said that the old Tongbi divine ape had become the old man Qin Emperor's servant, but as for the truth, nobody knew. The human clan in the Sky City finally got rid of the fate of being slaves and became the masters of the clan. The Shun clan that was arrogant and looked down on the human clan actually became their slaves. The reversal of status made the lowest level of the human clan in the Sky City temporarily uncomfortable. They needed some time to adjust their mentality. The old man Qin Emperor was not the only one who entered the desolate world. The other human clan cultivators who entered the desolate world all encountered attacks from powerful creatures in other regions. Some directly destroyed an ancient city, while others fought endlessly with the powerful creatures in the desolate world. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. The sudden appearance of the human clan cultivators in the desolate world made the Shun clan cultivators in the desolate world feel very uneasy. This was because the sudden appearance of the human clan cultivators was not something an ordinary god could deal with. In particular, the appearance of the old man-Qin emperor caused a great shock in the entire desolate world. Some people said that the Dark Ages were coming. No one would have thought that the creature that caused all this was the human clan that was seen as a slave by the cultivators. Just as the storm was about to arrive in the desolate world, Gu Fei's doppelganger brought the dragon-horned Qilin beast to the vicinity of the chaotic divine mountain. The vine of chaos had already escaped to God knows where. Gu Fei's doppelganger brought the dragon-horned Qilin beast along, but did not find any powerful creatures along the way. This made Gu Fei's doppelganger feel a little strange. It should be said that although this was a forbidden region, there were many creatures living here. Moreover, these creatures were nourished day and night by the chaotic aura emitted from the divine mountain. It was impossible for them not to be powerful. The vine of chaos, for example, was definitely an ancient god existence in the eyes of the dragon-horned Qilin beast, Gu Fei's doppelganger, and the others did not find the unimaginably powerful chaos stone man. If they encountered the stone man, they would definitely die. Very soon, Gu Fei sensed a powerful aura coming from afar. It was a familiar aura belonging to the Perspective Supreme of the Golden Clan. The Perspective Supreme of the Golden Clan was extremely powerful. Moreover, he held a supreme treasure in his hand. There was no place in the world that he could not go. I didn't expect him to come as well. Chapter 2959. The danger of the absolute domain of chaos was undeniable. If it were an ordinary creature from the deserted world, the vine of chaos would be enough to kill all the creatures that entered the absolute domain of chaos. The creatures from the absolute domain of chaos were the dominators. Soon, Gu Fei's doppelganger and the dragon-horned Qilin beast encountered another creature from the absolute domain of chaos. It was a rabbit that was half the height of a human. The rabbit had a pair of blood-red eyes and was covered with long gray hair. However, when Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the rabbit, it was not eating a carrot, but was gnawing on the leg of an unknown creature. Obviously, the rabbit was not a vegetarian. When the rabbit saw Gu Fei's doppelganger and the dragon-horned Qilin beast, it immediately stood up and grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. There was even a piece of red meat hanging on its teeth. Ha! Does this little guy see us as food? The dragon-horned Qilin beast laughed. Don't underestimate this little guy, or you will regret it. Gu Fei's doppelganger said, Master, do you think this little guy is a match for me? The dragon-horned Qilin beast said disapprovingly. Although the rabbit was a creature from the chaotic domain, it was a god, the god of the deserted world. Of course, the dragon-horned Qilin beast had obviously forgotten that it was almost sucked dry by the vine of chaos. Whoosh! At this moment, the rabbit that was eating meat disappeared into the void. At the next moment, a ferocious, bloody mouth appeared in front of the dragon-horned Qilin beast. The stench almost made him throw up the food that he had eaten the previous night. The dragon-horned Qilin beast was shocked, and a ball of golden light spread out from its body. Then the rabbit, who was eating meat, bit on the layer of golden light and was sent flying. The dragon-horned Qilin beast was scared out of its wits. The rabbit was so ferocious. If its reaction was slower, its neck would have been bitten off by the rabbit. The rabbit that had been sent flying let out a roar and got up from the ground. Then it pushed off the ground with its sturdy legs and pounced towards the dragon-horned Qilin beast again. Your essence chi was greatly injured just now. After eating this rabbit, your essence chi will more or less recover. Gu Fei's doppelganger crossed his arms and looked at this scene with a smile. Yes, I haven't eaten roasted rabbit in a long time. the dragon-horned Qilin beast said as he attacked. Gufei's doppelganger was right. This rabbit was truly extraordinary. While its cultivation state was nothing much, its physical body state was ridiculously strong. Although the rabbit was sent flying by the dragon-horned Qilin beast again, it immediately got up from the ground and pounced at the dragon-horned Qilin beast. Swoosh! The dragon-horned Qilin beast had to get serious. A sword light rushed out of its dragon horn, and with a flash, the rabbit's head flew off. Soon, the dragon-horned Qilin beast started a fire and threw the rabbit that was eating meat into the fire. Then it roasted it and ate it in one bite. Although this rabbit was not a powerful creature of the chaotic world, it was a creature of the chaotic world after all. The rabbit's body contained a powerful essence chi. A layer of divine light quickly appeared on the dragon-horned Qilin beast's body. This layer of divine light flashed, and the rabbit's essence chi was refined into its own. After refining the rabbit's essence chi, the dragon-horned Qilin beast looked better. If there were a dozen more rabbits, I would be able to recover my damaged essence chi. The dragon-horned Qilin beast said, "As you wish." Gufei's doppelganger pointed forward. The dragon-horned Qilin beast hurriedly looked in the direction that Gufei's doppelganger was pointing. In the distance, there were dozens of them squatting there. Pairs of blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen in the chaotic aura. "Waha! This is great!" The dragon-horned Qilin beast screamed and pounced forward. A great battle broke out, and the chaos was vast and mighty, completely enveloping the place. Gufei's doppelganger looked at this scene with a smile. Very soon, the dragon-horned Qilin returned. He was battered, and his body was stained with blood. However, he was very happy. He had devoured dozens of chaos rabbits, and his body had condensed a powerful mass of chaos essence chi. At this time, the dragon-horned Qilin beast was very happy because he could feel that after eating so many disgusting rabbits, his damaged essence chi was beginning to recover. "Okay, don't waste time. Let's go," Gufei's doppelganger said. And then he soared into the sky and went deep into the chaos absolute domain. The dragon-horned Qilin beast wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then he soared into the sky and caught up with Gufei's doppelganger. The Chaos Divine Mountain stood in the center of the Chaos Absolute Domain. The chaos chi that seeped out from the mountain enveloped the entire Chaos Absolute Domain, affecting the entire Chaos Absolute Domain. One had to admit that the Chaos Divine Mountain was really nature-defying because it was not a complete Chaos Divine Mountain, but only half of it. It was hard to imagine the intensity of the battle all those years ago. Even a chaotic divine mountain that was born in the chaotic age before the world was created was broken. A section of the chaotic divine mountain fell into the desolate world and turned the area into a chaotic domain. Although it was only a section of the Chaos Divine Mountain, it was still much taller than an ordinary mountain. The pitch-black mountain towered into the clouds, like an ancient beast lying on the ground. The closer they got to the Chaos Divine Mountain, the stronger the chaotic creatures that Gufei's doppelganger and the dragon-horned Qilin beast encountered. Moo! Just as Gufei's doppelganger and the dragon-horned Qilin beast approached the Chaos Divine Mountain, a roar was heard from below. Then a black bull the size of a hill charged at them from below. The dragon-horned Qilin beast became excited as soon as it saw the chaotic creatures attacking them. It lowered its body and directly pounced on the raging bull that was charging from below. Boom! The two figures collided in an instant, causing a loud explosion. Then the dragon-horned Qilin beast shrieked in pain and was sent flying into the sky. The bull was like a chaotic mountain, knocking the dragon-horned Qilin beast away. After knocking the dragon-horned Qilin beast away, the chaos bull charged at Gufei's doppelganger. Its two black horns flashed with chaotic divine light like lightning. Humph! Gufei's doppelganger reached out and grabbed one of the bull's horns with his right hand. Then, the bull was swung around and smashed into the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the hill-sized bull smashed into the ground. The ground immediately undulated like waves, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Moo! The barbarian bull roared, and a terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the ground to tremble even more violently. Dust filled the air, and a pair of eyes shining with green light could be seen within the dust. The ground collapsed, and a bottomless pit appeared. The bull's forehooves were flying, and it stepped on the chaotic air. It shot up into the sky and madly charged at Gufei's doppelganger. God, how is this possible? At this time, the dragon-horned Qilin beast, who had been knocked into the sky by the bull, rushed down from the sky. He was extremely shocked because this bull was a god. Why not? Gufei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. There seemed to be a lot of gods in the deserted world. The gods of the deserted world were the saints of the human realm and the heavenly realm. The division of the living beings in the deserted world was much simpler than that of the human realm and the heavenly realm. This was because there were only 3 cultivation realms in the deserted world: God, ancient God, and ruler. Generally speaking, living beings below the God level were all ants. Only living beings above the God level were the main characters of the deserted world. Let me do it. I can't beat this bull. The dragon-horned Qilin beast roared and rushed up again. This was the fiercest collision between the two. The dragon-horned Qilin beast was a living being with the blood of the dragon ancestor, and its body was extremely strong. However, the bull was not ordinary. Although it did not have a heaven-defying bloodline, it was a living being of the chaotic world, and it also had the strongest constitution. Boom! Bang! The two figures moved rapidly in the sky, colliding with each other constantly. There were muffled sounds of collision, and an extremely powerful aura spread out, dispersing the surrounding chaotic air. Gufei's doppelganger saw this, but did not intervene because they were near the chaotic divine mountain. He released his divine consciousness, looking for the ball of light. He found that as strong as he was, his divine consciousness could only cover a radius of about 1,000 miles. There was some kind of power in the chaotic absolute domain that suppressed divine consciousness, which surprised Gufei's doppelganger. This power seemed to come from the chaotic divine mountain. That is, suddenly Gufei's doppelganger sensed a threatening aura, which made his hair stand on end. He ignored the dragon-horned Qilin beast and took a step forward, disappearing in the sky instantly. The next moment, he appeared in another place. It was a valley, and the valley was covered with corpses. These living beings were all living beings of the chaotic world. These living beings of the chaotic world had all died in this valley. Every one of them died in a strange way. Their flesh and blood seemed to have been devoured, leaving only a layer of skin and a set of bones. The aura of death, could it be? Gufei's doppelganger suddenly thought of something and felt his hair stand on end. Is that guy still lingering in this area and has not left? At this thought, Gufei's doppelganger could no longer stay calm. He turned around and left the valley. He could not stay here for long and had to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 2960. Gufei's clone knew very well how he came to the desolate world. It was because his original body was tracking the undead creature that escaped from the ancient Heavenly Court's ghost city. That was how he found the passage to the desolate world. That undead creature was an extremely powerful and terrifying undead monarch. It had once used its great divine ability to gather countless undead creatures in the ancient Heavenly Court's ruins in the ghost city, then devoured all the death essence of these undead creatures. The undead king that had devoured an endless amount of death essence was definitely unimaginably powerful. Of course, the immortal king was severely injured by the golden quasi-supreme martial artist and escaped into the deserted world. What made Gu Fei's avatar uneasy was that the immortal king might still be wandering around the chaotic divine mountain, hunting the creatures of the chaotic world. Although these chaotic creatures weren't truly born from the chaos before the world was created, they were still very powerful due to the influence of the chaotic divine mountain. These chaotic creatures were born after the world was created, so they were naturally incomparable to the chaotic creatures. However, this kind of creature had cultivated primal essence energy after all. This primal essence energy was definitely comparable to a great medicine to the heavily injured, undying monarch. When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the mountain valley filled with the corpses of primal chaos creatures, he thought of this point. That undead king was really bold to actually dare to massacre the Chaos Stone Golem's territory. By the time Gu Fei's clone returned to the Dragon Horn Qilin Beast, the Dragon Horn Qilin Beast had already killed the Chaos Barbaric Bull and was devouring its essence energy. The chaotic bull's corpse floated in the void in front of the Dragon Horn Qilin. Streams of chaotic essence rushed out from the corpse and entered the Dragon Horn Qilin's body, the body of the primal Chaos Barbaric Bull, which was as big as a small mountain, shrunk rapidly. Soon, it became a bag of bones, and all its vital essence was devoured by the Dragon Horn Qilin Beast. When Gu Fei's clone saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. Could it be that all the life forms that had their essence devoured were the same? The Dragon Horn Qilin seemed to be enjoying this. A powerful aura erupted from its body. Time to recover. Time to go. Gu Fei's clone said. Are you leaving? The Dragon Horn Qilin Beast said with a hint of longing. After devouring the energy essence of the chaotic barbaric bull, his vitality was almost fully recovered. After all, that was a god-level chaotic creature. Hurry up and keep up. Gu Fei's doppelganger stepped into the sky and disappeared in an instant. He left in such a hurry. The Dragon Horn Qilin Beast was a little baffled. He had never seen his master so nervous before. Today was the first time he had seen it. He immediately gave chase. After Gu Fei and the others left, a chaos vine burst out from the ground and turned into a giant. It stood in the void and looked in the direction where Gu Fei and the others had disappeared to. Streams of chaos chi coiled around its body. Where's that ball of light? Gu Fei and the Dragon Horn Qilin Beast were looking for the ball of light that could reflect a world. However, the ball of light seemed to have disappeared. Of course, the area where the chaotic divine mountain was located was very large, and spiritual force was suppressed. Even the spiritual force of Gu Fei's clone could not cover a large area. What a headache! Gu Fei's clone could not help but feel anxious. If the ball of light disappeared, he would not be able to return. Just as Gu Fei's clone was at a loss, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the chaotic divine mountain. Sensing this aura, Gu Fei's clone could not help but be shocked. What he feared had really come. A powerful death aura spread in all directions. On the chaotic divine mountain, there seemed to be a king of death awakening. The chaos chi that shrouded the chaotic divine mountain was drawn by the power of death and gathered at the peak of the chaotic divine mountain. It's actually devouring the chaos chi of the chaotic divine mountain. Gu Fei's clone raised his head and looked at the chaotic divine mountain. He frowned. That immortal monarch was indeed powerful. He actually dared to have designs on the chaotic divine mountain. Roar! A deep roar rang out from within the chaos divine mountain. Then the entire mountain began to shake. Torrential chaotic energy erupted from the chaos divine mountain. Streams of chaos runes appeared on the mountain and instantly sealed the chaos divine mountain's essence chi, not allowing it to leak out. Then, a figure walked out from the chaos divine mountain. An extremely powerful pressure spread from the figure, causing the entire chaos absolute domain to tremble. Boom. Without saying anything, the chaotic figure started fighting with the figure of death that was sitting at the peak of the chaotic divine mountain. The power of the quasi-supreme shook the earth. The sudden change shocked the dragon horn Qilin beast. The powerful aura of the quasi-supreme made it almost unable to breathe. Its entire body felt like it was about to collapse. Let's go. Gu Fei's clone grabbed the dragon horn Qilin beast and used the 8 desolation steps. He charged into the distance and quickly retreated far away. From afar, 2 figures could be seen moving at high speed on the peak of the chaotic divine mountain. Terrifying power ripples spread out, causing the entire heaven and earth to become unstable. This battle between quasi-supremes had happened too suddenly. No one had expected that the Chaos Crossing Stone Golem would actually be inside the Chaos Divine Mountain. The Undying Monarch had actually set his sights on the Chaos Divine Mountain. This had immediately alerted the Chaos Crossing Stone Golem inside the mountain. The Chaos Stone Man was a conic chaotic life form that was born from the chaotic divine mountain. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, to a certain extent, the chaotic divine mountain was its body. At the peak of the chaotic divine mountain, other than the 2 quasi-supreme experts fighting, there was a ball of light floating above the chaotic divine mountain. That ball of light was the one that Gu Fei's clone had been searching for all this while. It's actually there. When Gu Fei's clone saw the ball of light, he was extremely excited. However, at this moment, no one dared to go near the ball of light. Master, that is, the dragon horn Qilin beast, had never seen its master so excited before. It couldn't help but be surprised to see its master so excited. That ball of light was indeed mysterious. Even under the influence of the 2 quasi-supreme experts, it wasn't affected at all. That is the entrance to another world. Gu Fei's clone didn't hide anything. Although the dragon horn Qilin beast was powerful, it was as weak as an ant in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of the dragon horn Qilin beast at all. The entrance to another world. Chapter 2961. The fact that there was an entrance to another world in the unique domain of chaos shocked the dragon horn Qilin beast to the extreme. It had never heard of an entrance to another world in the unique domain of chaos. Could it be that his master entered the deserted world through that ball of light? The dragon horn Qilin beast was shocked, but it also guessed the origin of its master. His master was not a creature from the deserted world. In the deserted world, the human clan was a slave race, enslaved by the divine clans. Countless years had passed, but there had never been a particularly powerful being among the human clan, let alone a god. However, its master was an ancient god. Only then did it realize what was going on. This ancient god of the human clan came from another world. There is another world outside the deserted world. The dragon horn Qilin beast said with a trembling voice. It was hard to imagine, and beyond its knowledge. Before this, it only knew the deserted world, but did not know that there was another world outside the deserted world. You are ignorant. Ha ha. Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at the dragon horn Qilin beast and said proudly, Master, you are from another world. The dragon horn Qilin beast hesitated and then asked carefully, Yes, there are 2 worlds outside the deserted world. One is the human realm, and the other is the heaven realm. Your master, I am from the human realm. Gu Fei's doppelganger said, What? There are 2 worlds outside the deserted world? The dragon horn Qilin beast's jaw dropped to the ground. It never imagined that there was another world outside the deserted world, but two worlds. The news was hard for it to digest in a short time. Seeing the dragon-horned Qilin beast's dumbfounded look, Gufei's doppelganger could not help but feel complacent. He was proud to be from the human realm. In his opinion, the creatures in the deserted world were just a bunch of country bumpkins who had never seen the world. They thought that they were invincible, just because they were in the deserted world. Yes, the creatures in the deserted world were very powerful, but the human realm and the heaven realm once had supreme beings. No matter how powerful the creatures in the deserted world were, they could not be stronger than a supreme being. I have said that it is not a bad thing for you to be my servant, Gufei's clone said proudly. The barren world is boundless. I didn't think there would be another two worlds apart from the barren world. Naturally, I have to go and see for myself. The dragon-horn Qilin muttered to itself. With me leading you, you can naturally enter the human realm and heaven realm. However, the problem is that the two lunatics on the mountain are fighting. How are you going to get close to that ball of light? Gufei's clone said with a frown. Rumble, a thunderous rumble came from the chaotic divine mountain in front of them. The pressure of a quasi-supreme being enveloped the entire region. The primal chaos absolute domain was definitely an absolute domain for the living beings outside. This was because the primal chaos life forms were incomparably powerful, and it was the territory of the chaos stone golems. Even the rabbits here ate meat. One could imagine how dangerous this place was. Master, that's easy. We'll just wait for them to injure each other and then reap the benefits. The dragon-horned Qilin said. Sigh, that's the only way. Gufei's clone shook his head and sighed. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to be a match for the Chaos Stone Golem and the Undying Monarch. However, there was a change in the battle between the two quasi-supreme beings. Just as the two experts were fighting on the chaotic divine mountain, a figure directly walked out of the void and struck the Undying Monarch with a palm. The Undying Monarch was directly sent flying. He had suffered a huge impact. It's you. When the Chaos Stone Golem saw the person that walked out of the void, he couldn't help but be shocked. The person that suddenly struck the Undying Monarch was the void quasi-supreme being that had fought with him previously. The sudden appearance of the void quasi-supreme being shocked the Chaos Stone Golem and the Undying Monarch, especially the Undying Monarch. The void quasi-supreme being's attack was aimed at him. Kill. The Chaos Stone Golem directly attacked. With a wave of his right hand, rays of primal chaos divine light immediately turned into a peerless divine spear that pierced towards the void quasi-supreme being. Humph! The void quasi-supreme being's figure directly disappeared into the void, and the divine spear formed from primal chaos divine light pierced through empty space. Buzz! The void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. After that, they rapidly slashed towards the Chaos Stone Golem. Every crack was like a black blade, emitting a terrifying destructive aura. Gufei's clone couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This void quasi-supreme being's understanding of the void grand Tao had already reached an unimaginable level. This void quasi-supreme being could actually use the spatial cracks to attack his opponent. Swish! The Chaos Stone Golem reached out with his hand, directly wiping away all the spatial cracks. After that, he directly rushed over and slammed his palm towards the void. Bang! A figure was struck out from the void by the Chaos Stone Golem. Roar! At the same time, the Undying Monarch, who was sent flying by the void quasi-supreme being's palm, let out a furious roar. He directly pounced from the void and reached out with his hand, grabbing towards the void quasi-supreme being. A bony hand emitting a torrential death aura instantly enveloped the entire void, trapping the void quasi-supreme being. Roar. The void quasi-supreme being let out a furious roar. His body trembled, and immediately pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void around him. Those spatial cracks were like black tentacles wrapping around the skeletal hand that was trying to grab them. Kacha! The black spatial cracks were like living creatures, instantly entangling the bony hand. After that, the bony hand was directly crushed by those tentacle-like spatial cracks. Boom! At the same time, the Chaos Stone Golem also made a move against the Undying Monarch. With a muffled sound, a primal chaos divine mountain directly smashed the Undying Monarch hundreds of thousands of miles away. The Undying Monarch had a supreme-level physical body, so it was naturally impossible for him to be heavily injured. However, being hit by that primal chaos divine mountain was enough to make him suffer. The primal chaos divine mountain struck out by the Chaos Stone Golem wasn't the real primal chaos divine mountain. Instead, it was a great technique that he had evolved. After that primal chaos divine mountain smashed into the Undying Monarch, it dissipated into the void. Roar! The Undying Monarch roared towards the sky. A terrifying death aura swept out, causing the living beings in the absolute chaos domain to be extremely terrified. At this moment, the Chaos Stone Golem and the Void Quasi-Supreme Being started fighting again. The Undying Monarch directly rushed back from afar and joined the battle. The three Quasi-Supreme Beings were engaged in a great battle. Chapter 2962. In the Absolute Chaos Domain, above the Chaotic Divine Mountain, three Quasi-Supreme existences were fighting. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Even the extremely stable space of the desolate world was shaking violently at this moment. Boom! A giant hand of chaos directly pierced through the void, blasting a terrifying figure that was emitting a towering deathly aura away. The entire void rippled like water. That was a supreme chaos stone man attacking. It had slapped a quasi-supreme, undying life form away. The Chaos Stone Man had displayed its powerful battle prowess. However, in the next moment, the Chaos Stone Man was sent flying. A figure directly walked out of the void and sent it flying. It was incomparably powerful. After the figure sent the Chaos Stone Golem flying, it immediately disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Roar! The Chaos Stone Man roared in anger. Rays of chaotic divine light rushed out of its body, turning into chaotic divine chains that pierced through the void. A figure was forced out of the void by the chaotic divine chains. Body like the void. The figure shouted. Then the chaotic divine chains pierced through its body as if it had struck the void. The Chaos Stone Man stopped retreating. It was extremely shocked. This human was very strong, even stronger than before. Could it be that this human had held back when they fought before? Today, I must let you know how powerful I, Master Void, am, the Chaos Stone Man said in a deep voice. The Void Quasi-Supreme Being said in a deep voice. His body seemed to exist between nothingness and reality. Even the powerful Chaos Stone Golem seemed to be unable to injure him in the slightest. Master Void, I've never heard of you. Gufei's clone muttered in the distant sky. Although it was far enough from the battlefield, it was still a holy venerable, so it heard the words of the Chaos Stone Man. Is that so? Before the Chaos Stone Man could speak, a cold voice suddenly sounded nearby. Then, a cloud of black gas swept out from behind the Chaos Stone Man. Everywhere the black gas passed, the void was silently annihilated. Everything was corroded and destroyed. The Void Half-Supreme Being was shocked. This wave of black energy was extraordinary, able to erase everything. Even the great Tao laws of a Half-Supreme Being level could be erased. One must know that void quasi-sovereigns could transform their bodies into the void, but this black aura could even destroy the void. In other words, even void quasi-sovereigns couldn't avoid this attack. He took a step forward and dodged the attack. The mass of black gas spread out. Not only did it target the void quasi-supremacy, it even wanted to devour the Chaos Stone Golem into the black gas and obliterate it. Kill. The Chaos Stone Man was very powerful. As he waved his hands, rays of Chaos Divine Light rushed out of his hands and turned into Chaos Divine Spears that pierced towards the undying monarch in the black gas. However, the primal Chaos Divine Spears immediately dimmed when they pierced into the black gas, and the primal Chaos Tao patterns were rapidly destroyed. Before the Chaos Divine Spears could pierce the undying monarch's body, they were completely corroded by the black gas and disappeared. The Chaos Stone Man was extremely shocked. What the hell was this black gas? It could actually erase his Tao patterns. It was really hard to imagine. He had no choice but to retreat. High up in the sky, Gu Fei's doppelganger was also indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. This immortal monarch was indeed powerful to be able to force back two quasi-supremes with just a mouthful of black gas. One must know that the Chaos Stone Man and Void quasi-sovereigns weren't weak. This guy was once a supreme. Could it be Gu Fei's clone thought of something and couldn't help but change his expression? Master, should we retreat first? The dragon horn Qilin, who hadn't spoken all this while, said. He didn't have the cultivation of Gu Fei's clone, and the vast and terrifying aura in front of him almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. This kind of pressure was really too powerful. It could make people go crazy. No, it should be making beasts go crazy. Retreat? If you want to retreat, retreat. This is a battle between quasi-sovereigns. Do you think you can encounter it often? Gu Fei's clone said. The dragon horn Qilin was speechless. How could he not know that a battle of this level could only be encountered by chance? However, the aura of the quasi-sovereigns was really too terrifying. It was hard to endure. However, since his master had already spoken, he could only brace himself and watch the battle together with his master. At this time, the Chaos Stone Man and Void quasi-sovereigns were in big trouble. The mouthful of black gas that the undying monarch had spat out was too terrifying. Even the Chaos Stone Man didn't dare to touch that black gas. One must know that the Chaos Stone Man was a Khanate chaotic life form that was born from the chaotic divine mountain. The physique of such a life form was definitely unimaginably powerful. Damn it, isolating the void and forming a world of its own. At this time, a ball of divine light appeared from Void quasi-sovereign's body. It was as if a divine sun had appeared in the world. However, that wasn't a true divine sun, but a part of the void. The Void quasi-sovereign had opened up an area of the void, an independent little world. This independent little world had isolated the outside world. The black gas that the undying monarch spat out was isolated by Void quasi-sovereign's world. Even if the void was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to affect Void quasi-sovereign. Preposterous. When the Chaos Stone Man saw this, he was incomparably shocked. This human's methods were indeed powerful. He could actually block that terrifying black gas. It seemed like he had no choice but to use his trump card. The Chaos Stone Man gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his entire body released the chaotic divine Sunday. At the same time, the chaotic divine mountain actually shook. An unimaginably powerful chaotic energy erupted from the chaotic divine mountain. The Chaos Stone Man had actually activated the power of the chaotic divine mountain. The power of the chaotic divine mountain erupted. Rays of chaotic divine light rushed out from the pitch-black mountain and entered the Chaos Stone Man's body. Buzz. The void trembled. a ball of chaotic light appeared from the Chaos Stone Man's body, blocking the black gas outside the chaotic light. The Chaos Stone Man absorbed the power of the chaotic divine mountain. In this way, he was like the reincarnation of a primal chaos sovereign. His battle strength was raised to the limit. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, and the space around the Chaos Stone Golem rippled like water. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around him. This time, it was the Undying Monarch and Void quasi-sovereign's turn to be shocked. They never expected the Chaos Stone Man to have such a heaven-defying method. He could draw the power of the chaotic divine mountain. Actually, to a certain extent, the chaotic energy contained within the chaotic divine mountain was definitely comparable to a supreme being. One must know that this chaotic divine mountain had been nurtured in the primal chaos for an unknown period of time. At this time, the Chaos Stone Man drew the power of the chaotic divine mountain. This was no joke. I didn't expect that even my supreme corpse poison wouldn't be able to do anything to you. The Undying Monarch said in a low voice. This was his trump card. Before he turned into an undying life form, he was an invincible supreme being. Even though he had turned into an undying life form, his physical body was still a supreme being physique. The black gas he spat out was a corpse poison that had been nurtured in his supreme, undying life form for countless years. Once this corpse poison was spat out, it would definitely be able to kill all living beings. However, he felt that he had overestimated his corpse poison. Of course, the might of this corpse poison was also very terrifying. Even quasi-supreme beings wouldn't dare to touch it. No one would be so foolish as to seek death for no reason. Kill. The Chaos Stone Man attacked. This time, the chaotic divine light directly pierced through the heavens. With a single strike, the Undying Monarch's black gas was dispersed, and the Undying Monarch was sent flying. Rumble. The Chaos Stone Man stretched out his hand and slapped towards the quasi-supreme void. Then, the small world that the quasi-supreme void had created immediately collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The blood essence of a quasi-supreme being contained powerful essence energy. A single drop of blood essence could kill a saint. If it landed on the ground, it might even transform into a sea of blood. Kill. The quasi-supreme void also shouted. The blood essence he spat out turned into a sea of blood that swept towards the Undying Monarch, who was sent flying by the Chaos Stone Man. When the Chaos Stone Man saw this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why didn't this human attack him, but the undying life form instead? The monstrous sea of blood enveloped the entire world. A peerlessly powerful destructive force erupted from the sea of blood, causing the hearts of all living beings in the world to palpitate. The quasi-supreme void was fighting with his life. He didn't hesitate to exhaust his vitality, using his own blood essence as a guide. He unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Roar. The Undying Monarch roared at the sky. In the next instant, he was knocked over by the surging waves of blood and was devoured by the sea of blood. However, very quickly, a figure broke through the sea of blood and rushed out. Smoke was rising from his body, and the blood on his body was corroding his supreme, undying body. The quasi-supreme, undying energy cultivated by the Undying Monarch was continuously being eroded by the blood, endangering the source of his energy. This blood was weakening his strength and wanted to beat him back to his original state. The Undying Monarch was incomparably malevolent. He directly charged into the sky, wanting to escape from this place. Where do you think you're going? The quasi-supreme void directly chased after the Undying Monarch with the sea of blood around him. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? The Chaos Stone Man said angrily. At the same time, rays of primal divine light descended from the sky, blocking the path of the Undying Monarch. However, the undying monarch didn't stop. He directly rammed into the primal chaos divine light and created a huge hole in the primal chaos divine light that was blocking his way. He charged past it and didn't stop. What? Chapter 2963. If a powerful quasi-supreme being wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy for other quasi-supreme beings to intercept it. The immortal monarch had to escape because the Chaos Stone Golem and the Void Quasi-Supremes were targeting him. If he did not escape, he would be killed. The immortal monarch had to escape even at the cost of his vitality. The Void Quasi-Supreme expert naturally wouldn't let the undying monarch escape so easily. He directly chased after them. The two Quasi-Supreme experts instantly left. Damn it! The Chaos Stone Golem was both shocked and angry. He was drawing the power of the chaotic divine mountain. If he was too far away from the chaotic divine mountain, he would not be able to draw the power of the chaotic divine mountain for his own use. However, the Chaos Stone Golem only hesitated for a moment before he soared into the sky and chased after the immortal monarch. Since that guy dared to target the chaotic divine mountain, he could not be forgiven. Soon, the suffocating aura of the Quasi-Supremes disappeared. All the creatures in the chaotic absolute domain heaved a sigh of relief. The chaotic divine mountain that had been constantly shaking also gradually calmed down. The chaotic patterns that emerged from the mountain began to disappear into the mountain. Although the chaotic divine mountain had nurtured a chaos stone golem, the chaotic essence it contained was still astonishing. If the chaotic divine mountain was refined into a magic treasure, it would definitely display unimaginable power. Good chance. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was far away in the sky, was overjoyed to see this. This was the result he wanted. The three Quasi-Supremes killed their way out of the chaotic absolute domain and entered the outside world. A terrifying aura spread out and immediately alerted countless creatures in the desolate world. What's going on? Some of the desolate world's experts were alarmed. Somewhere in the desolate world, a mountain exploded and a creature rushed out from the mountain. It was an incomparably huge centipede. A powerful aura spread out from the centipede's body, and a hazy cloud of poisonous mist spread out. The vitality of the entire mountain was quickly disappearing. Flowers and trees withered, and leaves fell. The flowers and trees that were close to the centipede directly withered and turned yellow. However, just as the centipede broke out of the mountain, a figure rushed over from the distance. A terrifying aura suddenly descended, causing the centipede's spirit to almost have a mental breakdown. At this moment, a huge hand surrounded by deathly aura reached down from the sky and grabbed the venomous centipede. In the next moment, the spirit essence of the centipede's spirit was completely devoured by the giant hand, and it instantly died. It had to be said that this centipede spirit was too unlucky. It died as soon as it rushed out. It should be known that this centipede spirit was not a weak creature in the surrounding area. The terrifying figure swept across the mountain ridge and disappeared into the distance. In the air, the corpse of a centipede fell and smashed into the forest. At this time, another two extremely powerful auras came from afar. Two extremely powerful figures rushed over from above the mountain ridge. Countless living beings in the mountain were terrified. Some of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and they were terrified to the extreme. Fortunately, these two extremely powerful figures did not stop and directly disappeared into the depths of the mountain ridge. Boom! Bang! An extremely shocking sound came from the depths of the mountain ridge. The mountains trembled. There were unbelievably powerful creatures fighting, and the terrifying fluctuations startled all directions. Is it a battle between sovereigns? Soon, the creatures outside the desolate domain of chaos knew what was happening. There were extremely powerful sovereigns fighting. This was definitely a major event that could shock the entire wasteland. Is the wasteland going to fall into chaos? Some of the old antiques of the wasteland world were alarmed and said such words. The wasteland world had been peaceful for countless years. Was this peace going to be completely broken? The peace of the wasteland world was actually relative. The wasteland world was equivalent to the desolate era of the human world. Therefore, there was no lack of powerful creatures in the wasteland world. In the wasteland world, these powerful creatures were all gods. Those who could become gods in the wasteland world were all saints in the eyes of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The gods, here were the saints of the human world and the heaven realm. Just as the quasi-supreme void and the other two were fighting, Gu Fei's doppelganger took advantage of the opportunity and rushed toward the light ball above the chaotic divine mountain with the dragon horn Qilin beast. Are we finally going to enter another world? The dragon horn Qilin beast was extremely excited at the thought of this. Before meeting Gu Fei's doppelganger, it would never have thought that there was another world other than the wasteland world. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not pay attention to the dragon horn Qilin beast. They quickly approached the light ball high in the sky and stopped in front of it. There seemed to be a world evolving above the light ball. Sometimes chaos was born, and other times everything was born. The wind was blowing and the clouds were scudding. The sky was high and the earth was thick. Sometimes a part of the world collapsed and turned back into chaos. This was the process of a world from formation to destruction. This was a reincarnation. It was not the reincarnation of living creatures, but the reincarnation of the world. This is the dragon horn Qilin beast had never seen such a scene. It could not help but be stunned. Don't just stand there. Let's go. As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, he took a step forward and was about to enter the light ball. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from the light ball. Gu Fei's doppelganger almost collided with that person. The four eyes stared at each other in shock. Kill. In the next moment, the two experts suddenly attacked. Gu Fei's doppelganger threw a punch at the person in front of him. Dazzling golden light burst from his fist, like a golden sun rising into the dark sky. An extremely strong wave of power spread in all directions. The person in front of him also attacked. 9 rays of sword light rushed out from his body. An extremely sharp sword aura burst from the 9 rays of sword light. Virum! The 9 rays of sword light hummed like real peerless weapons being unsheathed. Each ray of sword light seemed to be able to split the entire world in half. Moreover, each of the 9 rays of sword light exuded a terrifying murderous aura. This was the flying deity swordsmanship of the primordial celestial emperor. The fist of Gu Fei's doppelganger collided with the 9 rays of sword light in an instant. The golden fist landed on the 9 rays of sword light and produced the unique sound of metal clashing and vibrating. It was as if peerless divine metals were colliding. The 9 rays of sword light were smashed away by the fist of Gu Fei's doppelganger, but the power contained in the 9 rays of sword light knocked Gu Fei's doppelganger away. What's going on? The dragon horn Qilin beast was stunned by the sudden battle. However, it was a god of the deserted world after all. It quickly came to its senses and fled. However, no matter how fast it dodged, it was still hit by the flying deity swordsmanship. A bone-deep wound immediately appeared on its body. It was almost cut in half by the sword aura. How unlucky! The dragon horn Qilin beast wanted to curse. This was truly an unexpected disaster. It only dared to stop after running for tens of thousands of miles. However, the flying deity swordsmanship that had invaded its body was still destroying its vitality. Master, save me! The dragon-horn Qilin beast sent a telepathic message to Gu Fei's doppelganger in fear. It was unable to suppress the sword aura in its body and was in danger of having its spiritual soul destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger had already started fighting with the expert that came out of the light ball. This guy was the primordial celestial emperor, or rather, another doppelganger of the primordial celestial emperor. The real body of the primordial celestial emperor would not come out so easily. Moreover, no one had ever seen the real body of the primordial celestial emperor for countless years. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly shot a ray of divine light at the dragon-horn Qilin beast. The divine light instantly entered the body of the dragon-horn Qilin beast. Then, a ray of sword light rushed out of the dragon-horn Qilin beast and dissipated in the void. Swish! Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger was about to save the dragon-horn Qilin beast, a ray of sword light instantly pierced the space between his eyebrows. The sword aura even tore open a bloody wound on his forehead. Void reversal. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the void reversal secret technique. His entire body suddenly became faint and illusory, as if he could completely fuse with the surrounding void at any time. The ray of sword light instantly pierced through the shadow of Gu Fei's doppelganger, not harming it at all. What the primordial celestial emperor's doppelganger couldn't help but be shocked. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. It's actually the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A mere doppelganger of yours actually knows the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The primordial celestial emperor stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. His teeth clenched. There was a deep grudge between him and Gu Fei. His only son had died at the hands of Gu Fei. This kind of enmity was impossible to resolve. The primordial celestial emperor and Gu Fei were irreconcilable enemies. Only when one side was completely slaughtered by the other would this enmity end. Humph, what's so strange about that? Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. He stared at the primordial celestial emperor's doppelganger. This doppelganger was extraordinary and extremely powerful. This was a formidable opponent. What? Master is just a doppelganger? In the distance, the dragon-horn Qilin couldn't help being shocked when it heard the ancient celestial emperor's clone. It stared at Gu Fei's clone in disbelief. It really couldn't imagine that its master, who was strong enough to scare away an ancient god, was just a doppelganger. Then wouldn't his master's true body be even stronger? Was his master's true body a paragon? As the dragon-horn Qilin beast's thoughts ran wild, Gu Fei's doppelganger and the primordial celestial emperor's doppelganger clashed once more. This was a showdown between the 2 doppelgangers. Chapter 2964. Gu Fei's clone and Yuan Gu's clone unexpectedly met. Without any words exchanged, the 2 clones began to fight. This was a battle between holy venerables. In the desolate world, it was a battle between ancient gods. Although the battle between ancient gods was not as terrifying as the battle between quasi-supremes, it still caused quite a bit of commotion. Many chaotic life forms in the desolate domain were alarmed. Very soon, powerful chaotic life forms appeared in the area where the 2 clones were fighting. Ha, Yuan Gu, you cowardly tortoise still dare to appear. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed as he spoke. Rays of golden light rushed out of his hands and bombarded Yuan Gu's doppelganger like golden lightning. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? How ridiculous. Yuan Gu's clone said coldly with a gloomy face. A mass of sword waves emerged from his body and blocked all the golden lights that bombarded him. Flying immortal sword. The doppelganger of the Yuan ancient celestial emperor immediately displayed the flying immortal swordsmanship that he was most proficient in. An unimaginably bright sword light rushed out of his body, as if it had become the only thing in the world. Heaven and earth lost their color as a terrifying sword chi fluctuation spread out from the sword light, causing the void to tremble. However, the void of the desolate world was extremely stable. Even if Yuan Gu's clone attacked with all his might, he could only shake the void. He could not destroy it. If he had attacked in the heaven realm or the human realm, the sword of Yuan Gu's clone would have destroyed the void. Of course, the might of the primordial heavenly Thearchus clone was indeed astonishing. Gu Fei's clone immediately used the 8 desolate steps and dodged the attack like a phantom. He moved extremely quickly, as if he was stepping on the divine light of the great path. Inescapable net, let's see how you dodge it. Yuan Gu's clone roared angrily. Countless rays of sword light rushed out of his body and intertwined together to form a large net. In an instant, the net enveloped the entire world, trapping Gu Fei's clone within it. Ha ha! I would still have some reservations if you focused your attacks on a single point. However, what kind of power do your scattered attacks have? Watch how I break your net of swords. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. Then he pointed out with a finger and displayed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. Buzz! With a deafening roar, an extremely sharp sword light shot out from his fingers. It instantly tore apart the sword net that enveloped him. And then it charged out of the sword net. Shwa! Just as Gu Fei's clone rushed out from the encirclement of the sword net, the clone of the ancient Yuan, Celestial Dwarch, charged over. His silhouette blurred for a moment before 9 figures appeared in the void and surrounded Gu Fei's clone in an instant. Yes, Gu Fei's doppelganger was taken aback. Die! The 9 clones of the ancient Yuan Celestial Dwarch roared at the same time and pounced towards Gu Fei's clone at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei's clone was truly taken aback. The 9 clones of the ancient Yuan Celestial Dwarch were all exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. This guy is crazy. Gu Fei did not panic. He immediately used a secret immortal technique, and his entire body became transparent. It was as if he had turned into a shadow and was about to escape into the void. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang. The 9 clones of the ancient Yuan Celestial Dwarch exploded. The terrifying power of destruction that erupted caused the void, where Gu Fei's clone was, to crack. One could imagine how powerful the explosion of the ancient Yuan Celestial Thearchus clone was if cracks were to appear in the stable void of the desolate world. What, the dragon horn Qilin, who had retreated to a distance to watch the battle, was also stunned by this scene. It had never imagined that the guy who could compete with its master would explode. This guy is a madman. The dragon horn Qilin was clearly frightened. A wave of power swept over and blew it away, disappearing in an instant. How unlucky, how unlucky. The dragon horn Qilin's voice echoed in the void. It had to be said that it had been unlucky ever since it had recognized Gu Fei as its master. It was indeed somewhat pitiful. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the terrifying power of destruction. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. The left half of his body was gone, drenched in blood. This person was Gu Fei's doppelganger. He was heavily injured, and half of his body had been blown up. The part of his body that was not blown up had cracks on it, as if it could shatter at any time. Blood was seeping out from the cracks. Gu Fei's doppelganger was in an extremely sorry state, but it was also extremely ferocious. Damn it! How dare you play this trick on me? Gu Fei's clone was enraged. Rays of golden light rushed out from his body, and the cracks on his body quickly disappeared. The half of his body that had been blown up was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh, tendons, and bones were growing again. In fact, to a certain extent, Gu Fei's clone was not a real human. However, it was very similar to a human. It had flesh and blood and would bleed when it was injured. However, this clone contained immortal divinity. Therefore, even if it was blown up into a mist of blood, it could regenerate its body and recover its peak battle power. The only way to destroy this doppelganger was to destroy the immortal divinity in its body. Although Gu Fei's clone seemed to be seriously injured, this kind of injury was nothing to him. Very soon, the half of his body that had been blown up grew again. A ball of divine light emerged from Gu Fei's clone. In the next moment, his battle power recovered to its peak. What an incomparably shocked voice rang out in the void. Then, a figure appeared in the void. It was the clone of the ancient Yuan celestial emperor that had just self-destructed. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't this fellow self-destruct? How could he still appear? Could it be that this wasn't a self-destruction? Could it be that this was just an illusion? Could it be a killing technique that was similar to self-destruction? Good move. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but admire the ancient Yuan celestial emperor. This cowardly person, who had never dared to show his true body, had actually mastered such a terrifying killing technique. Humph, you're not bad yourself. See you later. After saying that, the ancient Yuan celestial emperor's figure instantly disappeared into the void. Trying to escape, a ray of divine light shot out from the glabella of Gu Fei's clone and swept towards the ancient Yuan celestial emperor's clone. However, it failed to hit the ancient Yuan celestial emperor's clone. Preposterous. Chapter 2965. The clone of the ancient Yuan celestial emperor was as cunning as ever. He immediately fled when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. This made Gu Fei's clone extremely resentful. Having such a cunning enemy was indeed a headache for Gu Fei. Moreover, the clone of the ancient Yuan celestial emperor hadn't entered the desolate world for fun. The desolate world was like a piece of juicy meat that everyone wanted a bite of. Qin Huang had undoubtedly taken the first bite. He had directly suppressed the old Tongbi divine ape of the desolate world's firmament city and controlled a region. In the desolate world, the territories of the rulers were definitely not small. Some of the territories controlled by the rulers were even larger than a region of the human realm. It should be noted that the desolate world was a true world that had a flawless heavenly great path, nomological laws. Even the ruler of the desolate world couldn't answer the question of how big this world was. Let's go. Gu Fei's clone didn't chase after the clone of the ancient Yuan celestial emperor. Instead, he called out to the dragon horn-Qilin beast that was rushing over from afar, and then rushed towards the ball of light in the sky above the chaotic sacred mountain. This time, no one rushed out of the ball of light. Gu Fei's clone brought the dragon horn-Qilin beast into the ball of light. This was the first time the dragon horn-Qilin beast had crossed over to another world, so it was very curious about everything. It kept looking around, but it discovered that it couldn't see anything. It felt as if it was walking through a passage of time. Rays of divine light flew past its body from time to time, but strangely, these rays of divine light didn't harm it at all. There was even a beam of divine light that pierced through his body like a divine rainbow. It didn't hurt him at all. All of this seemed real and illusory at the same time. It didn't seem real, but it felt so real at the same time. However, the dragon horn-Qilin beast knew one thing. There was no concept of time here. It didn't know how long it had been in this state. This made it feel very depressed. In the end, it almost went crazy. Everything in front of it was always the same. It couldn't feel anything, not even its master. It was as if he was locked in a cage where he couldn't see the sky or the earth. Just when he was on the verge of going crazy, but not yet, he suddenly felt a surge of heaven and earth aura. Yes, it was heaven and earth aura one that was different from that of the deserted world. However, this heaven and earth aura was a bit strange, yet the dragon-horned Qilin beast couldn't say what was strange about it. This made him feel very surprised. Schwa. At this moment, he seemed to have passed through a layer of transparent ripples and appeared in a dusky world. He looked around and almost peed his pants. Chaotic chi swirled around him, and within the chaotic chi, there were many powerful figures faintly visible. Countless powerful divine wills landed on him and scrupulously. It was as if he had been completely seen through by those creatures in an instant. Furthermore, these living beings that were directly scanning him with their divine senses were all powerful enough to make him tremble. So many ancient gods. The dragon-horn Qilin beast found it difficult to even speak. He found that there were even figures of sovereigns appearing in the chaotic void in the distance. This scared him so much that he almost turned around and ran back to the deserted world. However, at this moment, more than half of the unbridled divine wills suddenly retreated. A figure walked out from behind the dragon-horned Qilin. The beings that were powerful enough to make the dragon-horned Qilin tremble were shocked to see this person. Some of them immediately retreated. Master is so powerful in this world. These ancient gods are all afraid of him. The dragon-horned Qilin beast was both surprised and happy to see this. After all, the more powerful its master was, the more advantageous it was. Because if its master was strong enough, others wouldn't dare to harm it and would even try to curry favor with it. Of course, if its master was weak, naturally no one would care about the dragon-horned Qilin beast. They might even take it back as a pet beast. Humph! Gu Fei's avatar walked out of the light ball and glanced around. Immediately, many powerful beings withdrew their divine wills from the dragon-horned Qilin beast. He's back. In the chaotic divine mountain of the ancient heavenly court, a figure sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to see through the void, ignoring the barrier of distance and looking into the chaotic void at the peak of the chaotic divine mountain. Someone actually came out of the light ball. Some quasi-supremes also sensed the situation in the chaotic void because these quasi-supremes had avatars or incarnations in the chaotic void. Although it was difficult for the quasi-supremes' divine wills to enter the chaotic void, the avatars and avatars could immediately sense everything that the avatars and avatars saw and heard. This was also why the quasi-supremes outside immediately knew when Gu Fei's avatar and the dragon-horned Qilin beast appeared. Rumble. Just then, something unforeseen happened. The chaotic aura in front of the light ball surged, and a huge golden hand broke through the layers of chaotic aura, grabbing toward Gu Fei's clone and the dragon-horned Qilin beast in front of the light ball. Seeing this, Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help being shocked and angry. He didn't think that someone would immediately attack him when he returned. Did this person really think that he was a pushover that could be pinched as he pleased? Kill! Gu Fei's avatar was enraged. His body trembled, and countless runes immediately rushed out of his body. The runes interweaved and evolved, transforming into 9 huge golden dragon shadows. The 9 golden dragons stirred up the entire chaotic void. Boundless chaotic energy surged, and the 9 dragon shadows directly collided with the huge golden hand that was grabbing at them. This was the 9 dragons killing technique. It was a killing technique that Gu Fei had obtained in the heaven realm back then. Now that it was being used by Gu Fei's clone, the power of the 9 dragons killing technique was astonishingly great. The surrounding chaotic energy was dispersed by the energy ripples that erupted from the 9 dragons. Boom! With a loud bang, the 9 murderous dragon shadows collided with the giant golden hand in an instant. The might displayed by the golden hand shocked Gu Fei's avatar. The 9 golden dragon shadows actually collapsed under the golden hand, and countless runes dissipated in the void. He only felt a powerful force colliding with him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Good fellow! Gu Fei's avatar stared at the golden hand that was still grabbing at him. His gaze turned extremely sharp. Golden light surrounded his body, and a holy venerable aura erupted from his body. Master, Chapter 2966. In the void of chaos, in front of the mysterious light ball that connected the ancient celestial court and the desolate world, Gu Fei's avatar was sent flying by a golden hand. Roar! Gu Fei's avatar roared to the sky, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. The endless chaotic chi was dispersed, and beams of golden light intertwined around his body like golden lightning. Gu Fei's avatar was furious. Although he was only an avatar, he still had his pride. His opponent had attacked him without any scruples. It was really despicable. Be obedient, and let me search your divine sense. Otherwise, I'll directly scatter your souls. A figure walked out of the chaotic chi. It was a figure shrouded in a ball of golden light, like a golden sun, blooming with endless golden light. An extremely powerful aura spread out from this figure. This was an incomparably powerful Saint Venerable. Within the golden light, there were golden runes interweaving. How arrogant! Hearing this, Gu Fei's avatar could not help but narrow his eyes. Who was this guy? Did he think he was a supreme master? How dare he say such words in front of him? Master, what should we do? This guy seems to be very strong. The dragon horn Qilin beast transmitted its voice to Gu Fei's avatar. What should we do? It's simple. One word. Kill. Gu Fei's avatar said in a deep voice. Then he directly used the 8 desolation steps and disappeared in the void. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above the head of the figure. Rumble, Gu Fei's avatar stepped down, and there was a thunderous sound in the void. Golden lightning emerged under his feet. This was the 8 kill steps. With one step, the destructive power immediately surged from the feet of Gu Fei's avatar to the golden figure below. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The powerful figure, shrouded in golden light, said. Then he raised his hand and blasted upwards. A ball of golden light emerged from his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the right leg of Gu Fei's clone collided with the golden deity's hand. It was like 2 stars colliding, and a shocking sound erupted. At the same time, terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, dispersing the chaotic energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Without the primal chaos chi blocking them, many powerful figures appeared in the void. It had to be said that this golden deity was truly powerful. He had once again forced back Gu Fei's clone. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Seeing this scene, many experts were extremely shocked. This golden deity was really powerful. He actually dared to attack that person. That person's true body was outside the chaotic void at this time. Quite a few powerful existences that entered the primal chaos void knew that this vicious person had come. He was just outside, and this vicious person here was merely a clone. No one knew if this golden deity knew the origin of this vicious person. You're not bad yourself. How about becoming my servant? The golden deity stared at Gu Fei's clone and said. He was a little surprised that the other party could actually withstand his palm. After all, his cultivation was about to take that step. Although he dared not say that he was invincible among his peers, there were only a few people in the Holy Venerate realm who could defeat him. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy is really crazy. In the distant sky, the powerful existences that heard such words were extremely shocked. Although the golden deity was powerful, he was no match for that vicious person. He still doesn't know that he has kicked an iron plate. This guy is destined to have a tragedy. Someone shook his head and said, no one was optimistic about the golden deity, but some people knew his origin. The force behind this guy was not to be underestimated because this golden deity was from the Golden Imperial clan. The Golden Imperial clan and the Purple Cloud Imperial clan of the Bujo ancestral planet were cultivation clans that had produced extreme grade supremes in the past. No one was willing to offend such a clan leader because, to a certain extent, such cultivation clans were stronger than the clan of the ancients and had a deeper foundation. However, Gu Fei was not an existence that ordinary people were willing to provoke. This guy was famous for being fierce and protective of his people. Whoever provoked him would be unlucky. However, this golden deity didn't seem to know Gu Fei at all. He actually attacked Gu Fei's clone, which made those who knew about Gu Fei think that he was crazy. I'll be your servant, Gu Fei's clone laughed. I'm letting you be my servant because I think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the golden deity said. Haha, then shouldn't I thank you for thinking highly of me? Gu Fei's clone looked at the golden deity as if he was looking at a fool. This guy was so funny that he couldn't help but want to laugh. You should know that there are many people who want to be my Jin-Ao's servant. You should feel honored that I am willing to accept you, golden deity Jin-Ao said. Ha! I really feel honored, Gu Fei's doppelganger said in disdain. Then why don't you get over here and greet your master, golden deity Jin-Ao said. That's not urgent. Actually, I wanted to tell you that I also think highly of you. What should we do? Gu Fei's avatar shook his head and said, What did you say? Golden deity Jin-Ao said in surprise. Don't you understand? I mean, I also think highly of you. Gu Fei's doppelganger stopped smiling and said seriously, So what? The golden deity finally realized something, and his tone became cold. A chilling, murderous intent emanated from his body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. This expert from the Golden Imperial clan was determined to kill Gu Fei's doppelganger. The dignity of experts could not be despised, especially by the weak. That means that you're not bad either. You can also be my servant. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at golden deity Jin-Ao and said in a deep voice, Humph! Golden deity Jin-Ao was infuriated. His sharp gaze turned into a tangible sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei's doppelganger at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed and soared into the sky, displaying his extremely fast movement technique. 2 sword lights instantly flew past his feet, causing the void to tremble wherever the sword lights passed. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, golden deity Jin-Ao said coldly. Golden deity Jin-Ao said coldly. The next moment, endless golden light spread out from his body and enveloped the entire world as if it was going to propel a golden world. Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but be moved when he saw this scene. He felt a blazing aura. The golden light that spread out from Jin-Ao's body seemed to be melting everything. It was as if a real golden sun had appeared in the chaotic void. This scene was too shocking. The golden sun, formed by golden deity Jin-Ao, seemed to be melting everything. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger felt as if his body was about to melt. Some experts who were watching the battle from afar screamed and retreated. The golden light that emanated from Jin-Ao's body had a strange power that could actually obliterate everything and reduce the cultivation of cultivators. This made everyone inexplicably shocked. What kind of killing technique is this? A ball of divine light emerged from Gu Fei's doppelganger, isolating the shining golden light. Then, he directly attacked the golden sun. Roar! An incomparably shocking dragon roar rang out. 9 golden dragons rushed out from Gu Fei's doppelganger and pounced at golden deity Jin-ao with their fangs and claws bared. Melt! Golden deity Jin-ao roared angrily. An even more blazing golden light erupted from his body. Within the golden light, there were golden runes faintly discernible, obliterating everything. The 9 dragons immediately became dim when they were illuminated by the golden light that spread out from the golden deity's body. Countless Tao patterns on the dragon's shadows were obliterated by the golden light. Gu Fei's doppelganger was taken aback. The killing technique that Jin-ao displayed was actually very similar to the Wu secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It could actually melt the power of the great path. In the end, the 9 dragons that pounced at golden deity Jin-ao were obliterated by the golden light emitted from Jin-ao's body when they reached him. They disappeared in the golden light. As expected, Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He had only used the 9 dragons killing technique to test the waters. However, in the next moment, a huge golden hand slapped out and directly slapped Gu Fei's doppelganger away. Golden deity Jin-ao had displayed overwhelming combat power. Golden deity Jin-ao was a genuine Saint Venerate, and a peak Saint Venerate at that. He was only half a step away from taking that final step. Such an existence could suppress Gu Fei's doppelganger. Of course, although the golden deity's cultivation and combat power were above Gu Fei's doppelganger, it was absolutely impossible for him to destroy Gu Fei's doppelganger. This was because Gu Fei's doppelganger was indestructible. No one could destroy his doppelganger unless it was a quasi-supreme. Although Gu Fei's doppelganger was blasted away, it didn't suffer any damage. At this time, the dragon-horned Qilin beast couldn't help but be shocked when it saw this scene. It really couldn't imagine that someone at the same level could actually suppress its master. The dragon-horned Qilin beast was very slippery, and it dodged long ago. Everyone who saw Gu Fei's doppelganger being blasted away by golden deity Jin-ao was extremely shocked. After all, this was Gu Fei's doppelganger. Since you refuse to be my servant, then you can go to hell. Chapter 2967. Jin-ao was also a powerful being in the Golden Imperial clan. He had always been extremely domineering. Seeing that Gu Fei's clone was not willing to submit to him, he used his killing move decisively. Clang! The golden Tao bell rang. Countless patterns intertwined on the bell, and an extremely powerful power of the great path of metal surged out from the bell. Gu Fei's doppelganger was directly enveloped by this Tao bell. What the dragon-horned Qilin, who was watching from afar, was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fall out. His master was actually enveloped by the golden Tao bell. How was this possible? This was too unbelievable. To the dragon-horned Qilin's knowledge, his master had never been suppressed to such an extent. This was a display of absolute inferiority. Clang! Gu Fei's clone was trapped in the golden Tao bell. The bell rang continuously, turning into a terrifying power that wanted to completely obliterate him. Humph! Gu Fei's clone shone with golden light. The aura of the great path surged as he resisted the power of the golden Tao bell with all his might. Moreover, he kept bombarding the walls of the golden Tao bell. Clang! The golden Tao bell continued to shake violently. Golden patterns intertwined on the walls of the bell. There were actually fist prints or palm prints protruding, which shocked the golden deity. This guy actually has such combat power. He could not help but be shocked. It should be known that this golden Tao bell was a holy venerate Tao item that he had refined for countless years. If an ordinary holy venerate was enveloped by the golden Tao bell, they would have long been obliterated. Kill! Jin-ao leaped up and sat cross-legged on the golden Tao bell. He used his mystic arts with all his might to activate the power of the Golden Tao Bell to suppress Gu Fei's clone. However, Gu Fei's clone contained immortal divinity. Even if it was shattered into a cloud of blood mist, it could still reform its physical body without losing any combat power. You don't have the right to kill me. It might be possible if a golden quasi-supreme being attacked. Gu Fei's clone stopped attacking the Golden Tao Bell. He knew that with his cultivation and combat power, it would be very difficult to break the Golden Tao Bell. Since it was difficult to break, he would wait for his real body to come and save him. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. Golden deity Jin-Ao's voice rang in the heart of Gu Fei's avatar. Gu Fei's clone did not say anything else. He directly sat down in the Golden Tao Bell and remained extremely calm. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. How can you still laugh like this? Golden deity Jin-Ao said in surprise. At this time, the spectators in the distance all felt a powerful aura appear in the chaotic void. Everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. Some experts naturally knew who had arrived. Some experts who were not on good terms with the Golden Imperial clan looked at Jin-Ao, who was sitting cross-legged on the Golden Tao Bell, gloating. This guy didn't even know that he had kicked an iron plate. He was really unlucky. This is the dragon-horned Qilin beast that was worried about Gu Fei's clone sensed the powerful aura that suddenly appeared in the chaotic void, and it couldn't help but be bewildered. This aura seemed familiar. Some of the experts in the chaotic void retreated quietly. It was obvious that they didn't want to meet that powerful existence, so they tactfully retreated before that powerful existence appeared. If you know what's good for you, quickly let me out. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Gu Fei's clone, who was trapped in the Golden Tao Bell, suddenly said, "Buffed, you've already been sealed in the Tao Bell by me. What else can you do?" Golden deity Jin-Ao said disdainfully. He was still activating the Golden Tao Bell in an attempt to slowly exhaust Gu Fei's clone. He had plenty of time, so he could definitely exhaust this guy to death. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful divine will instantly locked onto the powerful figure that was sitting on the Golden Tao Bell and emitting millions of rays of golden light. What? Jin-Ao was really shocked, because the fluctuation of this divine will was so powerful that he couldn't help but tremble. It was as if he was being watched by an invincible supreme being. "I told you that you're in big trouble, but you didn't believe me." Sigh. Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly in the Golden Tao Bell. At this time, how could golden deity Jin-Ao still have the time to care about the guy he had sealed in the Tao Bell? A layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. He's right. You're really in big trouble. A voice came out from the chaotic chi, and then a figure faintly appeared in the chaotic chi. What? Jin-Ao's expression changed when he heard this. He had vaguely guessed something, but he wasn't so sure. If that was really the case, then he had really stepped on dog shit this time. "The fierce person is here. Get out of the way." Many of the experts who were watching the battle immediately retreated. "Senior, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Golden deity Jin-Ao said calmly. After all, he was one of the top figures in the Golden Imperial clan, so he wouldn't be frightened by an existence of this level. "There's no misunderstanding," the faintly discernible figure in the chaotic chi said. "Could it be that you..." Golden deity Jin-Ao's expression became extremely ugly. He really hadn't expected such an outcome. This was too tragic. "Yes, master." The dragon-horned Qilin beast, who was watching from afar, was extremely shocked. At this time, it also guessed that the real body of its master had arrived. Then a figure walked out of the chaotic chi. What? When Jin-Ao, who was sitting cross-legged on the Golden Tao Bell, saw that person, he was so scared that he almost fell off the law bell. This person looked exactly the same as the black-robed young man. he had sealed in the golden Tao bell. Slap yourself 100 times, and then scram. The black-robed young man looked coldly at Jin Ao on the golden Tao bell and said. Jin Ao's expression changed several times when he heard this. He was from the Golden Imperial clan, the descendant of a supreme. This guy actually dared to humiliate him like this. This almost made him go berserk. Why aren't you slapping yourself? Do you want me to do it? Gu Fei said coldly. How dare you? I am the descendant of the Golden Supreme, from the Buzhou ancestral star. How dare you humiliate me like this? Jin Ao shouted angrily. Very well, this is what you asked for. As Gu Fei said this, his figure disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the golden Tao bell. Without any hesitation, he directly punched the golden Tao bell. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but the power it displayed was astonishing. Jin Ao frantically activated the power of the law bell to resist Gu Fei's punch. Chapter 2968. Gu Fei's true body had arrived. He was incomparably domineering, and as soon as he arrived, he wanted the golden deity Jin Ao to slap his own face. However, who was Jin Ao? He was a descendant of a supreme being, so he naturally wouldn't suffer such humiliation. The bloodline of the Golden Imperial clan was extremely arrogant. Humiliating them was even more unbearable than killing them. Gu Fei naturally did not care whether this fellow was a descendant of a sovereign or not. Since he dared to attack his clone, it was equivalent to attacking him. He would have to pay a price for that. Since this saint of the Golden Imperial clan did not slap himself, Yi Fuqian could only do it himself. Gu Fei's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the golden Tao bell. Then, he threw a punch at the golden Tao bell. This punch did not have powerful energy fluctuations or dazzling divine light. It seemed ordinary, but the power it displayed was extremely shocking. No matter how hard golden deity Jin Ao tried to activate the power of the law bell, the power of the golden great path surged in the chaotic void. However, Gu Fei's fist directly hit the body of the golden Tao bell. All the Tao laws could not stop this seemingly casual punch of his. Kacha! The sound of something shattering was heard from the golden Tao bell. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of all the experts, cracks appeared on the golden Tao bell. Those cracks were centered on Gu Fei's fist and quickly spread to the entire golden Tao bell. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire golden Tao bell actually exploded. Jin Ao, who was sitting cross-legged on the golden Tao bell, was directly blown away. He coughed up blood continuously, and the golden divine light on his body immediately dimmed. At the same time, a figure rushed out from the broken golden Tao bell while laughing. Quasi-sovereign. Jin Ao was extremely shocked. This was a quasi-sovereign, and he was not a match for him at all. Yi Fuqian had only used one punch to shatter the Tao tool that he had refined for countless years. This was a great shock to him. Too powerful. All the living beings who witnessed this scene were stunned by the power displayed by Gu Fei's punch. It seemed like a casual punch, but it actually possessed such power. It was simply too unbelievable. Returning to the natural state, some of the living beings were able to see through Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached a level where he could unleash great power with just a lift of his hand. You asked for it. Gu Fei shot a glance at Jin Ao, who was sent flying thousands of miles away. He didn't put this fellow in his eyes at all. If it was a gold quasi-sovereign, he might have some scruples. However, the gold-to-be supreme warrior had entered the deserted world, and there was no sign of him coming back. In the next moment, the two figures merged into one. Gu Fei's doppelganger entered his real body and returned to his real body. That's actually your clone. Jin Ao found it hard to believe. Although he had already guessed something, he was still inexplicably shocked when he actually saw this scene. This person actually had a Holy Venerate level clone. Even if this person was a quasi-supreme being, it would still be very difficult for him to refine a Holy Venerable level clone. Of course, even though it was very difficult, it wasn't impossible. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared again. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above Jin Ao, like a supreme ruler looking down at an ant below. Damn it! Jin Ao was both shocked and angry. His opponent's gaze was as if he was looking down on an ant, which made him extremely ashamed and resentful. However, his opponent's cultivation base and strength were there for all to see. It was difficult for him to resist. To Gu Fei, although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed an ant. "What? You're not satisfied?" Gu Fei said coldly. In the next moment, a powerful pressure spread from his body. Golden deity Jin Ao felt his body sink as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly pressed down on him. He immediately knelt in the void. Roar! Jin Ao roared and struggled to stand up. However, no matter how much he urged the power in his body, he couldn't straighten his back. It was as if all the bones in his body were about to break. So, what if you're from an imperial clan? Your identity is nothing in my eyes, Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked down at golden deity Jin Ao and said, "What? You're Gu Fei?" The golden deity Jin Ao was shocked, and his voice began to tremble. This person was actually Gu Fei, and he actually made a move against such a vicious person. Jin Ao's forehead was sweating again when he thought of this. He had long heard of Gu Fei's fame because Gu Fei had created a great reputation in the ancestral star of Buzhou. After coming to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon, he heard many experts talking about Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a fierce person. No one dared to provoke him. Everything he did was earth-shattering. It wasn't something that ordinary people could do. This fierce person dared to fight against the forces of the ancient barons, dared to compete with the experts of the imperial clan, and even flattened the forbidden area of the heaven realm. Such a record was absolutely unprecedented. It should be known that even the supremes of the ancient times couldn't flatten the forbidden area, which had existed since ancient times. Humph! Gu Fei didn't say anything else. At this time, the dragon-horned Qilin rushed over from afar. "Greetings, Master." The dragon-horned Qilin directly knelt at the feet of Gu Fei. He was overjoyed. With such a powerful master, who would dare to bully him in the future? "You're very smart," Gu Fei said. "Master, you flatter me," the dragon-horned Qilin hurriedly said. "You'll be my mount from now on," Gu Fei said. "Yes, Master." The dragon-horned Qilin was overjoyed. At this time, he didn't feel that it was embarrassing to be Gu Fei's mount. Instead, he felt that it was an honor. It should be known that experts like Gu Fei would definitely have countless creatures fighting to be his mount. "Let's go back first," Gu Fei said, and directly leaped onto the back of the dragon-horned Qilin. He rode the dragon-horned Qilin and left the chaotic void, disappearing into the dark world. All the experts in the chaotic void didn't dare to stop Gu Fei. It should be known that the golden deity Jin Ao was the best example. After Gu Fei left for a while, the golden deity Jin Ao dared to stand up. He had actually fought with Gu Fei's clone. This made him feel as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. It should be known that a fierce person like Gu Fei could kill him as easily as moving a finger. This fierce person wouldn't care whether he was from the Golden Imperial clan or not. Jin Ao didn't know why Gu Fei didn't kill him. He directly left the chaotic void. He wanted to report everything here back to his family. Chapter 2969. At the peak of the divine mountain in the central region of the ancient heavenly court, chaotic aura surged. In the depths of the void shrouded by the chaotic aura, a mysterious ball of light was emitting a hazy brilliance. This brilliance was very gentle and not dazzling at all. On the surface of the ball of light, there were all kinds of things in the world. It was a miniature version of the world. However, no one knew that this was a miniature version of the world. The images on the ball of light were constantly changing. Sometimes there were wild beasts roaring, sometimes huge waves surging, and sometimes there were mountains collapsing and the sun and moon losing their light. In the end, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the world was destroyed, and the world returned to chaos. This ball of light was too mysterious and unfathomable. It was actually evolving the formation and destruction of the world. This was the reincarnation of the world. Not only did everything in the world have reincarnation, but everything in the world also had reincarnation. Many experts gathered near this ball of light to observe and comprehend it. Some people believed that the ball of light contained the mysteries of the world. If they could comprehend it, they might be able to become the strongest expert in the world. Therefore, experts constantly entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain to comprehend the secrets of the ball of light. This was also why Gu Fei's clone and the dragon horn Qilin saw so many experts when they walked out of the ball of light. The battle between Gu Fei and the golden deity Jineo was over. Many experts who retreated also returned to the vicinity of the ball of light. However, no one expected that there would be another living being walking out of the ball of light. It was a black vine shrouded in chaotic aura. The experts couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this black vine. As soon as this black vine walked out of the ball of light, it directly took root in the void and absorbed the chaotic aura in the void. This black vine was the chaotic vine. The chaotic aura in the void was its nourishment, and it crazily devoured the chaotic aura in the surroundings. However, this black vine was actually very shocked. It never expected to encounter so many incomparably powerful living beings as soon as it came here. It's not a living being from our side. After a brief silence, someone exclaimed, "Capture it." Someone made a move right away. A huge, pitch-black hand emitted a chilling aura as it grabbed towards the vine of chaos, which was rooted in the void in front of the light ball, and was madly devouring the chaotic essence chi. As the expert made his move, the temperature in the air plummeted rapidly. It was as if the air was about to solidify. It's the great Saint Exalt. Someone recognized the expert who was hidden in the black gas and had attacked the vine of chaos. The Taiyin Saint Sovereign was a saint sovereign who cultivated the power of the Taiyin. The power of the Taiyin was extremely domineering. A single strand of Taiyin Qi could freeze 10,000 miles. It was very powerful. Furthermore, this kind of Yin power was impossible to guard against. By the time the cultivators fighting against the lunar saint Venerable felt the cold, it was already too late. It was difficult for them to avoid the fate of being frozen into ice sculptures. Shwa! Just as the black hand was about to grab the chaos vine moved as well. A vine that was like a spear pierced towards the black hand. However, the vine was unable to pierce the black hand because it was frozen by the power of the Taiyin that was emitted from the black hand. Then it shattered instantly. The black hand continued to grab the chaos vine. Powerful power of the Taiyin exploded from the black hand, and even the surrounding chaotic chi was frozen. Roar! The chaos vine roared furiously, and a ball of chaotic light surged from its body, blocking the mighty power of the Taiyin. Then, a huge figure appeared in the ball of chaotic light. That is, seeing this, all the living beings were shocked. They saw that the chaos vine had turned into a giant that was more than 30 meters tall. The giant's hair was made up of vines, and each vine was surrounded by chaotic lightning. An extremely powerful wave of chaotic power exploded from the giant's body. It was a chaos giant, and every single strand of hair was absorbing the chaotic essence in the surrounding void. The chaotic light that shot out of its eyes was hundreds of feet long, and it was terrifying. Rumble, the chaos giant that was transformed from the chaos vine, slammed its palm towards the black hand. Chaotic chi surged, and the void shook. On the chaos giant's hand, there were countless chaos Tao patterns intertwining. Boom! With a loud bang, the two giant hands collided. The power of the Tayin and the chaotic power exploded, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. Some hair-thin cracks in the space disappeared instantly. The two figures quickly separated, and the chaos giant was pushed back. It lowered its head and saw that its right hand was covered in a thick layer of ice. A cold air had invaded its arm and was spreading upwards. Humph! With a wave of its left hand, the chaos giant chopped off its right arm. Its right arm immediately shattered in the void, and at the next moment, a new arm quickly grew out from its body. The chaos giant's original form was a chaos vine. It contained powerful life essence and could regrow its broken branches. That day when it fought against Gu Fei's doppelganger, all 9 of the Chaos Vine's vines were chopped off by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Didn't it grow back too? At this time, the Tayin Saint Venerable was also pushed back. What a powerful otherworldly creature. The Tayin Saint Venerable was shocked. The combat power displayed by the Chaos Vine was not to be underestimated. This Chaos Vine was actually a Saint Venerable level creature. At this time, the other experts could not sit still anymore. Powerful figures appeared in the distance. Every one of them emitted an extremely dangerous aura, as though they could attack the Chaos Giant at any time. It's mine. The Tayin Saint Venerable glanced at those powerful figures and said coldly, "All right." Those powerful figures stopped immediately and no longer pressed forward. These experts were a little wary of the Tayin Saint Venerable. One should know that he was a Saint Venerable. You guys are courting death. The Chaos Giant that was transformed from the Chaos Vine was unhappy. Did these people really think that he was a pushover? You are the one who is courting death. You actually dared to cross over to this world. You really don't know what's good for you. The Tayin Saint Venerable said as he took a step forward and pressed towards the Chaos Giant. Powerful Tayin power spread out from his body. An extremely cold aura froze the void. Even the Chaos Giant was frozen in an instant. Boom. Chapter 2970. A battle between holy venerables erupted. The great Yin Saint Sovereign and the Chaos Vine transformed into a chaotic giant fought. The two experts' cultivation and battle prowess were similar, so it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. This battle, however, alarmed countless powerful beings. Powerful auras constantly appeared in the chaotic void. Is that a being from another world? Someone couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the chaotic giant. Apart from the mortal realm and heavenly realm, there were actually other worlds. While the great Yin Saint Sovereign and the chaotic giant fought, Gu Fei rode the dragon horn Qilin toward the ancient heavenly court's southern heavenly gate. Soon, Gu Fei saw the southern heavenly gate. Without hesitation, he rode the dragon horn Qilin out of the southern heavenly court. At this time, in another region of the ancient heavenly court's ruins, there was a huge ghost city. Powerful beings were fighting, and terrifying tiger roars constantly resounded from the city. The silhouette of a huge black tiger could be faintly seen in the city. The being fighting the black tiger was actually a dragon. To be more precise, it was a bone dragon. The bone dragon's body was as huge as a mountain. Endless death aura surged from the bone dragon's body. enveloping half of the ghost city. The black tiger fighting the bone dragon was the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. At this time, Ming Qiong was nowhere to be seen. Of course, with Ming Qiong's cultivation, aside from quasi-supremes, no one could threaten him. Damn it! Why are there so many undying beings here? The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor roared. The black Qilin on his body vibrated, and rays of black light shot out from his body, transforming into a supreme sword light that slashed at the bone dragon. However, when the sharp sword light slashed at the bone dragon's body, it produced a clanging sound. It simply couldn't leave any marks on the bone dragon's body. Preposterous. Could this fellow have been an ancestral dragon when he was alive? The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor was incomparably shocked. His sword light couldn't harm the bone dragon at all. How was this possible? It was simply unbelievable. At this time, the bone dragon opened its mouth and spat out a destructive flame. The fire directly burned at the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, instantly enveloping the entire void. It was a wave of death flames that caused the void to distort. The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor hurriedly dodged. The bone dragon immediately chased after the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, and the two experts began their chase in Ghost City. At this time, Gu Fei left the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. He rode on the dragon-horned Qilin beast and charged out from the depths of the starry sky. The dragon-horned Qilin beast was incomparably mighty, and it wasn't slow either. Very soon, Gu Fei rode the dragon-horned Qilin beast back to the southern mountains of the Heaven Realm, directly arriving in the sky above the Luoxia courtyard. Roar! When Gu Fei rode on the dragon-horned Qilin beast and approached the Luoxia courtyard, a low roar sounded from the entrance of the courtyard. Then, a flame soared into the sky and flew towards Gu Fei. It's Master! Master is back! Amidst the flames, a fire Qilin was faintly discernible. The powerful aura of a divine beast spread out, and even the dragon-horned Qilin beneath Gu Fei felt its heart palpitate. When the two divine beasts met, they naturally opposed each other with equal harshness. The fire Qilin looked at the dragon-horned Qilin beneath Gu Fei unfriendly. As for the dragon-horned Qilin, it stared at the fire Qilin in front of it. On its dragon horn, rays of lightning-like divine light began to appear, and a violent aura spread out from its body. Greetings, Master. The fire Qilin didn't dare to be negligent. It hurriedly knelt down towards Gu Fei, who was riding on the back of the dragon-horned Qilin beast. Yes. Gu Fei nodded his head. Then he rode the dragon-horned Qilin beast and rushed down from the sky, directly entering the Luoxia courtyard. You're finally back. In a pavilion in the backyard of the Luoxia courtyard, a white-clothed lady who was playing with a fist-sized chick suddenly smiled. The chick screeched at the sky discontentedly, then took a finger-sized fruit from the white-clothed lady's hand, but it was covered in a layer of bloody light. If anyone were to see that the white-clothed lady was using such a magical fruit to feed her pet, they would definitely be shocked. This magical fruit was hard to find in the world, and it was the dragon blood fruit. This magical fruit had the ability to strengthen one's body and blood, and it had the miraculous effect of transforming a cultivator's physical body to become even stronger. Normal cultivators wouldn't even have seen such a fruit, let alone eat it. To think that this chick was using the dragon blood fruit as food. This was way too extravagant. At this moment, a strange beast descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. This strange beast looked like a Qilin, but it had a pair of ancestral dragon horns. On the back of the strange beast sat a black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man was Gu Fei. Why did you go so early? The white-clothed lady reached out to pick up the chick, placed it on her shoulder, and then walked out of the pavilion. I found something interesting, so I came back a little late. Gu Fei jumped down from the back of the dragon-horned Qilin beast, came in front of the white-clothed lady, and hugged her. "You must have gone crazy playing again," Yen said impatiently. Actually, her daughter Gu Ling's personality was very similar to Gu Fei's. Once they started playing, they would forget about everything else. Yen wondered how they were doing after walking on the ancient road of the human race. Just as Yen was thinking about her daughter, who had walked on the ancient road of the human race, Gu Ling, Yen, Zhao Hao, and the others were hiding in a dangerous place, not daring to go out. That was because the powerful beings of the Dongfang family were guarding outside. Unless they were tired of living, they would not come out of this dangerous place. Even though Gu Ling and the others were in a difficult situation, their lives were not in danger. "What's so interesting?" Yen said. The commotion in the depths of the starry sky was too big. She had also sensed it, but she was not a person who liked crowds. Even though she was curious, she had no intention of leaving the Luoxia courtyard. "Yeah, I found the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, and then another world," Gu Fei said. What? Hearing this, Yen couldn't help but be moved no matter how calm she was. She knew that although Gu Fei said it casually, what he had encountered must be soul-stirring, causing one's imagination to run wild. "Do you want to go and see?" Gu Fei said. Another heaven and earth, another world. It was impossible for Yen not to be moved. In the end, Gu Fei brought Yen the fire Qilin and the dragon-horned Qilin beast out of the Luoxia courtyard, rushing towards the starry sky. Very quickly, they entered the starry sky. Chapter 2971. Gu Fei and Yen rode the dragon-horned Qilin into the depths of space and arrived before the ancient heavenly court. This is the ancient heavenly court. Yen sensed the ancient and vicissitudes of life ahead and was astonished. Only an ancient ruin that had existed for countless years would have such a unique aura. Yes, the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate is right ahead. Gu Fei pointed to a gatehouse ahead and said, "Southern Heavenly Gate." Yen curiously looked in the direction that Gu Fei was pointing at. She saw a powerful figure walking into the gate. Then she felt that something was amiss. After entering the gate, the silhouette disappeared into the distance in an instant, as if it was crossing through the endless void. Yen was astonished. That person only took one step into the gate, and it was as if he had shrunk in size, giving people a feeling of being separated by an endless void. Rumble. At this time, a shocking sound came from the ancient heavenly court. Then, a monstrous aura of death surged out from the depths of the ancient heavenly court. What's going on? Gu Fei was astonished. Didn't the immortal monarch enter the desolate world a long time ago? How could there be such a powerful undead in the ancient heavenly court? On that day, the undying monarch gathered countless undying creatures in the ghost city and devoured the endless death essence Qi. Countless undying creatures died. Logically speaking, with the ancient heavenly court as the center, there shouldn't be a single undead within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. However, how long had it been? Another undead that was almost as powerful as the immortal monarch appeared in the ancient heavenly court. Could it be that something happened in the ancient heavenly court? The ruins of the ancient heavenly court contained a great secret that had existed for thousands of years. No one knew what would happen in the ruins. For the weak, this was definitely a dangerous place. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into a trap and lose their lives. Even saint-level beings had to be careful in the ancient heavenly court because there was a remnant power of law that even saints couldn't withstand. One had to know that this was an ancient ruin. An earth-shattering battle had taken place here in the past. Even an extreme supreme being had taken action. And even the chaos divine mountain had been broken. So, it could be said that not only did the ruins contain Saint rank eternal Tao laws, even the exalted Tao laws were left in the ruins. If the remnant supreme Tao law was triggered, then even the powerful holy venerables would be destroyed in body and soul, and even quasi-supremes might die. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the torrential deathly aura. In an instant, the deathly aura enveloped the southern heavenly gate. Amidst the surging death chi, there was actually a huge figure faintly discernible. "Master, save me!" Just as Gu Fei and Yen were bewildered, a voice suddenly resounded in Gu Fei's heart. "Black Qilin Tiger Emperor." Gu Fei was shocked. The divine will fluctuation coming from the southern heavenly gate belonged to the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. Wasn't this tiger following Ming Qiong? Ming Qiong wasn't a weakling. He was a holy venerate and a supreme being with an extremely strong physique. Even an extreme godly sword would have a hard time hurting his body. Why did the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor need him to save the formidable Ming Qiong? What's wrong? Yen, who was in Gu Fei's arms, suddenly asked. She could sense that something was wrong with Gu Fei. "I'm fine." As Gu Fei spoke, a figure rushed out from the top of his head and turned into another Gu Fei. Then, this Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed into the southern heavenly gate. Yen was stunned. Gu Fei had actually released his clone. Could it be that he wanted to get rid of the undying creature in the southern heavenly gate? "Do you want to go play? It's not every day that you get a chance like this." Gu Fei smiled at Yen. They were riding on the same mount, and Gu Fei's large hand was wrapped around Yen's slender waist. The two of them had never experienced something like this before. Yen felt that this was very warm. Being hugged by Gu Fei and feeling Gu Fei's strong manly aura made her feel safe. She just wanted to stay in Gu Fei's warm embrace forever. She shook her head. She disliked fighting and killing the most, but growing up in such a world, it was inevitable that there would be fighting and killing. One must know that even if she didn't go looking for trouble, those troubles would come looking for her. One should know that the world of cultivation was much crueler than the world of mortals. Murder and robbery were common occurrences. "Hee up to you," Gu Fei said with a smile. Yen had a gentle personality and enjoyed a peaceful and simple life. In other words, she had a pure heart and few desires, and was well versed in the true essence of cultivation. However, not everyone could be like Yen, who didn't need to care about anything else and only focused on cultivation. Ordinary cultivators were in a very miserable situation. They had to work hard every day to survive. Even if they obtained some rare treasures, they would immediately store them away to prevent other cultivators from robbing them. However, those who dared to rob Gu Fei's things were definitely suicidal. "Let's just watch the show," Gu Fei said. Bang! At that moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the southern heavenly gate. It was Gu Fei's clone making his move. A golden light like a golden sun appeared amidst the boundless aura of death, emitting a blinding light. Under the illumination of the golden light, the gray aura of death quickly dispersed like snow under the scorching sun. The power of the Paragon realm shook the void and dispersed the aura of death. A giant silhouette appeared before everyone. It was a bone dragon the size of a mountain. Seeing this, all the living beings outside the southern heavenly gate were shocked. "Dragon?" Yen's eyes brightened when she saw this. Gu Fei's clone was riding on a black tiger. The black tiger was not an ordinary black tiger, but a ferocious tiger covered in a thick layer of black scales. Buzz. With a hum, rays of golden sword chi rushed out from Gu Fei's clone and slashed at the bone dragon. inside each ray of golden light. There were Tao patterns faintly visible and intertwined. "Ha! Who asked you to be arrogant? Master is here. You're dead." The black Qilin tiger emperor laughed. Clang! The golden sword Qi struck the bone dragon in an instant, producing the same sound of metal colliding. But this time, the golden sword Qi from Gu Fei's doppelganger only left a faint mark on the dragon's bones. What the black Qilin tiger emperor was dumbfounded. This bone dragon's bones were too strong. Even his master's sword Qi could not break it. How is this possible? The black Qilin tiger emperor was in disbelief. Although his master was not fighting with his real body, his clone still had the power of a paragon. Could this bone dragon really be an ancestral dragon? Otherwise, how could its bones be so strong? The bones of an ancestral dragon. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Gu Fei, who was riding on the dragon horn Qilin, was surprised. No wonder the black Qilin tiger emperor was being chased by this bone dragon. The bone dragon had an extremely strong bone body. The black Qilin tiger emperor was no match for it. It could only be chased and could not threaten the bone dragon at all. Buzz. At this moment, the bone dragon suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Although there was no sound, the sound it made was even more terrifying. Powerful spiritual fluctuations erupted in ripples that could be seen by the naked eye immediately appeared in the void. What? Gu Fei's clone was taken aback. Then he reached out with both hands, and a ball of golden light appeared on his body, instantly enveloping himself and the black Qilin tiger emperor. In the next moment, the wave arrived and directly sent Gu Fei's clone, who was riding on the black Qilin tiger emperor, flying tens of thousands of feet away. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared towards the sky. This bone dragon was indeed terrifying. He had almost been hit by this divine sense attack. If he had been hit by the bone dragon's divine sense attack, he would have been in deep trouble. The black Qilin tiger emperor would probably die. Rumble! At this moment, a huge bone claw grabbed at Gu Fei's clone. A black aura surrounded the bone claw, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Tisk, it's just an undying being. Does it really think that it's invincible? Gu Fei's doppelganger rode the black Qilin tiger emperor and instantly disappeared into the void. The huge bone claw grabbed nothing but air. Roar! A terrifying spiritual will exploded from the bone dragon's skull. A terrifying dragon roar rang out. However, this was a silent killing technique. The void rippled like waves. Another spiritual will attack. From the void, two figures fell out. Gu Fei's clone was shocked. The spiritual will of this bone dragon was too strong. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong spiritual will-killing technique. Master, what do we do? The black Qilin tiger emperor was bleeding from all its orifices. The spiritual will-killing technique of the bone dragon had dealt a huge blow to its primordial spirit. If not for Gu Fei's clone protecting it, its primordial spirit would have been shattered by the bone dragon's spiritual will, and it would have become a walking corpse. What else can we do? Kill. Gu Fei's clone spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, a dazzling golden light emerged from between his brows, as if a golden divine eye had appeared between his brows. You have the power of spiritual will. I have the power of primordial spirit. Let's see who's stronger. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a sword shadow that pierced through the bone dragon's skull. Swoosh! Chapter 2972. Gu Fei's clone fought against the undying bone dragon in the southern heavens gate. The bone dragon was extremely powerful, and its body had reached an unimaginable level. In particular, it was skilled in soul attacks. If it were any other regular Saint Venerable, they probably would have fallen for the attack. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated a secret technique of the soul, so his soul was extremely powerful. Although only a sliver of his soul had entered the clone, it did not affect him much. However, the black-scaled Tiger Emperor beneath him was different. The Tiger Emperor was only at the great achievement of Saint King. It had not completely recovered its past cultivation and battle prowess. Most importantly, the Tiger Emperor had been trapped in the extreme north of the Heavens world for countless years. It was close to the end of its life. If it were not for Gu Fei, which allowed it to break free, the Tiger Emperor would have passed away before long. None of the living beings trapped in the prison region were weak. They were all great calamities and demons from the ancient or even the primordial era. The black-scaled Tiger Emperor was definitely a great calamity from the ancient times. If it could recover its peak cultivation, it might be able to fight against the Bone Dragon, but it could not right now. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone used one of the 9 secrets of the Way of Immortals, the Sword of the Way. The sword condensed from the power of the soul immediately slashed into the Bone Dragon's skull. Roar! The skeletal dragon roared crazily and struggled desperately in the void. An endless, deathly aura spread out from the body of this powerful undead creature. However, the flame of the soul in the skull immediately dimmed. It had almost been destroyed by the strike from Gu Fei's clone. Roar! The Bone Dragon roared. Countless inscriptions of the Way of Undying crisscrossed in the huge skull, and the sword actually struggled to extinguish the flame of the soul in a single stroke. However, the Sword of the Way was a supreme secret technique after all. 90% of the flame of the soul in the skull had been destroyed by the sword. The presence of the soul in the skull had become very weak. The flame of the soul seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor couldn't help being shocked by this scene. The extremely powerful Bone Dragon had almost been killed by a single slash from its master. What kind of secret art was that? Just as the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor was in shock, another terrifying sword light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and pierced through the skull of the Bone Dragon. However, before Gu Fei's clone's sword light could cut into the undying Bone Dragon's skull, the undying Bone Dragon's skull exploded with a boom. An extremely powerful soul fluctuation spread out. The soul divine light turned into a dragon shadow and soared into the sky. It wanted to escape. Just now, Gu Fei's doppelganger's sword had almost extinguished the Bone Dragon's soul fire. If it were to be hit by another sword strike, then this undying creature's soul would really fly away and scatter. It was not easy for it to cultivate into an undying creature, so naturally, the Bone Dragon did not want to be killed again. Swoosh! The dragon's shadow's soul fire instantly flew far away. Its speed was extremely fast, and the soul fire emitted a terrifying spiritual fluctuation. However, the sword light that shot out from between the eyebrows of Gu Fei's doppelganger was even faster. It instantly caught up to the soul fire. The essence soul sword light flashed by and instantly extinguished the dragon-shaped soul fire that had already escaped thousands of miles away. An incomparably powerful undying creature was killed just like that. So what if it had a powerful bone body? The soul fire was the undying creature's fatal weakness. As long as the soul fire was extinguished, even if it had an extremely powerful bone body, it would still be killed. The huge, headless body of the Bone Dragon fell from the sky. With a boom, it smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly up. The huge dragon's bones laid on the ground, comparable to a mountain range. It was too huge, and the bone body still emitted a strong aura of death. This bone body is not bad. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was riding on the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, said, "It's not bad, but it's a pity that it doesn't have a head. The black Qilin tiger emperor said, "That's easy." Gu Fei's doppelganger said. At this moment, Gu Fei and Yen rode the dragon-horned Qilin beast into the southern heavenly gate and entered the ancient heavenly court ruins. The fire Qilin naturally followed behind them and entered the southern heavenly gate. A bone body that's even stronger than a sacred venerable weapon. Very good. Gu Fei looked at the mountain-like dragon's bones and said, "Why do you want this thing?" Yen frowned and said, "She was very against such undying creatures." "Hee, have you forgotten that I have an army of undying creatures?" Gu Fei said. "You are thinking of," Yen said hesitantly. "That's right. It's time. I want to create the strongest army of undying creatures to conquer the world for me." Gu Fei said in a heroic manner. "You want to conquer the world?" Yen said. "There's nothing wrong with that. Only when I'm strong enough can I protect you." And Gu Fei said, "Yes." Yen nodded because it was the truth. In this world, only the strongest existence could rule over everything. The cruelty of the cultivation world was hard to imagine. This was a world where the strong survived and the weak suffered. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger rode the black Qilin tiger over and turned into a golden light, entering his head and returning to his true body. Then Gu Fei opened his inner world, and the three undying emperors walked out. When the three undying emperors saw the dragon's bones on the ground, they were all extremely excited. The death aura that erupted from the dragon's bones was too strong. If they could obtain such a bone body, they could use its death energy to nourish their souls and increase their cultivation and combat strength at the fastest speed. Master, the three undying emperors were extremely excited. The reason why their master asked them to come out was naturally for the dragon's bones. Only the strongest existence can have this dragon's bones. You guys fight. To them, Gu Fei's words were the fairest. In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. This was an unchanging truth that no one could change. There was nothing more to say. The three undying emperors began to fight. The extremely powerful death aura once again wreaked havoc in all directions, enveloping the entire area. These three undying emperors hadn't been idle these past few years. Their cultivation had increased to a level that satisfied Gu Fei. These three undying emperors were only one step away from becoming death saints, undying experts of the saint level. The nearby creatures were shocked to see this scene. There were powerful figures in the distance, but when they sensed Gu Fei's presence, they immediately retreated. However, not all of them retreated. While the three undying emperors were fighting, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed the dragon's bones on the ground. This dragon's bones were extremely powerful. Even a top-grade Paragon artifact wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. Some experts naturally had their eyes on this bone dragon. That was because a dragon skeleton like this could be used to forge a peerless Tao artifact. It was incomparably precious. Not all the experts who entered the ancient heavenly court recognized Gu Fei and knew of Gu Fei's strength. These experts came from the mortal world or other regions of the heavenly realm. Some of them had only woken up from their long slumber in recent years. Thus, they immediately took action to snatch the dragon's bones. They really don't know the meaning of death. The black-scaled Tiger King, Fire Qilin, and the other experts couldn't help but admire the powerful existence who took action. At this time, Gu Fei coldly snorted. In the next moment, the huge hand that grabbed the dragon's bones exploded in the void and disappeared. What? A cry of surprise came from afar. Then, a blurry figure tried to retreat. But at this moment, a huge hand suddenly appeared in front of that expert and slapped him away. That powerful creature continuously coughed up blood, then fled without looking back. Master, why did you let that guy go? The dragon horn Qilin asked in confusion. Given his master's cultivation, it was a piece of cake for him to kill that living being who dared to snatch the dragon's bones. Do I look like someone who's easy to kill in your eyes? Gu Fei said. No. The dragon horn Qilin was stunned and quickly replied. At this time, some of the powerful beings who were about to take action were stunned. Who was that? How could he be so powerful that he could easily defeat a paragon-level living being? That's brutal, Gu Fei. If you provoke him, only death awaits you. A powerful being said, such words. Be it the heavenly realm or the human realm, there were still many powerful beings who knew about Gu Fei. He's Gu Fei. Those beings who wanted to snatch the dragon's bones were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Although these beings had never seen Gu Fei before, they had heard of Gu Fei's name. One must know that this Gu Fei was the one who leveled a forbidden area in the heavenly realm. Even some quasi-paragons would be moved by such an achievement, because they knew very well how terrifying forbidden areas were. They were places that could devour paragons. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had tried to flatten the forbidden area, but no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. That guy just now actually dared to attack Gu Fei, who had once leveled a forbidden area. This made many people dumbfounded. That was simply suicide. At this time, the battle between the three undying emperors had reached its climax. In order to obtain the dragon's bones, the three undying emperors were risking their lives to defeat the other two undying emperors. However, the cultivation of the three undying emperors was almost the same. This was destined to be an evenly matched battle. It was impossible to determine the winner within a short period of time. Ha ha, so you guys are here. At this moment, a loud laugh was suddenly heard from outside the southern heaven gate. Then, a figure walked in from outside the southern heaven gate. Chapter 2973. It's you. While Gu Fei was waiting for the three undying emperors to decide who was the strongest, a loud laugh was heard from outside the southern heavenly gate. Then, a figure walked in from outside. When Gu Fei and Yen saw that fellow, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Haha, how is it? You didn't expect this, right? In the blink of an eye, the newcomer arrived before Gu Fei and the others. The newcomer wore a purple and gold crown on his head and was dressed in a purple robe. He had a tall stature and thick eyebrows that reached his temples. His appearance was dignified, but there was a trace of a mischievous smile on his face, giving off a frivolous feeling. This person was the old tortoise. The old tortoise had come out of seclusion and was near the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. When Gu Fei saw the old tortoise, he immediately jumped down from the dragon horn Qilin's back with Yen. Then, Gu Fei went forward and hugged the old tortoise. Ha! It seems like I've won again. Gu Fei hugged the old tortoise and let him go. Tisk, you're just lucky. I could have come out of seclusion a long time ago. I only delayed it until now because I was trying to break through to the supremacy realm. The old tortoise said, arrogantly, and looked at Gu Fei with a disdainful gaze. Ha ha, a loss is a loss. You still want to argue? Besides, I don't think you've become a supremacy. Gu Fei looked at the old tortoise and joked. Humph, believe it or not. With that, the old tortoise ignored Gu Fei and said to Yen, how have you been recently, sister-in-law? I haven't seen you for a while, but you've become more and more beautiful. Greetings, big brother. Yen nodded at the old tortoise. Her expression was still calm and did not seem to be too happy. Hey, old tortoise, don't you know that a brother's wife should not be flirting? Be careful, or I'll beat you up. Gu Fei waved his fist and said fiercely. TSK, you think you can beat me? The old tortoise said disapprovingly. Humph, why don't we spar? Gu Fei said unhappily. However, he did not dare to underestimate the old tortoise. After all, the old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and had the supreme bloodline of the demon race flowing in his body. There was no doubt that the sovereign bloodline was powerful. "Let's spar then. You think I'm afraid of you?" said Old Tortoise as he rubbed his palms together. "All right, can you two brothers stop for a while?" Yen had no choice but to come out and smooth things over. At this time, these two fellows were still fighting like two children. She really couldn't put up with it. "Sister-in-law, he wants to exchange pointers with me. I can only accompany him." Old Tortoise curled his lips and said, "If you really want to fight, then let's do it this way. Whoever catches Yuan Gu first wins." Yen suggested. What Gu Fei and Old Tortoise couldn't help but be startled, especially Old Tortoise, who had a bitter expression on his face. Catching Yuan Gu was definitely not an easy task. Yuan Gu was the most mysterious celestial emperor since ancient times. No one knew where his true body was, not even those closest to him. No one had ever seen Yuan Gu's true body. Some people said that Yuan Gu had a rare secret technique that allowed him to transform into thousands of clones. No one could find his true body. Yen's suggestion was too challenging and gave Old Tortoise a headache. However, he was also very prideful. So how could he say no in front of a woman? "Very well, let's do it this way. Old Tortoise, what do you think?" Gu Fei nodded. He and Yuan Gu were arch-enemies, so he naturally wanted to get rid of this future trouble. Such a mysterious and powerful enemy made him very apprehensive. This Old Tortoise hesitated. The person he wanted to catch was the mysterious Yuan Gu. Even Old Tortoise wasn't sure if he could catch such a cunning guy. "What's wrong, Big Tortoise? Don't you want to win? Are you afraid?" Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said proudly, "Who says I don't dare? I'll bet with you. Whoever catches Yuan Gu will win. If I win, you'll have to do whatever you want." Old Tortoise straightened his chest and said he naturally couldn't admit defeat. "Okay." Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said, "A bet can't be made without a prize. How about this? If you win, I'll give you a drop of the immortal ancestral dragon elixir. How about it?" "What? A drop of the immortal ancestral dragon elixir?" Old Tortoise's eyes lit up after hearing this. The immortal ancestral dragon was an immortal divine elixir. Its elixir contained an immortal divinity, something that even a true supremacy would covet. "That's right. What can you give me if you lose?" Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and said, "Ridiculous, I will lose. If I lose, I'll. Old Tortoise's chest heaved up and down as if he was angry. "Whatever." Gu Fei smiled. "Humph, I'll just carry your shoes and be your follower. Is that enough?" Old Tortoise said snappily. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. It should be known that Old Tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and the demon lord of the Heaven Realm demon clan. How could he not even have a decent treasure? However, with his identity, if he really lost and had to become Gu Fei's follower and carry Gu Fei's shoes, the entire demon clan would lose face. "Ha! You're so cruel to yourself. All right, I'll bet with you. If you win, not only will I give you a drop of the immortal divine elixir, I'll also give you an immortal peach tree," Gu Fei said while laughing. "Immortal peach tree? You actually have an immortal peach tree? How is that possible?" Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. He was the son of the Tai Huang and had lived for countless years. Naturally, he knew many secrets of the world. The immortal peach tree had been cut down a long time ago. It's not the real immortal peach tree. It's just a quasi-immortal herb. Gu Fei explained. However, Old Tortoise had such a reaction when he heard about the immortal peach tree. Could it be that he knew the whereabouts of the immortal peach tree? I see. I was wondering why you would give me an immortal peach tree. Old Tortoise said, with a look of realization. How could there be so many immortal herbs in this world? A quasi-immortal herb is already pretty good. Gouffet shook his head and said, the immortal divine herb was rare since ancient times. Over the countless years, only a few stalks had appeared. In the distant past, only extreme Tao sovereigns or human emperors could possess the immortal divine herb. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even have heard of the immortal spirit herb. Ha, very well. Old Tortoise laughed and said, then prepare the things and wait for me to come get them. I'm leaving now. Old Tortoise laughed and soared into the sky. Before Gouffet could say anything, he instantly disappeared into the depths of the ancient heavenly court. This fella, seeing this, Gouffet shook his head. At this moment, the battle between the three immortal emperors was about to end. The Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor joined forces and defeated the Emperor of the Underworld. Then, a fierce battle broke out between the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor. The Emperor of the Underworld retreated unwillingly under the joint attack of the two immortal emperors. There was a reason why he was unwilling. Among the three immortal emperors, his cultivation was the strongest. If the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor were to fight the Emperor of the Underworld alone, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor secretly joined forces to defeat the strongest Emperor of the Underworld. Then, the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor began their battle. Rumble, the incomparably powerful death energy, was vast and mighty. The soul fire in the Bone Emperor's skull was burning fiercely like a divine sun, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Countless immortal Tao patterns appeared and intertwined in the Bone Emperor's soul fire. Powerful divine sense rippled in all directions. One after another, immortal Tao patterns rushed out of the Bone Emperor's skull and turned into extremely sharp sword lights that pierced towards the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse Sovereign possessed a strong physique. As he waved his hands, he actually shattered the sword lights that pierced through his body and charged towards the Bone Sovereign in a domineering manner. The clanging sounds continued without end. The Corpse King's hands emitted 2 balls of black light. This was corpse energy. This type of corpse energy could corrode immortal spirit items. Creatures that were contaminated by corpse energy would not only die, but they would also become walking corpses under the Corpse King's control. Roar! The Corpse Emperor roared and directly shattered the last few piercing sword lights. He then stretched out his hand and slammed it towards the Bone Emperor. Rumble, the void trembled. A huge pitch-black hand appeared in the void, like a black mountain, smashing towards the Bone Emperor. Terrifying death energy spread out from the huge hand. Buzz. A sword hum resounded. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of the Bone Emperor's skull and turned into a peerless sword light, slashing towards the huge hand. It was a sword light of death. The power it displayed was incomparably powerful. In an instant, it collided with the huge hand. 2 powerful death energy erupted. The black hand and the sword light dissipated in the void at the same time, turning into a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. In order to obtain the dragon skeleton, the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor went all out, wanting to defeat each other. However, the cultivation and combat strength of these 2 undying experts were almost equal. It wasn't easy to determine a winner. 2 figures soared into the sky, moving at high speed and fighting fiercely. Not bad. These 2 guys are about to take the step to become a saint. Seeing this, Gouffet couldn't help but nod. At this time, the battle between the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor alarmed many living beings. One should know that they were near the southern heavenly gate, and cultivators often came and went. Soon, The news of the invasion of the otherworldly creatures spread. The creatures from the desolate world have crossed over. Gu Fei wasn't surprised. If the creatures here could enter the desolate world through the light ball, then the creatures from the desolate world could also enter the heavenly world through the light ball. However, Gu Fei didn't expect such a thing to happen so quickly. Chapter 2974. Rumble. Two powerful, undying silhouettes moved rapidly in the void. Death aura filled the entire space. Even the death aura emitted from the dragon skeleton on the ground was affected. The Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were fighting with their lives on the line. They were very clear that this was their chance to become a saint. Once an undying existence became a saint, they would become a dead saint. Who didn't want their cultivation to reach the next level? Both the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor wanted the dragon skeleton because it was left behind by a saint venerable undying existence. Moreover, the strength of this skeleton was far beyond the imagination of all living beings. This was the skeletal body of the ancestral dragon. Only an extremely powerful creature, like the ancestral dragon, could leave behind such a powerful skeletal body. For undying creatures, possessing the skeletal body of the ancestral dragon was a chance to undergo a complete transformation. Boom! The Bone Emperor was blasted away. The skeleton on his body was full of cracks, as if it was about to shatter. However, a dazzling soul fire blossomed from the Bone Emperor's skull. That soul fire enveloped the entire skeleton of the Bone Emperor. Death runes appeared on the surface of the Bone Emperor's skeleton. The broken bones were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The Bone Emperor roared, and an invisible divine sense spread out from his skull. It turned into a killing force and surged towards the Corpse Emperor. Buzz! The void trembled. The Corpse Emperor was blasted away by that invisible force. The sound of bones breaking came from the Corpse Emperor's body. Roar! The Corpse Emperor roared towards the sky. The death aura around his body was vast and mighty. The pitch-black death aura intertwined on his body like a spiritual snake, emitting a heart-palpitating death aura. This Corpse Emperor was incomparably powerful and had a near-immortal physique. Although he was heavily injured, he was able to recover in an instant. Amidst the pitch-black death aura, the shadow of a dragon was faintly discernible. An extremely powerful death energy erupted from the Corpse Emperor's body. Old Bones, how about we settle this in one move? A wave of divine sense spread out from the Corpse Emperor's body. Amidst the black fog, two blood-red lights lit up. Those were the Corpse Emperor's eyes. All right, Stinky Corpse, let's settle this in one move. Bone Emperor nodded and said. Then a dazzling soul-divine flame bloomed from his body. Lotus flowers could be vaguely seen in the middle of the divine flame. Each lotus flower was emitting a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. The two undying creatures began to condense their power. A monstrous deathly energy erupted from the Corpse Emperor's body, enveloping the entire world. In the pitch-black corpse chi, one could vaguely see figures, as if there were countless ferocious spirits struggling and howling. The Bone Emperor displayed an extraordinary power. The soul fire in his skull actually evolved into blue lotus flowers. Very quickly, countless lotus-shaped soul fires engulfed the Bone Emperor. Are these two fellows going to risk their lives? Aren't you going to stop them? Yen couldn't help but turn around to glance at Gu Fei when she saw this scene from afar. This is the only way to know who's stronger and who's weaker, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Moreover, although the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were risking their lives, there might not be any casualties. One must know that these two fellows were very shrewd. These two despicable and shameless fellows. At this time, the Netherworld Emperor was sulking at the side. He was extremely depressed and unwilling. How dare the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor plot against him? They were too hateful. The Netherworld Emperor had cultivated the undying ghost body. His body could change between the real and the illusory. His strength was definitely the strongest among the three undying emperors. However, the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor had joined hands to defeat him. This made the Netherworld Emperor go crazy. Don't be unconvinced. You were defeated by those two fellows because of your stupidity. You understand? Gu Fei noticed the Emperor of the Underworld, who was sulking at the side, and said after glancing at him, "Yes, Master is right." The Netherworld Emperor hastily replied. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to show it now. After thinking about it, he could only blame himself for being careless when he was tricked by the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor. If he was smarter, he would have thought that these two fellows would join hands, and the dragon bone would be his. However, it was too late now. The Netherworld Emperor was undoubtedly the loser in this battle. He was no longer qualified to compete for the dragon bone. Kill! Kill! The two great undead creatures roared at the same time and launched their strongest attacks at each other. Endless corpse energy rushed out of the Corpse Emperor's body and turned into a nether dragon that pounced towards the Bone Emperor. Bone Sovereign naturally didn't show any weakness. Blue lotus flowers filled the sky and flew towards the dark dragon. Every dark lotus was emitting powerful death energy fluctuations. Boom, 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 boom. The nether lotuses that filled the sky smashed onto the nether dragon, and then exploded, erupting with destructive waves of undying power. The death chi on the netherworld dragon's body was constantly being blasted away, and so were the undying runes. Two extremely strong undying forces were clashing against each other. The netherworld dragon roared, and a huge dragon claw grabbed towards the Bone Emperor, who was shrouded by countless netherworld lotuses. Rumble! Countless hell lotuses collided with the dragon claw, directly shattering the dragon claw and turning it into corpse chi before dissipating into the void, dissolved by the power of the hell lotuses. The two silhouettes collided. The netherworld lotuses kept exploding. The netherworld dragon was roaring and struggling, but it didn't change anything. The Corpse Emperor was in a disadvantageous position. The netherworld dragon, condensed from corpse energy, was eventually destroyed by the netherworld lotus formed by the Bone Emperor's soul flame. The Corpse Emperor was also sent flying by the Bone Emperor's attack. Ha ha! Stinky corpse, you are not my opponent. The Bone Emperor laughed heartily. He had the absolute advantage. Although the Corpse Emperor had an almost immortal body, he also had a powerful bone body. Moreover, the Bone Emperor had cultivated the Hell's Netherworld Lotus. Once the Netherworld Lotus appeared, it would cover the sky and kill all living beings. The Corpse Emperor's chest was pierced by a Hell's Netherworld Lotus. The soul flame invaded his body, burning his tendons, bones, flesh, and blood, as though it was trying to ignite his Yuan Shun. Roar! The Corpse Emperor roared in anger. Chaotic corpse energy surged, and the undying energy erupted from his body, trying to expel the netherworld fire that had invaded his body. However, the Bone Emperor wouldn't give him the time to expel the netherworld fire. He directly executed the Hell's Netherworld Lotus and attacked the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse Emperor had to expel the netherworld fire and deal with the Bone Emperor's killing technique at the same time. Naturally, he was flustered and was sent flying again. Enough! Gu Fei suddenly spoke. Chapter 2975. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The Bone Emperor had defeated the Corpse Emperor and obtained the dragon skeleton. This made the Corpse Emperor and the Emperor of the Netherworld envious and jealous. the Emperor of the Netherworld was the most displeased because he had been tricked by the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor. Otherwise, the dragon skeleton would have been his. The Corpse Emperor was displeased as well. The Bone Emperor was too despicable to hide his trump card and cultivate a killing technique like the Hell Lotus. Therefore, the dragon skeleton belonged to the Bone Emperor. Gu Fei immediately repaired the dragon skeleton for the Bone Emperor. The broken pieces of the dragon's head flew back and reformed into a dragon's head. Since he was already at the quasi-supreme realm, it was not difficult for him to repair the broken dragon's head. Soon, a complete dragon skeleton appeared in front of everyone. The Bone Sovereign was also very straightforward. He directly abandoned his skeletal body and sent his soul fire directly into the dragon's skull. Very quickly, under the control of the Bone King, the dragon skeleton started to move. The huge skeleton flew up from the ground, but as soon as it reached the sky, it fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a loud boom. Take your time. You have just taken over this skeleton, and you already want to control it completely. Gu Fei said, "Yes, Master." The Bone Emperor's divine sense was transmitted from the dragon's skull. Then Gu Fei kept the three immortal emperors into his inner world. The Bone Emperor needed time to refine the supreme skeleton. "Let's go and have a look at that world," Gu Fei said. He knew that the old tortoise had probably entered the desolate world. The desolate world was a world that had never appeared in any ancient records of the human world or the heaven realm. A world like this was an irresistible temptation for any powerful cultivator. At this time, an incomparably powerful chaotic energy surged out from the depths of the ancient heavenly court relic. An unimaginably powerful force erupted. "What's wrong?" Yen-Er exclaimed. The fluctuation of this energy was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as her was as weak as an ant in front of this force. The dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin were already trembling. At this moment, a gentle aura spread from Gu Fei's body, isolating the powerful aura from the depths of the ancient heavenly court ruins. Yen-Er and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go take a look." Gu Fei waved his sleeve, and a force immediately enveloped Yen-Er, the fire Qilin, and the dragon horn Qilin. Then they disappeared in the void. Rumble. In the central region of the ancient heavenly court on the Chaos Divine Mountain, two powerful figures were moving rapidly in the void. Powerful and terrifying energy waves erupted from the two figures. The figure in the middle was a chaos giant that was over 100 feet tall. The chaos giant had a head of long emerald green hair and vines that looked like tentacles. As the chaos giant's long hair danced in the wind, it could pierce through the void and attack a powerful being on the other side. The powerful being fighting the chaos giant was a Saint Venerable of the human clan. This human Saint Venerable was Tyne Saint Venerable. There was no doubt that Tyne Saint Venerable was powerful. After all, he had the holy body of Tyne. This constitution made him naturally close to the power of Een, and was the most suitable existence to walk on the great path of Een. The chaos giant was the vine of chaos that had crossed over from the deserted world. With Tyne Saint Venerable taking action, no one dared to interfere. This was because Tyne Saint Venerable had already said that the being from the alien world was his. No one was willing to offend him. However, Tyne Saint Venerable was not in a good situation. The vine of chaos was constantly absorbing the chaotic essence around it, and was becoming more and more powerful. "You are no match for me." The chaos giant was extremely powerful. The hair on his head danced wildly and turned into chaotic divine spears that pierced towards Tyne Saint Venerable. Buzz. The great Een Saint did not say anything. Instead, he used his actions to express himself. A black moon rose from the back of his head, emitting beams of dark light. The dark light from the moon shone on the Chaos Divine Spears, causing them to dissipate at a rapid speed. The black light emitted by the black moon seemed to have some kind of unfathomable power that could obliterate everything. Even the void was producing transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Tiny black moon. Some cultivators who saw this scene from afar could not help but exclaim. It seemed that Tyne Saint Venerable was going all out and had used his famous trump card. "Humph, you want to defeat me? Dream on." Tyne Saint Venerable said coldly. The Tyne black moon rose into the sky and released a dark light. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a black light. The Chaos Divine Spears that pierced through the void were completely melted by the divine light emitted by the black moon. The Chaos Giant was also illuminated by the divine light. In the next moment, his body began to emit black smoke, as though his entire body was about to melt. The Chaos Giant was taken aback and quickly retreated. A mass of chaos light emerged from his body and blocked the dark light that shone on his body. Even so, the Chaos Giant's body was charred. But soon, the skin that was burned by the Tyne black moon fell off, and new skin was revealed. The Chaos Giant was formed from the Chaos Vine. This kind of living creature had amazing vitality. Even if he was injured, his recovery speed was very abnormal. He almost recovered in the blink of an eye. Kill. Tyne Saint Venerable showed his prowess. The Tyne black moon rushed towards the Chaos Giant. The extremely strong power of Tyne exploded from the black moon. The void seemed to be melting. This was the first time the Chaos Giant felt danger. The black light from the Tyne black moon could destroy everything. The Chaos Divine Light on the Chaos Giant's body was dissipating rapidly under the black light. The Chaos Divine Light contained the Chaos Tao pattern. The Chaos Giant was really shocked. The power of the killing art that this guy cultivated was so strong and terrifying that it could melt the Chaos Giant's Tao pattern. Damn it! The Chaos Giant naturally would not wait for death. He circulated his mystic art, and a mass of chaotic divine light emerged from his body. It was like a chaos divine sun rising up. Humph! Let's see if your black moon is stronger or my chaos divine sun is stronger. The Chaos Giant sneered. Chapter 2976. The Chaos Giant, formed by the Vine of Chaos, was fighting against Tyne Saint Master. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out in all directions. All the powerful creatures watching the battle had to retreat. In particular, Tyne Saint Master's shadow black moon was even more terrifying. The dark light emitted from the black moon could destroy a cultivator's foundation of the way and erase their cultivation. Some unlucky creatures were hit by the dark light and fell from the sky. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The Chaos Giant didn't show any weakness either. He formed a mass of chaos divine Sunday. That was his inner core of the great Tao. It displayed great power and blocked the black light emitted from the black moon. Just as the two experts were fighting, a terrifying figure rushed past them and entered the chaotic void above the Chaos Divine Mountain. The primal Chaos Giant, and the great Saint Sovereign were both shocked. There was actually someone who could ignore their power. This was truly inconceivable. One must know that they were Saint Sovereigns, incomparably powerful Saint Sovereigns. In the current world, there were not many creatures that could ignore the power of Saint Masters. It's a quasi-supreme. Tyne Saint Master was shocked. He knew that some quasi-supreme had also entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. The figure just now was probably one of them. The old turtle did not know that he had scared the two Saint Masters. He just wanted to enter the desolate world as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the Chaos Giant and Tyne Saint Master, who were fighting. Kill! Kill! The two experts were stunned for a moment. Then, they charged at each other again. The lunar black moon and the primal chaos divine sun kept colliding. Under the collision of the two great forces, the void rippled like water, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The shadow black moon froze the void, while the chaotic divine sun displayed its power to split the sky. The two Saint Masters kept clashing and clashing. It was difficult to tell who would win or lose in a short time. The battle between the two near the chaotic divine mountain made it difficult for other creatures to enter the chaotic void above the divine mountain. Only quasi-supreme beings could ignore the might of heavenly venerables. Otherwise, even if they were also heavenly venerables, they would not be willing to disturb the battle between two heavenly venerables and offend them. In fact, the holy venerables watching from afar were very happy to see the great holy venerate and the chaos giant fight to the death. When Gu Fei and Yen arrived near the Chaos God Mountain, the two experts were still unleashing their killing techniques and fighting fiercely. Gu Fei's arrival shocked many of the spectating creatures. Some of them directly retreated because they had some grudges with Gu Fei. For example, the experts of the Dongfang family, the Big Baldy from the Western Earth Buddhist sect, and the followers of the Heaven Realm's primordial ancient heavenly emperor all had enmity with Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei didn't care about these guys, those guys were very afraid of Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was famous for being a fierce person. No one was willing to provoke him. He's Gu Fei. I didn't expect his real body to come. Someone said, whether it was in the mortal realm or the heaven realm, countless creatures knew Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei had done many earth-shattering things in both the mortal realm and the heaven realm. Who do you think will win? In the distant sky, Gu Fei said to Yen, who was riding on the same mount, "The great holy venerate will win, right?" Yen said, with her cultivation, it was difficult to tell who would win. One must know that she wasn't a holy venerate. At this time, the chaos giant also saw Gu Fei and the others. When the chaos giant saw Gu Fei, he was shocked because he felt a heart-palpitating aura from Gu Fei's body. The chaos vine and Gu Fei's doppelganger had fought twice before. This chaos vine couldn't even defeat Gu Fei's doppelganger, let alone Gu Fei's real body. Now, it was Gu Fei's real body. The chaos vine knew that it was bad this time. He instinctively felt the danger from Gu Fei. Rumble, the chaos giant that the chaos vine transformed into attacked with all his might. The chaos divine sun erupted with the strongest chaos power. It pushed back the shadow black moon and forced the great holy venerate to retreat. The chaos divine light lit up the dark void. All the creatures thought that the chaos giant was going to fight with all his might. However, the next scene made everyone's eyes pop out. The chaos giant actually rode on the chaos divine sun and fled into the chaos. Even the great holy venerate was surprised. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. The great holy venerate roared and chased into the chaotic void. Everywhere he passed, the void froze. Even the chaos chi was frozen. Gu Fei didn't make a move. You guessed it right. Ha ha, Gu Fei laughed. That guy is afraid of you. Yen shook her head. She didn't think that it was the great holy venerate who forced the chaos giant back. One should know that the chaos giant's cultivation was definitely not lower than the great holy venerate's. Let's go in and take a look, Gu Fei said. He and Yen rode the dragon horn Qilin beast and rushed into the chaotic void above the chaos divine mountain. The dragon horn Qilin beast wasn't slow. It stepped on the air and instantly carried Gu Fei and Yen into the chaotic void. The fire Chelan hurriedly chased after them. At this time, the experts who were watching from the side also moved. These experts also rushed over. There were 7 or 8 incomparably strong figures that rushed into the chaotic void. However, there were still some experts who continued to watch and didn't move. One should know that no one knew what they would encounter after entering another world. Some strong living beings were happy to see others take the lead and explore the newly discovered world. Exploring the unknown world would definitely encounter unknown dangers. This was undeniable. Moreover, the living beings in the unknown world were extremely strong. Even the chaotic creatures had come out. Some experts didn't want to take the risk of crossing into the unknown world. However, there were also some living beings who thought that since Gufei was leading the way, why not take this opportunity to cross over as well? At this time, at the peak of the Chaos Divine Mountain in the desolate world, a figure surrounded by chaotic light stood there. Endless chaotic laws intertwined around his body. Rumble, the void around him trembled slightly. This was an extremely strong figure. Although he was just standing there, he gave off a strong feeling that he could crush the world. Whoosh! At this time, an extremely disheveled figure rushed out from the light ball above the Chaos Divine Mountain. It was a vine of chaos. Master, save me! The vine of chaos was overjoyed when it saw the figure on the Chaos Divine Mountain. It rushed towards the figure and landed in front of the figure, then knelt down at the figure's feet. What are you panicking for? Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at the ball of light in the sky. In the next moment, another figure rushed out from the ball of light. As soon as the figure rushed out of the light ball, the temperature of the entire space dropped rapidly. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, as if winter had arrived. However, there was no winter in the absolute domain of chaos, because the chaotic aura was the ruler here. But now, as the figure appeared, it started to snow. Don't tell me you're in such a sorry state, because you're being chased by a little guy like that. The powerful and terrifying figure standing on the Chaos Divine Mountain said. No, it's another living being, a human, the Vine of Chaos quickly said. What, a human? The quasi-supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain was truly enraged. He almost couldn't help but stomp the useless guy lying at his feet to death. The Vine of Chaos was in such a sorry state because of a human. One should know that humans were slaves in the desolate world, slaves of the major divine clans. The fact that the Vine of Chaos was being chased by a human made him lose face. Master, the humans in the other world are definitely not weak. You can tell just by looking at the human chasing after us, the Vine of Chaos said in fear. In front of the quasi-supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain, he had to be careful. If he were to anger his master, his life would come to an end. At this moment, Tyne Saint, who had just rushed out from the light ball, was met with a tragedy. He never thought that there would be such a powerful living being waiting for him here. A quasi-supreme. How is this possible? Tyne Saint turned around and fled. In front of a quasi-supreme, he was as weak as an ant. If the quasi-supreme wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a thought. Trying to run? I'm just in time to know what's happening in the other world. You've come at the right time. The quasi-supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain said, and stretched out his hand, grabbing at Tyne Saint. Tyne Saint flew towards the giant hand of chaos immediately. Just as Tyne Saint was about to be grabbed by the giant hand of chaos, a ray of sword light suddenly shot out from the light ball and slashed at the giant hand of chaos. The ray of sword light flashed, and the giant hand of chaos was cut down by the ray of sword light. Great Een Saint Venerable only felt his body lighten as he regained his freedom. He was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed into the light ball in the sky, without looking back. roar. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the quasi-supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain roared. The entire mountain was shaking. The vine of chaos that was crouching under his feet was trembling in fear. At this moment, a few figures walked out from the ball of light. A man and a woman riding on a strange beast appeared high up in the sky. Behind them was a fire Qilin, a quasi-supreme. When Gu Fei saw the quasi-supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He had just entered the deserted world, and he already met a cultivator of this level. A human. When the quasi-supreme of the Chaos Divine Mountain saw Gu Fei, he was even more shocked than when Gu Fei saw him. Was the human from the other world really that powerful